Hello everyone!
Hello and welcome to another Hygge Grand Game. And this time it's called Operation Alpine Crown.
Indeed, we're back again.
Yes, and in the studio, as usual, you have me, Petey, and beside me, Victor himself.
Indeed, the casters are back, the community is back, you guys are back, and it's a beautiful summer day outside, and we are going to sit here on the inside of our well-insulated walls and follow along while the Axis and the Allies duke it out once again. Welcome to our grand game, and we're glad to have you with us.
Yes, and behind the scenes, behind the screens, we have with us Mr. Boppus himself. He's doing the technical stuff for us. And as you can see, or you can't see it just yet, but our timing today is impeccable. So the game is starting at the same time that the stream is starting, and we're almost starting on time, just 11 minutes late, which is it's pretty good for Hygge standards.
Yeah, I have to say, like, the 11 minutes late is one thing, but now we have everything is synced up, right? The game was starting, everyone joined, checksum correct, and stream going once stream will start, countdown ended. That is not entirely common, because there is a lot of cogs in the machinery that have to work impeccably in order for everything to be out on time.
And we're even hearing now in the chat that the audio works, which is just
yeah. Indeed, this has been going. We'll see in the first interviews whether that sticks out. But to start off with here, thank you so much for this amazing game, Paradox. Thank you so much to you guys for watching. We are playing Hearts of Iron 4, which is a World War II simulator on a macro level, so to speak. We are going to have a historical World War II, at least to some degree. We are not going to see like a democratic Germany or fascist England or something like that. It's going to be a somewhat historical line of events. We have certain rules that we will get into along the way, and we will also present our players.
Yeah, and I think we have around 21 players or something. Somewhere around there. Maybe Don can give us the Boppus, can give us the exact number, and we'll give that to you. But so we have not a full set of countries, but almost pretty good showing, and 3 of us in the studio then. So yeah, I think it will be a pretty good game. The last couple of grand games we had, I should say a grand game is when we do this, the full Monty with the studio and everything, the full setup. We play them about once a month. And the last couple of grand games have not been that even. It was a real, I don't know.
Yeah, the last one
quite one-sided.
It was quite one-sided in favor of the Allies. We have seen Allied wins quite a lot recently. We did have a shorter Axis win streak at some point, but the Allies have really been dominating recently, and we'll see if the Axis managed to switch that up this time.
Yeah. Last game, the only real moment of excitement was when the Axis were about to do a so-called Luftlöwe with paratroopers onto the United Kingdom, played by Badger, our General Secretary, but yeah, they didn't manage to get it off in time, and then after that the game was quite one-sided. So we're hoping for a much more even game this time, and I think it will be, because we have a great setup with the teams.
Yeah, indeed, and that is our ambition here. Obviously this is competitive in the sense that everyone really wants to win, but the Hygge community is not like big esports. We want exciting games, we want even games, we want to play with people that you would like to have a beer with on your free time, and have a Hygge atmosphere, hence the name.
Yeah. So we have players who play this game several times a week in competitive games. We also have players who only play the game for a few hours, really. So the level of skill is not the most important thing, as Victor was just saying. And as you can see, we are looking at a map of Europe, pre-war Europe. Germany is bigger than it is today, but it's not as big as it's going to get, I think, in this game. The question is where it will end up. As you can see, the game starts in 1936. Our games usually end around 1944, 1945.
Yeah, we have seen games decided by who gets nuclear weapons first, but it's somewhat uncommon, and also hasn't been a recent phenomenon, I would say. So usually it's decided on the Eastern Front around the historical time, I would say.
Yeah. This war is usually decided on the Eastern Front because if the Soviets lose, then the Allies have a really hard time making a dent into Europe that is completely dominated by the Axis. And conversely, if the Soviets win on the Eastern Front, then you don't really need the Allies. So yeah.
We did see a game, however, I think it was 2 or 3 grand games ago, when the Allies actually ended up winning, even though the Soviet Union had capitulated.
Yeah, and that was quite extraordinary.
That's a highly unusual outcome. I think that was a first.
Yeah.
So the meta is always shifting up in our games as well. We are also adding new expansions. The latest pack is not in yet, but we are playing on their Finest Bro, which is the multiplayer mod you generally use. And those guys, they switch up the gameplay, they add new expansions, things happen, right? And that switches up the meta for our games. We did see a big shift, like around Arms Against Tyranny, not one step back. So we'll see what happens this game.
Yeah, and as Victor was saying, we're playing on the Hygge mod, which is based on their Finest Bra, which is a multiplayer mod. So if you want to try that, it's on the Steam Workshop, and you can check for yourself.
And also, if you see sometime during the game, oh no, they fucked up, right? They should have done like this, they should have invaded that way, I would have done this so much better, then I encourage you to become a Patreon, and you will be both supporting our channel, but you will also get access to the save games, so you can try for yourself, look, oh, this build was not so good.
Yeah.
Do your own analysis, and also help out the community.
Yeah, and speaking of analysis, as we have Boppus with us, we will have a bunch of statistics for you as the game progresses. So we can compare different countries, how many civilian factories, for example, they have, or how many dockyards or whatnot. So if there are any stats that you're curious about, any comparisons, let us know, and we might be able to set that up for you.
Indeed.
We already have some people writing in chat, and we're very, very glad to have you with us, interacting with us. Arbeitsfluss is saying go Axis. I don't know, that's a bit worrying.
It would be good for the excitement of the Hygge games if the Axis could eke out a victory. We have seen a string of Allied victories. Yeah. Of course, this is just a game, and in real life we would be very happy with an Allied victory, but...
The Hygge community really we stand against Nazism.
We don't like them. Only it's fun if they do things in the game.
Yeah. Mata S5B is saying it's the first one watching live. Very nice to have you with us. That implies that you've watched some of them not live, which is nice. Okay, so we have a clarification here from Arbeitsfluss. He really liked the Japanese bicycles and the Romanian Marines on Baku. Oh yeah.
I think it's
Italian Safari and the Hungarian Try-Again Army. Oh, he's got a bunch of
that's
favorite moments here in Hygge history.
That's definitely a veteran. I would have to say it's pretty much my top picks as well.
Yeah.
Like when we had the Bergagård, which is our physical lawn that we have once a year. I'm not sure if or when this year.
Yeah, there might be some babies coming in.
We'll see, but the physical on, we had the Hungarians getting surrounded and dying time again on the Eastern Front, right?
Yeah.
And then they made a new army, they named the Try Again Army, and actually the Axis won that game after the Allies was very close to Berlin, so that was very exciting.
Yeah.
And it is usually more exciting in the big physical games as well, because when you have the big physical games, you can't really give up. Everyone is in the same room fighting it out. Then you're going to have dinner, you're going to have drinks. Everybody's like really playing to the best of their ability. Of course, they are in our grand games as well, but it's never really the same, right?
Yeah, you can't alt-tab over to start playing World of Warcraft or something if you're in the same room as the people you're fighting with.
We have also been reasoning that the Hygge or that the Bergagård format favors the Axis. Because the Axis control the momentum of the game, right?
Yeah.
They need to coordinate attacks. They need to splinter up the allies, be in different places all at once, while the allies are much more reactive in the beginning.
Yeah.
Much like in history, the Axis are invading Poland, they're invading France, the Japanese are making moves in the Pacific. Meanwhile, the Axis are just, or the allies are just trying to stem the bleeding, so to speak. And then the allies usually come back into the initiative at some point.
Indeed. That's usually the rhythm of the game. The Axis have the initiative in the beginning, and then it switched over to the Allies. This game, however, I know that the Allies are planning to try and hit the Axis early on. So the Netherlands will fall back to Belgium to defend France. And as soon as France falls, I think they will try to do naval invasions onto Italy. According to the rules, they're not allowed to attack the mainland of Italy, I think, but they will at least give a try on Sicily. This, however, will probably not succeed because the Badger is going for he's playing Italy and he's going for an all-in navy build, so I think he will be able to defend himself.
Yeah, I mean, Badger is very dangerous in Italy. We haven't gone into presenting the players yet, but he is our navy guru, and he also he's making guides at our YouTube channel, which you should like and subscribe to. You can read up on the multiplayer games, the meta, and educate yourself about how to play multiplayer Hearts of Iron. And if you become our Patreon, you will even get like 50% more guides, which makes you a 50% better player.
And I think there are over 100 guides now on different aspects of the game. If you want to know about air superiority or supply consumption or whatever else kind of little nerdy item of this game, then the Hygge channel is a good place to find
We
those.
have a question here from FSC, which is interesting. Do the storylines vary in the early game? Do we ever see a deny of Czechoslovakia, no Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact? And just like the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and the splitting up of Czechoslovakia and Anschluss and so on, they are going to be historical. The first thing that can go quite unhistorical is that Romania are allowed to deny the Soviet claims on Bessarabia. So you might have a mini winter war, so to speak.
And I think they are actually planning to do this game.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Which is not something we usually see because, the Soviets are a big favorite if you just have a look at the map. Also, the Finnish Winter War can end in different ways. The Spanish Civil War can end in different ways, but usually the decisions the players take are hard-coded, except for Bessarabia.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen some upsets. We had one time when Dankus Memicus played Romania, and as you might know, a very good player. So he actually denied Bessarabia and held for up until Barbarossa. And also last game we did see the Finland player making a very big heavy artillery spearhead and actually taking Leningrad, thus winning the Winter War and shortening the front quite considerably for the continuation war.
Yeah. So the game has just started, and I guess it's time we start presenting our players. I'm just having a look here at Germany. Let's see, I'm going to switch over the tag. And they are going for remilitarizing the Rhineland, which is in breach of the Versailles Treaty. What will this mean for Europe?
Indeed, what will this mean for Europe? And what will it mean for Stationary, who is one of our strongest players? You see, he has a lot of stars. Every star represents 5 played games. So he has been with us for a long time. And Matthias, who is his co-op, is also a dependable player, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they're going for quite a standard Germany build. Stationary, of course, was one of those players that play this game several times a week, so he knows what the meta is, he knows what's strong and what's not. I think quite a standard Germany build. They will try to keep the world tension down below, I don't know what the magic number is, 15% or something, I think. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And to you people who don't know what the world tension is, it's this number up here in the corner, which signifies how tense the situation in the world is and how quickly the democracies of the world can start preparing for war. So when it's 0, as it is here, the democracies of the world, like for example the United States, you can see here. Let's see, they are disarmed and they are in undisturbed isolation, and later, they might be able to make toasters, but the weapons are a bit further off, as you can see.
Yeah, so basically, right, if you are fascist or communist, then you can do a bit what you want, right?
Yeah.
But if you are democratic, then you need the support of some sort of elected Congress or parliament in order to enact wartime measures. And the people won't let you do that if the tension is too low, basically.
Exactly. And anytime you do something naughty on the world stage, like declare wars or send volunteer forces to other wars or something, the world tension increases. So we'll keep an eye on that number right here, because it's an important number, especially early on.
And also it's important that you actually succeed, because it's a bit of the gamble for the Axis here. We did see it in the Spanish Civil War last time, that they really tried to hold down the world tension by sending one volunteer at a time, so it didn't go over. But then the Italian players sent all the volunteers, so it went over anyway.
Yeah.
And then you are on the back foot in the front line.
Yeah.
So the Spanish Civil War took longer than it could have. Because if you don't want to do the world tension starve, you can just commit and go ham, right? That's the Axis. And that will bring you more fortune on the battlefield, but it will also make the Allies get into the game.
Definitely. This takes some coordination from the Axis to be able to pull this off. We have some messages here in the chat. One is from Peter Novak. First time watching one live for me as well. Best thing to watch now when Sweden has been knocked out of the World Cup. Yeah, don't mention it. Greetings from Singapore. Very nice to have you watching, Peter. Yeah, we're also very sad about the loss to France.
Yeah, it was to be expected, much as France fall in this game is probably to be expected.
Yeah. We'll get our revenge today on the stream. But yeah, I was watching the France-Paraguay game yesterday, and I wanted so much to root for Paraguay, but they were such nasty players. So
not much sportsmanship. Speaking of Paraguay, if you look over at South America, you might wonder why there are so many countries that are not playable, and this is because in their Finest Bra mod we have Venezuela, Brazil, and Mexico that you can play, because all of these small South American nations lag out the game and are not very impactful.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that was Germany. I think it's a pretty strong lineup for Germany. I know Stationary has been very active in the Axis chat, coordinating his team, making sure everyone has a build to go for, and so on. Yeah, okay, let's move on. Let's move to Italy. We were talking about it a bit before. So on Italy, we have the General Secretary himself. He's the leader of our community, of our company. He's also the person with the most stars. He's got 12 veterancy stars, 12 times 5. Yeah, you can do the math yourself. And the only other player with 12 stars is Folk, and Folk is in the Norwegian mountains. Taking a hike. So I think the Badger will be the most decorated player.
Yeah, but Badger is definitely the scariest player this game, I would say. And also on Italy, as you see, all of these awards means that you have done something in a game. We have different awards. We have awards for player of the game, both Axis and Allies. We have the Oppenheimer Award for innovation that switches up the meta. We have Mannerheim Award.
Yeah.
We even get awards for being in the studio. So every time you get one of these little things on your shirt that Badger has, it means that you have done something very good in a game. And he has only been in the studio quite a few times. So I would say that if this was physical medals, he would be basically like Georgy Shukov in the Death of Stalin. It would just like cling all the time.
Yeah, and we have a very smart comment here from Urban Banner. Gee, I wonder why Badger chose Italy. Perhaps Italy leans on a certain gameplay style. Yes, and Badger loves his navy. Last game, he played the UK, and he managed to completely dominate the Central Med. The Axis weren't able to send any forces over, no German tanks in North Africa at all, because he was just locking down the Central Med through Malta, and special navy build with anti-air on his destroyers or cruisers, which meant that the Italian player was really caught off guard. And this time he's playing Italy, and he is Urban Banner. He is going for a naval build. He's going all in on the navy, Let's have a look at his construction queue here. Yeah, okay, so he's not building dockyards just yet, but just you wait, he will be he will be building dockyards.
Yeah, this is also, I mean, this does speak to his advantage that he did play the UK last game and was fighting a lot in the Mediterranean because the last game, it was the most recent game, right? So he has a fresh memory of what to do there.
Yeah.
He has an idea of what he might encounter, and this is a very scary site for the Allies because the Axis, they sometimes get bogged down in North Africa, right? Where they succeed. It almost works to their detriment sometimes that if the Axis succeed in North Africa, they decide, okay, let's keep here, let's try to push out North Africa. And then they delay Barbarossa for a year. They even delay Barbarossa for 2 years sometimes. And then eventually, when they do Barbarossa, they have to pull out of North Africa anyway, right?
Yeah.
So it ends up being for nothing. But if they can secure a quick victory in North Africa, get the Suez Canal, block off everything for the Allies, that gives them a lot of fuel. It gives them total control of the Mediterranean, and it might even enable some strikes on the Hormuz Strait, the Oman areas, and
Or a complete safari. We don't see many of those, but we do like a safari, me and Victor.
Yeah, we have seen. And speaking of safari, Italy, as you may know, if you are historically inclined, is the only country in 1936 that is already at war. They are at war with Ethiopia, a war that Badger will finish in a short manner of time, no doubt. But that means that we are not entirely at peace in 1936. We do have the Italy-Ethiopian war.
You can see here, Badger is a bit of a crowd favorite. Arbeidsplus is saying he loves Badger's creativity, Spanish Navy or Germans without tanks. Yeah, indeed. And to expand on his plan, aside from going for all in on Navy, I mean, naval Italy is all good and well, but if you don't get out of the Mediterranean, it's all for nothing. He is going to go for Gibraltar, and you say, what's new with that? All Italians go for Gibraltar and fail. Yeah. But especially in this mod, because as you can see, Gibraltar has 2 tiles, which makes it easy to reinforce. And in order to attack the outside tile, you need Spain to be in the war, which they usually are not. But Badger is going for Amtraks. So he's going for Amtraks. Amtrak Italy is not something we see often.
I mean, it's something. It's a high risk, high reward type of playstyle because you really need to like solidify your economy. You need to play very well in order to get that out because the Italians are, well, as historically also, they do have some economical woes. They do not have the amount of factories. They do not have the internal stability of many other Axis nations. So, but if you play Italy well, they can be real nuisance in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, definitely. But as you can see here on the tech. On the tech screen, it's a 1941 tech, the Amtraks. So it will take a while before he manages to get out of the Med. But it could be a real distraction for the Allies if they start getting ready to prepare for D-Day and suddenly Badger's fleet is at large. That would be a scary prospect for sure.
Speaking of the playoffs on the high seas, who do we have on the UK who will be facing Badger?
On the UK we have Sog K. He's about to earn his first veterancy star with this game, but don't let that fool you because he's been playing a lot of games on Hearts of Iron multiplayer with other communities. And last game he played Japan. Not super impressive showing, but not a big letdown either. He sort of got bogged down. And that was that. But he's a strong player.
Yeah, he's a strong player, and he has that Navy experience as well. And as you see, he has no veterans star, but he already has 3 awards. So it's a bit like the Norway forward Haaland, right? He has more goals than played games.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So he can be a scary force on the high seas, but Badger is going to be a tough nut to crack.
We should just keep going with the football references all day, but probably I don't know the target group who plays Hearts of Iron. Those are the people who didn't play football in school and instead got picked on by the football jokes.
Possibly. I did play in Astrio for a year.
Really?
Yeah.
Strong team.
I had like 1 or 2 attempts on goal for that season, so it was not a very impressive showing, but still.
Nice. Yeah, Urban Banner is saying he tried to get into Navy step by step. It could be exciting seeing. I'm not calling you out, Urban Banner. I was talking about all of us. Yeah, I did play football, but I wasn't very good. I was much better at Hearts of Iron. Yeah.
Which Hearts of Iron was it then? Hearts of Iron 1?
I started playing Hearts of Iron 2.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, the Allies and SOG, they know that Badger is going for Navy because, if the country has ports, or even sometimes when it doesn't have ports, I mean, he's been trying to go Navy, Bulgaria and stuff. Yeah, they do have some ports, but he loves to play Navy with any country he plays. So they are expecting this, but will they be able to have a counter? We will have to see.
But at least they know, right? Because if you have Badger on Italy, you know that you're going to have a Navy-focused Italy.
Yeah.
If you have Badger on like Bulgaria or Romania, then you might get caught off guard when Baku gets invaded or something like that, right?
Yeah, but if Badger is playing it, you have to be careful. Like Arbeits was saying with when he was playing Spain, like he was a real nuisance with Spain. His navy was everywhere. He was invading Central South Africa. He was down in South Africa. I mean, Central South America. He was down in South Africa. He was everywhere with his tiny Spanish navy. So,
speaking of Spain, do you think they're going to join the war today, or are they going to do a volunteer build?
That's a good question. I didn't really see anything about it in the chat, so I would have to bet for a volunteer build. Playing Spain, we have CEST, and CEST has, I'm not sure how many stars.
Has 1 star, and 3 awards. So he has been performing well. And Spain is one of those countries that can really punch above their weight if they play it correctly, especially if they join the war. But even as volunteers, they can do quite a lot. If they join the war, of course, it will be easier to take Gibraltar, but that will also open up Spain for the possibility of a southern D-Day.
Yeah, it's much too early to see what kind of build he's going for. So far, he's just preparing for the Spanish Civil War, which will kick off at any time. It usually kicks off right now in the spring, and then he will be playing the Generalissimo Franco, and the AI will be playing the Republicans. And then we will see volunteers streaming in from both the Axis and the Allies. And we should try to present some other countries who will be able to send volunteers. A couple of those we've already presented. Germany will send volunteers, and Italy can send volunteers. Another country that can send volunteers is France, and France is played by Jonathan. And let's see, where would we have him? Here we have Jonathan. Yeah, Jonathan is a newer player in our community. As you can see, he doesn't have a picture just yet. Just that sort of ominous, anonymous silhouette. So yeah, he's a bit untried. We will see how he does.
They're a bit of a blank slate, but I mean, France is one of those countries that, well, you are going to fall eventually, right? And then you can appear at a few different places because you're going to get a government in exile. So you're going to have the ability to go a bit wherever you want, be like where people don't expect you. So Free France. Also Poland has that effect where you disappear from the map, but do not disappear from the consciousness of your faction.
Exactly. And as France, unless someone goes for a safari, you are usually quite safe down here in Africa, and you can play quite where you want to. But yeah, we'll see how France does. Jonathan, France has the potential to be quite a strong minor nation later on.
We do see.
We have a comment here that the caster has the wounded trait. Yes, indeed. I promise I have not been in a fight. I had to get a lump removed, so that's why I have a band-aid in my forehead. But it looks pretty cool, doesn't it?
We have a start of the Spanish Civil War in 13 days. So in just about 2 weeks, you are going to see the Spanish Civil War break off. And that's when we really get the first look at what our players are going to field. We are going to have a look, of course, at the war itself, but especially what volunteers are being sent from Germany, Italy, the Soviet Union, usually France. But you can get volunteers from the Axis miners, you can get volunteers from Japan. What are they going to want to do with the world tension? Are they sending a lot of heavily stacked volunteers? Are they sending piecemeal troops? We don't know yet, and it will be interesting to see.
Yeah, and as you were just mentioned or alluded to, one of the main players in the Spanish Civil War is the Soviet Union. Good morning, Cam de Bam. Nice to have you with us. Playing the Soviet Union, we have as the main controller Pontus. And Pontus, he's a 4-star general. He played Germany last game, and he didn't do too well last game. And now he's on the other side on the Eastern Front, when he lost last game. So let's see if he can do a better job of this.
Yeah, I mean, he brings some recent experience, right? Because as Germany, he knows what happened on the Eastern Front when he didn't manage to push through, right?
Yeah.
So he can try to replicate that. He has the recent experience. Then again, this Germany is incredibly scary. And it is easy to get out-microed on the Eastern Front when you have all the Axis miners as well. So it's going to be an exciting Eastern Front.
Yeah, and he is joined by Joshua, who is just earning his first Veterancy Star. He's got a couple of awards though, so he's not a new player to the game. Also joining Pontus is Snistan, who is part of the Central Committee. He's got 11 Veterancy Stars. He has to leave though before Operation Barbarossa this evening. You have to leave as well.
Yeah, I have to leave as well at the same time. Me and Knistan is working in the service of local democracy and have a meeting that we need to attend to, which might hurt the Soviets a bit. Also, it will hurt the casting, of course, but on the battlefield, this is might prove a problem for the Soviets because Knistan, he is a very good player. He always thinks of these interesting strategies. He likes to try new things in general, but it will be interesting to see how the Soviets manage without him later on in the game, because he is a very good player. As you see, he has a lot of awards. He has the experience. He's not the most preppy player, though. He usually doesn't prepare that much. He doesn't plan out the macro very much. So we'll see how this affects the game.
Yeah, we'll have to see who gets more handicapped, the Soviet Union or the studio. Boppus will have to carry a heavier load with the yapping, as Afasi is saying.
Yeah, indeed he will. Now we see the Spanish Civil War has kicked off and volunteer forces are in transfer. The nationalists are expecting 3 divisions from the German Reich that will arrive simultaneously at 1 o'clock, 6th of July 1936. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, we are going to see volunteer forces coming in rather soon. But at the moment, it's only the Germans that have sent off their volunteer forces.
I thought I saw something flashing by here on the Republican side, but not quite yet. So this means that the Axis could get some early wins before the Soviets are in place. Yeah, so far just the Germans. They're sending 3 divisions. No, nothing from Italy, nothing from France, nothing from Bulgaria, which we sometimes see. We haven't presented Bulgaria. Let's have a look. Who do we have playing Bulgaria?
Let's see here.
Oh, it's Francis.
Francis, scary player. He will be a scary player on the Eastern Front, definitely. Francis is an old player in the community, and he is going to go motorized anti-tank.
Yeah, and he's the one who pulled off the legendary Try Again army.
Yeah, indeed. Like we heard before, he doesn't give up. He goes until the very end. Then again, like motorized anti-tank on the Eastern Front, it kind of depends. If the Soviets are having tanks, it's going to be a very nice idea, right?
And if they're going for tanks that he can penetrate.
Yeah, definitely.
Because if they're going for 2 heavy tanks, then the motorized might not be enough.
And that's also like, it's a bit of a gamble, right? Because if you go anti-tank as Bulgaria and the Soviets have tanks that you can penetrate, then you're going to be really impactful. But if the Soviets are doing either meat wall or heavy tanks, then that economy could have been used elsewhere.
Yeah.
Because Bulgaria is a scary country, but they are significantly smaller. So they're not going to have as many divisions. They're not going to have as many Try Again armies as some other nations.
For sure.
Speaking of the Eastern Front or things relating to there, we have 5 divisions of USSR troops landing now in Valencia. So the Soviets have indeed sent over the divisions. I'm going to have a look at the templates here.
Yeah, they are mountaineers and they seem to be quite beefy.
Quite beefy indeed. It is a 26th Combat With division. It has support companies, pack artillery, 5 of them. So this is going to be able to fight quite well on the front, and they're going to be facing off against the German volunteers that also have arrived quite recently. They are pushing towards Madrid now, but the Germans actually also have volunteers, significantly smaller divisions though.
Yeah, the Mountaineer divisions of the Germans, as you can see here on screen, not as impressive. They are just 14 combat width. They have 1 regular infantry division, which is 20 combat width. But so the Soviets are definitely ahead when it comes to firepower here.
Yeah, on the volunteer side, we definitely see the Soviets ahead at the moment. We see the Germans though pushing out the Soviets around Madrid, because the Soviets only have 1 volunteer that reached that point. So they are getting defeated in detail here, pushing into Berlin. So the Soviets, if they had consolidated their forces a bit better, they might have been able to hold this, and they might still be just due to the sheer power and number of those divisions. But
it's down to the wire. Will Madrid fall? This is quite significant early on.
I mean, if Madrid falls, even though the Germans only have sent 3 quite small volunteer forces against the Soviets' 5 mountaineers, it would be good for Germany, but it is not going to fall, and now the Germans are sitting there out of supply, and we're going to see a longer hold on Madrid.
Yeah, it seems like the Soviets are consolidating all of their volunteers here around Madrid, which is not a bad strategy at all. Because that's where the Germans are, and as long as you face off with the opposing volunteers, then the Spanish Civil War units are nothing to worry about. Have a look here at these divisions. They're just militias.
Yeah, we do have the only real divisions is on the nationalist Spanish side, where you have Franco's Africa Corps, basically, that are coming up from Morocco, or modern-day Morocco, which is this divisions that are actually 20 combat with and have some artillery. The nationalist side have like 5 proper divisions by themselves, as the Republican side does not. So
yeah, there are also some special, as you can see here, some special rules in the Spanish Civil War. These numbers are very low, as you can see. If you're new to the game, these are very low. They should be in the hundreds and not in the single digits. This means that the Spanish Civil War units get a huge debuff to attacking.
Indeed. What we are looking at now is a specific battle. So you can go into the nitty-gritty statistics here, basically, and click on one of these bubbles. Every bubble represents a battle taking place on the battlefield. And that battle, the divisions take part in this, right? So here you have 3 divisions from the nationalist side against 2 divisions of the Republican side. And you can check every little statistic to see who might end up winning that battle. Of course, there are some dice rolls involved. There are some amounts of randomness, but in the end, everything is going to come down to who has prepared the best, who is fielding the best divisions and attacking from different directions and generals. So there's a lot of factors here that can decide a battle either way, but
very many factors. And if you're thinking, oh, gee, Victor, that's very basic. I'm a professional at this game, and I don't need that kind of basic info. Well, we have newer players joining us from Paradox official channels. They might be players who play Stellaris or I don't know, Crusader Kings, and they haven't even looked at Hearts of Iron before. Those players need to feel welcome as well. And if you have any questions, you can just put them in the chat. One question from Alpha C that we got just now is if there are any focuses that rewards the nationalist Spain player if they do well in the game. There are some focuses that you need to do during the war, which I failed when I played Spain. They've just redone the Spanish focus tree here. So I think, let's see.
They do have some focuses like Consolidate the North, for example. We saw last game when the Spanish Civil War dragged out and they were not able to get the Allied forces out of the north of Spain, then they could not consolidate the north, which lost them some factories, right? So it's rather that the nationalists have some focuses that they will not be able to do if they do bad in the war.
Yeah, but there were some, like, I just didn't click them during the war, and then I couldn't get the German leaders for my tanks and everything. I'm not finding them right now. Maybe things have changed.
Yeah, but but as Peter said here, the Spanish Civil War is not something that's going to decide the outcome of the game for either side. Probably it's just the first little feel of what the people are feeling, but it might decide the outcome of the game for Spain. Because if it's a very bad civil war, you get locked out of all the focuses, especially if the nationalist side lose the civil war and you lose some off-map factories to the Soviets, that is really going to stump your ability to push above your weight later, because the civil war, much as in history, is a very devastating affair for Spain, so it can affect them in long term.
Additionally, if the nationalists lose the war, the Soviets get some off-map factories as a reward. And France is in the war now. France is here with some volunteers, and they are trying to make some moves around Zaragoza, trying to cut off the nationalists.
Yeah, it is a dangerous move by the French here. I mean, yes, they're good volunteers, 20 combat with all of them, but this little salient I wouldn't be too confident about, to be honest, especially when the Italians now has come in with their mountaineers as well. And we know Badger is a good microplane.
These are beefy divisions.
Yeah,
these are as good as you can hope for in 1936.
Yeah, Badger has really set up these divisions to be able to punch in the Spanish Civil War, and these French divisions to the west of Zaragoza here needs to watch out a bit. Now we have a Boppus that can introduce himself.
Yes.
Let's get him in.
Let's get his beautiful face on screen.
I didn't even mean to introduce myself.
You told me earlier that you were hungover since 2 days ago.
Yeah.
It must have been either you're very old or you drank very much.
Perhaps both. Very good night, though. Very good night. Yeah. The beers were flowing. Yeah, I'm trying to fix the generator for the factory counts. It's not working right now.
Is that the first part of the Boppus stress simulator for today?
Oh yeah. I'm drinking coffee.
Everything was running smoothly until we started, but then the statistic generator didn't work.
No, just died. So I'm trying to fix it, but Python coding isn't my strongest side. So hopefully, I'm probably just made a little mistake with it. So we need to restart it.
Maybe your robot assistant can help you.
We'll see if that helps.
Okay.
Yeah. But the predictometer works fine, so everything is good with that. And we also have Gideon's analyzer, which is working absolutely perfectly, even though we have not a lot to show from that one. That's the analyzer.
Could you just summarize shortly what the predictometer and what Gideon's analyzer is?
Yeah, let's start with Gideon's analyzer. Gideon made a perfect tool that is able to see how much equipment are produced on both sides. You can also follow manpower in field.
My internet cable fell out.
Oh.
Victor lost his internet cable.
It's good that you're the one
reconnect.
Connected to my computer. So we can follow if they build a lot of tanks, both side, Axis and Allies. We can follow that. How many tanks do they have? If we have huge battles and they lose a lot of tanks, we get a fine little jump in the curve for one of the teams. So it's a really fun thing to play around with. If we're going to my...
It was quite illuminating when you used it last game.
Yeah, for like the Italian Navy build or the English Navy build that took out the entire Italian Air Force. It was really, really fun to see. Also, we have the thing I'm trying to set up now. It's the factory count, so you can follow how much industry both teams have and see who's on top with civilian factories, and the thing that is important in this game, military factories. So you can follow also dockyards and stuff. So I'm trying to fix that. And the last thing is the predictometers. If you see me in screen but not live, you probably see me as a predictometer where I am predicting both the entire game and specific theaters. So if I see the upper hand for the Soviet Union, in the Eastern Front. You will see in the Eastern Front that the Soviet Union is a little bit stronger in the predictometer. If we have Japan steamrolling the Allies in Asia, you will see the Pacific theater and see that Japan is really, really strong in Asia right now. So you can get a glance of the game, you can come in whenever you want and see, it's something like this happening. It's favoring Allies axis and which theater it's actually makes the favor. And I think we have Victor back.
Yes, I am back indeed. Sorry, my charging cable for the headset kind of pulled out the internet cable, but now we're back here. What's your analysis on this, Boppus? I'm sure I missed quite a lot.
You haven't missed any analysis at all.
You were talking about the predictometer. What are your predictions right now? I would guess, since you were a part of setting up the teams, that you think the teams are quite even. And so far we haven't seen anything that could change that, could we? Or wait, maybe we know the game plans.
We know the game plans. I would say the game plans right now slightly favors the Axis. There's a few things I love with the Axis plan. First of all, Badger's going all in full retarded navy Italy. So he's going to build 100 to 150.
and the Allies are trying to invade him early when he's going full navy. That puts the predictometer somewhat to the Axis side.
Yeah, because they will not be able to face off his navy early on or later on, I would say. I think he will dominate the Mediterranean. The British will need US support or minor support to actually be able to crack that navy in the home turf of the Italian waters in Eastern Med, Central Med, and Western Med. So I would say that slightly favors the Axis. Also, the Japanese plan to attack early. I've been saying this all time. You want to attack British Raj as early as possible, and they're going to go at the earliest possible date, which is 1st of January 1941. And the thing that happens then is that before Barbarossa, we have an Axis concentration of forces in North Africa, pushing the Allies and contesting them there. So they don't really have the forces to protect the British Raj in the beginning. So actually going from two sides at once before Barbarossa is a really strong tactic. You only have like a couple of months before the Euro-Axis need to withdraw home and prepare for the Barbarossa, but you have a few months where the Allies will be extremely stressed. So plan-wise,
if you manage to pull off that timing, that's really key, because we've seen so many times an invasion of the Raj get stopped by Allied armor, and the Allied armor in question can be stuck in Egypt if the Euro-Axis and the Asia-Axis manage to sync up.
Yeah.
And also the Raj is one of the points that you need to take as the Japanese in order to be able to invade the Soviet Union. You need to get like Singapore, you need to get the Raj, you need to get Australia, for example. But if you manage to win heavily in the Pacific as Japan, then you can actually make an impact on the Eastern Front. And that can really switch things up, as we have seen before.
Yeah.
And that's a part of the plan of the Japanese players, is to actually take enough victory points so they can attack the Soviet Union from behind. And that puts a lot of stress on the Soviet Union and first of all Mongolia, which is quite soon after an invasion possible to cap.
Yeah.
And if they lose Mongolia, that's a huge chunk of both armor and industry.
Yeah.
So I think I'll leave you now and I'll try to fix the factory count meter.
Yeah, we're counting on you, Boppus.
See you soon.
Thank you, Boppus.
And hello to Mortal Vision, one of our regulars who's here joining us today, and good to see you in the chat. We have a couple of questions here. Afasi is wondering if the players can bribe to spread fake news. Yes, they can. We are very bribable, but the players, of course, are not allowed to watch the stream. So if you're playing in this game right now and you're watching the stream, get out.
We have seen, though, like, not fake news, but at least counterintelligence. For example, the Finnish last game, their heavy artillery divisions, they had a bike icon.
Oh, right. Yeah.
On the heavy artillery. So if you would look at it at a quick glance from the Soviets and don't have the spy agency, they're going to look like bike infantry, but they were really dirty with heavy artillery. So we do see some mind games getting played at sometimes from different players, but usually the majors are going to have enough spy network and be experienced enough to be able to eke out what the other people are indeed doing. We have a question in Cyrillic, which is hard for us to translate, so you'll have to come back to us in English, I'm afraid.
Something about, let's see.
Can you read Cyrillic?
Ruskoye, something with Russia.
Something with Russia. Well, we will see. We will get back to something with Russia later in the game. Speaking of something with Russia, the Soviet volunteers actually have managed to hold Madrid due to them being so beefed up. So, as Mortal Vision is saying, looks like a quick victory in Axis favor, at least in Spain. I would disagree.
Yeah.
It's not a quicker victory than we usually see, but it's not a disaster by any means for the Axis. We have seen worse Spanish civil wars for them, especially last game is an example of such.
And the Soviets managed to hold Madrid from day one, and so far the nationalist side has not been able to take it. They managed to push the Axis back somewhat, almost took Zaragoza. So I would not say it's a quick civil war at all.
We do see, though, the Soviets are quite deep in here around Madrid. When we have Badger's very beefed up Italian mountaineer divisions around Tortosa, Valencia, that part of the front. So you have to be careful here, because the only thing that can really hurt you in the Spanish Civil War for either side is if you get all your volunteers encircled and killed, right?
Yeah.
The Soviets especially, they really want to get the experience on these mountaineers for finish Winter War, Barbarossa. This time also maybe Bessarabia, for example. It might be good to have an experienced force and a trained general.
Definitely. Yeah, so the front is somewhat stagnant in the civil war here. We can see some moves being made. So far it's just I guess, the Allies are trying to push as well. They're not letting the Axis rest. France is pushing. Jonathan playing France, of course. And not much moving.
And not that much going on, indeed. We have a question, why is Boppus not playing? I remember him playing on USSR. It was great.
Yeah, he does play. It's just that him and the Badger are taking turns to be the technician for the studio, and Boppus quite enjoyed it last time. He loves to play with all the statistics. He loves being the expert and the besserwisser, so to speak. So.
I mean, Boppus is like, both Badger and Boppus are indeed experts on different things sometimes, but Boppus, these statistic things are actually very cool.
Yeah. So you will definitely see Boppus again. You will see him not building a single civilian factories. Boppus hates civilian factories.
Oh yeah.
Because in some of his calculations, he concluded that they were useless, basically. Oh, he's on screen.
Yeah, he is on screen.
He wants to rebut what
I
he
think
just said.
last game, Boppus, we had like the Axis built some civilian factories quite early, a bit of a greedy build, and you were against that from the start.
And they lost,
And they lost horribly. But as I said, we had the silver lining in the end of the game. They had more civilian factories than the Allies. They were just lacking in what actually matters in a military strategy game, military factories. So I do not hate civilian factories, but they are way worse than you think they are. You can build some like half a year or 1 year, but if you're gonna go to war, you need military factories. I would say Axis just push out military factories from the get-go, or like half a year with civilian factories, and you're good to go. You need to be strong.
If you're a new player, right, also the military factories, because they're easier to plan around, right? Because if you build civilian factories, then you need to turn that greed into actual success. If you just build military factories, you can just put them to work instantly. So it's easier also strategically to just build military factories.
Yeah.
I feel.
If you play the Axis, what you do is not to build civilian factories, you conquer civilian factories. And that's worth much more if you can quickly conquer your enemies than trying to build your own civilian factories. It's like borrowing stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting take. Yeah, of course, if you build military factories instead, which means you conquer France faster, then you will get more civilian factories working.
Yeah.
You just borrow them, and then you go to Paris and you borrow some art, and then you go to to Czechoslovakia and you borrow some, I don't know, tanks and
The
fortresses. and
Skoda
whatnot.
works.
Skoda works.
Yeah.
Hey, you just borrow.
But if I'm gonna defend me being in the studio 3 times in a row, it was like a project. I thought that we can probably push out more from the studio with a little bit of smarter tools and stuff. So I wanted to really try to see if what I can do if I just put my head to it more concentrated than just jumping in one time, forgetting everything you have to do, and just jump in after half a year. So probably this is the end of my streak. So I'm really, really eager to play. And the USSR with the new focus tree will be really fun.
It's your comfort pick, isn't it? A big meat wall Soviet Union with 0 civilian factories.
Yeah.
We have a question for you in the chat before you leave here. How many days do military factories take to get to max capacity?
Oh, that depends on... Oh, I don't have that in my head, actually. I think it also depends on both base...
Production efficiency.
Yeah. So it depends on production efficiency growth. It depends on which base you have. If you go concentrate, which cap. So there's a lot. I think the cap is not, if I remember the calculations correctly, not a part of it, because it's like a timeline getting to the cap, no matter what the cap is. But getting there depends on production efficiency growth and base, if I remember correctly.
And you can see it here on the screen. I'm showing the production efficiency.
Yeah.
Thingy-majingy.
So it's a time for me to leave.
Thank you,
I
Bob.
think so. It's time for you to leave now. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and for you newer players out there, basically what we are talking about is the production efficiency of equipment. So as you can see here on Peter's screen, on our on our left side here, it's the production of nationalist Spain in this case, and they have at the moment 19 military factories, and then you divide those 19 military factories out to production lines of different military equipment that you need to use at the front. So in this case you have infantry equipment, field telephones, squad weapons, support equipment, artillery, trains and trucks. And these are going to be used by your military in the field. So if you build an infantry division, they need infantry equipment and support equipment. If you also give them a radio company for support and artillery company for the division, then they're also going to need artillery and radios. So you can make beefier divisions by putting more things in, but if you cannot produce those things, it's going to make the divisions less effective, because then they're not going to be at 100% capacity. So this is also a bit of a greed gambling game, right? Because the best divisions have all the support companies, all the artillery, right? But you need to be able to produce that, and then you need the military factories.
While we were yapping away, we lost some significant developments here. Madrid has fallen. Madrid has fallen indeed, and it looks like it was the Italians aided by the Spaniards themselves. And at the same time we had an encirclement here of nationalist troops. It looks like they were saved though, so that's fine.
And no volunteers in that pocket either.
Yeah, as we were saying about production efficiency, it's one of the core mechanics with Hearts of Iron that if you, this is infantry equipment 2 for example, eventually you'll get infantry equipment 3. But since you've been producing infantry equipment 2 for a long time, your efficiency is quite high, so you can keep churning out worse equipment. If you change it up to the newer version, then you lose the efficiency, so you get fewer of them. So that's always a trade-off.
And if you see here, we have Urban Banner talking about the logistics screen, and if you check the logistics screen, Pete, you can see here on the nationalist Spanish side, here you see your equipment deficit and your equipment surplus, basically. So they are now lacking 4,000 guns, more or less, for their divisions. And they are also in a production deficit of 10 guns. So they are every day losing about 12 guns in comparison to what they are producing. So then the deficit will increase. So you always want to keep a look on this logistics screen to make sure that you're able to produce back what you lose and able to match your logistics to what you need in the field. This is a pet peeve for us sometimes, because we see when the players get stressed, for example on the Eastern Front, sometimes you check the Soviets and they have a deficit of like 40,000 guns and they're losing heavily, getting encircled, getting pushed, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Americans might have a surplus of 40,000 guns and they are not even in the war, basically.
Yeah.
They are just chilling on the islands waiting for the Japanese to get debuffed.
Yeah.
So then they need to send those guns to the Soviets. So you really need to coordinate in your faction the logistics. The Second World War is very much a war of logistics because it's not only what you produce, it's that those things need to reach the people holding guns at the front, otherwise they can't be used against the enemy. So we're going to see that a lot more as the game progresses.
Yeah, and that which you just mentioned, checking the deficits of the Soviets and the surplus of the US, that's one of our favorite smart-ass moves. And we look at that and say, hey, if you were just as smart as us, you'd be winning right now. So that's what we like to do. I do know, speaking of which, that the Axis this game, they will try to raid like the north, the Barents Sea here. So they might be able to stop the Lend-Lease coming to the Soviet Union. You would also need to do it in the Pacific, of course, but yeah, that's the job of the Japanese.
But it's also interesting because this is one of the things that's much easier to coordinate on a physical LAN.
Yeah.
Because then you are like, okay, we are having problems, we need this many guns. You shout out into the air and then they hear you from the other room and like, yeah, we fix. But now you're in the Discord, right? And then you have a Comintern Discord and you have a Euro Allies Discord. And you need to coordinate between those and people need to jump channels and you need to write to someone and they need to coordinate with their co-ops.
Yeah.
So it's a hard nut to crack sometimes, the logistics, especially if all the fronts are still alive.
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm gonna get us some more coffee and some water.
Yeah, do it. I will keep up the casting here. Having a look at the Spanish Civil War with you guys. I'm even going to switch over to Petey's share here. The perspective is, as usual, on Petey's computer. I only have my full HD monitor, which is easier to transport. But looking over at the Spanish Civil War here, we do have quite uneventful, no volunteers being killed, nothing too much happening. And then we have Afasi saying here that there are also factors to account for, like possible conversions, tech switch, if you're dispersed versus concentrated. And that is indeed true, because if you have a dispersed industry, that means it won't be as efficient as a concentrated industry. But if you're getting bombed, for example, then you want a dispersed industry because you don't want it in one place, so to speak. And also, if you're switching up a lot, let's say that you are a country that wants to increase tech a lot and produce different things, then you also want a dispersed industry because that is very much easier to switch up and do different things. But if you're producing one thing, then concentrated is better. So indeed, those factors affect things. And then we have Boppus, is it too hardcore to get stats on the top 3 deficiencies for overall both sides, so Axis versus Allies? We will get back to that at some point, but it would be fun with some logistics statistics at some point. We do have the factory statistics here, and I know that the programming is sometimes quite hard to get this working, but on your screen now you can see the military factories here and the differences between those. So we will get more statistics up on screen as the game progresses. No very big surprises yet. We do see military factories favoring the Axis as it does in February of 1937. The game is paused. I am unsure as to why at this point, but having a look at the Spanish Civil War, on the Axis side now we do have our German volunteers, still 3 of them. They are widened a bit, so they have increased the beefiness of these mountaineer divisions, not with more mountaineers though, but rather with infantry battalions, and we still have the infantry division of 20 combat width that is the same as it was in the start. Meanwhile, we also have Bulgarian volunteer divisions, as we saw before. These divisions are regular infantry divisions, no support artillery, and we'll see how they square up. Moving over to the Soviet Union, once again, they still have their 5 divisions that are somewhat beefed up, the scariest ones on the field, I would say, in the Spanish Civil War. And we have the 3 French divisions here on the Northern Front, regular infantry divisions, much like the Bulgarians. So the game is now unpaused, and we'll see how this square up again. The Soviets and the French are on the northern part of the front, and so is the Axis Volunteers. So this is where we will see the fight taking place. Now the nationalist Spanish have completed the focus, consolidate the north. So we're not going to see a repeat of the last game. But this means that they get 1, 2, 3, 4 military factories that they can put to work. And that is quite big for Spain, because the Spanish production line at this point has 23 military factories. So 5 military factories, that is indeed about 20% of the total production that you can use to field more equipment for your army.
Yeah, the fronts have moved a bit since I left, I can see. And yeah, it's looking like the nationalist victory is secure. The only question is, how long will it take?
And will they be able to get any divisions encircled out of this? We have Silenial 97. Your channel has been a huge help to upgrade my gameplay. Thanks. And thank you so much for watching our channel. And if any of you guys out there want to also upgrade your gameplay, I think you should check out our YouTube channel, the beautiful guides from Boppus and Badger. And also please subscribe, like, and also become a Patreon if you want to support our channel.
Yeah, and if you want more of this type of content, our channel also has a bunch of older grand games. Also the live events, the Bergårdhofs, where we sit in 2 different houses, and yeah.
Yeah, I can recommend the live events. If you're going to watch something, if you just arrived here, watch the Bergårdhof. We have like drone footage, we have live in studio interviews. We even have some snap songs at the end. They did a good recap of everything from the official Paradox channel. And we also
have a look at that new propaganda poster there.
Super nice. Support the Circle of Nerdery.
Yeah.
And also one person, or one company rather, that we would like to thank so much for your support is, of course, Paradox Entertainment. Their community program, which made us as a sponsored event on Bergårdhof, gave us the live stream on Steam, for example.
Yeah.
Really made us reach out to all you guys. Was a great help for the channel. So thank you so much for supporting your community, Paradox. You do have a very good circle of nerdery that loves your games.
Yeah, and a special shout out to Fraser with Paradox, who is, I think, the community manager of Heartspire, and also our contact there. He's been a great support and a great fan of Hygge Gaming.
Yeah. Love you guys. Swedish development company as well, so
even better.
Them. Indeed. Looking over at the Spanish Civil War, still not too much happening. We do see Italians, or these Marines actually, that
they are a mix. They have Mount. Oh, yeah. Did they change the template? Yeah,
I think they changed the template. Now we have this volunteer division is probably the beefiest we've seen in a Spanish Civil War.
Yeah.
In a very, very long time. The Badger is not pulling any punches here. These 3 volunteer divisions are going to be unmatched on the fields of Spain. We have 8 support companies, full artillery and marines, a combat width of 30.
And it's a smart move, because he did not have the equipment to be able to do these divisions from the start. But since the war has been dragging out for a bit, we're coming up on 1 year. He's been able to update them now, which means, of course, that he can get them experienced beyond the training level during the Spanish Civil War, which will be a huge boost.
And basically what we mean there for any newer players is that once you produce a new division, they are going to be untrained. So they need to drill in order to reach peak combat efficiency, because basically they are mobilized and you give them guns. And then they need to train before they meet the enemy, otherwise they're going to be in trouble, right?
Yeah, as you can see here, these are experience level 6, and this gives a 22% modifier to combat, which is quite significant.
And that's as far as you can train them on the training ground, so to speak. In order to increase the experience even further, they need to actually fight on the field. Yeah. So countries that are not at war are going to have divisions that are not as trained, basically. You see this. The Japanese is a very good example. After the Sino-Japanese War, the Japanese are going to have an army that is very experienced, pretty much veterans, all of them. So when they meet the American army on the fields, the Americans might have trained on the training range for a long time, but once they face off, the Japanese are going to be much more battle hardened and have better generals. So they will need to make up that gap later in the game. So that is a big part of the Spanish Civil War, and I like to see what Badger is doing here. You're really utilizing the Spanish Civil War to the best of his ability to train up Giovanni Messi here, who will soon be an organizer, already a level 4 general. Scary for the Allies indeed.
Yeah. And Francis has joined the war. So Francis, playing Bulgaria, is here as well now. What kind of divisions is he sending? Yeah, nothing to write home about. Just some basic infantry divisions. It will give him some experience though, which is very important.
We have Afasi here. Do the countries that send volunteers switch the template of the troops they've sent to become tanks with the empty equipment trick to keep experience? In generally not, I would say. Like tanks, that's a big transition. You do see some countries switching up the volunteer forces to become like mountaineers and so on, but
yeah, the more you switch them up, the more experience you lose. I'm not sure about the empty equipment trick. I don't think I've heard about this.
We do see Dawn coming in here with, or Boppus rather, wanting to join us with some analysis. So.
Oh, maybe he's just showing it. I don't know if he wants.
He wrote here.
Okay.
So let's get Boppus in, and he is sure to tell us some interesting stuff.
Oh, Boppus, share your wisdom with us.
There I am. I think people can hear me now.
You got the stats working.
I got the stats working, and this is one of the new stats that we have we're able to show now. So this is a comparison from a year ago. What are people building? So you can see like Germany, we have that dark side, which is where they were 1 year ago, and how many military factories they have added. And this is something I really like. You can see the development of the game, and we see here that Germany.
Sorry, Robert, could you maybe make that small window a bit bigger?
Like this one?
Exactly. No, I mean the entire.
Yeah, the preview window.
We can see the entire OBS window, but we can't see the small. Exactly.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Now we
there
can
you
actually
go.
see what it says.
So I'll explain once more. So you see the darker color, that's what they had a year ago. So Germany had 100 factories, January 1936, and they have added 24 military factories until January of 1937. So here we can see how they are moving in factory counts over the years in an easier manner than just saying we have this much right now. So you see that Germany is adding military factories, the Soviet Union is not. Italy a little bit, France are building military factories, and Japan is building military factories. They can also come from focuses, of course. So we can also check civilian factories. Are people building civilian factories? And the same thing here, I think. Like
this is your Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Why is Japan getting 38 civilian factories? Of course, there's some from focuses, but I saw they were building civilian factories. So, and they're going to go to war soon in China. But here you can see the progression from a year ago, and we will be able to generate this all game long.
Thank you so much.
And we have some comments here in the chat too. They really love it.
Yeah, and we have Afasi. Do you have any inputs on that, Boppus? Like if you disable all the equipment on a template and copy the same template and then change the division, can you keep your experience then from the Spanish Civil War, for example?
I know you could before. I'm not really sure if it's possible anymore. I haven't tried it in a long while. We have banned it in our community because it's too cheesy. I'm not sure it's in the rules. We have an anti-cheese rule, and this is a perfect example of cheese.
That would fall under the cheese.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would fall under the cheese rule. Yeah, good. Then we know. Thank you, Afasi, and thank you, Boppus.
Looks like we finally have a bigger breakthrough here in the Spanish Civil War. The Germans have broken through the lines, and they are just running. As you can see, one division is heading east towards Barcelona, the other is heading south towards Tortosa. But the Republicans are there to plug the gaps, so maybe the breakthrough will not be as big as we thought it would be.
Yeah, there has really been no danger for any of the volunteer forces thus far. I mean, the Axis would like to be done at this point, so I would say that obviously the length of the Spanish Civil War does favor the Allies, but on the other hand, we do see a world tension of 3%, which is very low at this point. So the world tension starve has really worked to the advantage of the Axis here. So
and I don't think Badger is complaining. He's almost got all these 3 super marines at level 7 and progressing. So
and I mean, this is going to be scary for the Allies in the long run if Badger gets this very beefy marines, very well trained, and then also goes for the Navy game. It's going to be hard to hold the Mediterranean islands. So it will be interesting to see. Also, like the Allied plan of trying to invade Italian islands early, I am going to call that plan dead in the water from the beginning by the looks of things now. We'll have a look at the navies later, but I do think they will have a hard time to catch Badger off guard there.
Yeah, Boppus, we have some feedback here. Our viewers are getting spoiled. Mortal Vision is saying it might be good to know what number comes from construction and what comes from focuses. He's already got a new super innovative statistical tool, and he already is looking for improvements. So yeah,
perhaps that's we should make the statistics tool into a separate program and sell it to Hearts of Iron communities. I think we could make a lot of money.
Probably.
Well.
It looks like the Axis are getting a bit impatient here. Badger just made a small salient here, and as you can see, there's not much more defense in depth left over for the Republicans. And yeah, the Soviets are actually a bit. And the French.
The Soviets and the French are in a bit of trouble here, actually. It's quite a way to go to the port of Valencia. If Badger sees this, he might click it, but now the Soviets are there, though, and it's going to be hard to push them out, so I think they will be able to stay alive here. We have the chosen one. How likely is it for nationalists to naval invade the Republicans to win the Civil War quicker? And, well, it's not likely in the sense that it doesn't... it's not like something you do a lot, but last game they did it. Or they tried it rather because they wanted to catch, because the Civil War was going very bad for the Axis, right? And that meant that the Allied volunteers were quite far into the front, and they planned a naval invasion of Barcelona and Valencia. If that had succeeded, we would have seen quite a lot of dead Allied volunteers. It did not, however. But
they didn't commit to it. I mean, there was barely any defense in the port, but they only sent one Civil War division, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, as the bird's eye view, we see a lot of missed opportunities when we spectate the game from this omnipotent perspective. But usually a lot of fails comes down to a lack of commitment. If you believe in your plan and commit to it, it's more likely to succeed. Of course, if it fails, then it would be to a bigger detriment. So,
Boppus is answering here in the chat that it might be possible actually to do what Mortal Vision is requesting there. So yeah, that's the kind of service that you can expect from the Hygge community.
Yeah, indeed.
And if you want to see more of this, you can check out our channels. It's Hygge on YouTube and Hygge Gaming on Twitch. I mean, Hygge Gaming on YouTube and Hygge Gaming on Twitch. And if you want to support us more tangibly, we do have a Patreon page where you can also become a free Patreon. And if you do become a free Patreon, there is a special raffle this afternoon where you will be able to win the latest DLC from Paradox. So definitely go to patreon.com/Hygge Gaming and you can be in that raffle. And yeah, as a free Patreon, it's free, as the name implies.
Badger's Marines are doing some work here. They are trying to encircle some Soviet divisions. I think they managed to get out here, but definitely he is looking for more here. Yeah, no Allied volunteer divisions in that pocket. And I think we're going to see a civil war that ends up with basically no one dying. Well, except Spanish militia divisions, of course, which have been dying to a quite large degree, actually.
Oh, I thought I was on the Soviet point of view, but I wasn't. Let's see. Yeah, so the Soviets, they do have some of their troops at level 7 now, which is nice. They'll probably have a good use for them in Bessarabia, which will become a hot war, and in the Finnish Winter War later on.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see, indeed. We have Alpha C here. If the stats are so low in the Civil War, did anyone ever try paratroopers?
That's a good question.
I think you could do a lot with paratroopers in the Spanish Civil War, actually.
But you would need to build them.
You would need to build them, right? And you need to send them. You need to have green air as well, but the air favors the Axis, definitely.
Do you need? I mean, could you? You can't send volunteers, paratroopers as volunteers, can you? And
maybe not.
I don't know.
I don't know actually how that works. We have a chosen one. Wait, France looks different. Are you all using mods? And yes, indeed we are. We are using the their finest bra mod, which is a multiplayer mod that most of the multiplayer communities are using for Hearts of Iron. So it's not a vanilla game. It is some differences. For example, we have a 2-tile Gibraltar. France, indeed, as you said, looks a bit different. And we also have the Hygge Gaming mod, which tailors it slightly to our needs. For example, we have playable Greece. We have some other things that are a wee bit different.
Also, as a perk of one of our Patreon tiers, you get to rename a general. And a smart Patreon renamed the General Franco, which later becomes the head of state. So we have Senor Oscarisco Franco. So Oscar, our Patreon, he made Franco into he named Franco after himself, basically. That's the kind of things you can do if you become a Patreon.
Yeah, indeed. If you become a Patreon.
Yeah, we had a question if Spain is an AI, but no, Spain is played by CEST, which you just saw the play picture of there.
Also, you can get your own guide, right? If you become a Patreon at quite a higher level, then you can request a guide to be made by our experts.
Yeah, and we have so many guides for you. If you are new to the game or if you are a veteran in the game, there are guides for everyone. Hundreds of guides by now, I would say.
Yeah, and I have still been talking a lot about me doing like cooking videos, cooking a dish from one of the nations that's involved.
How to make your own Panzerchokolade.
I was thinking like Apfelstrudel for Germany, and I don't know, for Finland, morotslåda.
Carrot box?
Yeah, carrot box, they eat it for Christmas. The Finnish cuisine is still like they were in the war.
Yeah, the Finns are not known for their cuisine.
They do have some good, like the salmon soup is very nice. But
really?
And I have one. I tried it in Helsinki.
But like memma?
Memma, not.
It looks like chocolate, but if you're expecting chocolate, you will get sorely disappointed. It's more like rye and syrup. I
do like jallovina though. It's a mix it's a mix of vodka and cognac, basically.
Yeah.
Let's
small encirclement here of Republican troops, and the nationalists are dismantling the Republicans.
Yeah, I think that the volunteers are actually going home at this point. The last port, or they do have both the port in Almeria and the port in Murcia and Alicante, so they can hang on for a while if they wanted to. But I think the Soviets are getting the experience they want.
Yeah, and on screen you can see Boppa's predictometer, so you can see what he's predicting in the match in general and in the different theaters.
The chosen one is wondering what nations are being played by players. We actually have a map mode for that. That one, I think. There.
No, that's units counters.
That's unit counters.
Hang on.
Players.
There we go.
So here you can see the world as it is being played by players. We are going to introduce more players, of course, as the game progresses. But as you see, most of the nations that are involved in the war to a large degree are being played by players. The countries where we usually have players, or sometimes have players that are not being played by players this game, is Brazil, that usually has a player. Mexico, which we've had in some of our grand games. But on the other hand, we do have a player on, for example, Poland, which we have been lacking in the more recent games.
Poland will, however, move over to the Soviets because one of the Soviet players has to leave before Barbarossa together with Victor to do some political real-life stuff.
Indeed. So we will see how that affects the game. But Poland is one of the countries that can be interesting. Well, obviously not after they move then, but Poland will obviously get capitulated very quickly, but they will get a government in exile. So much like the Spanish Inquisition, they can appear where you least expect them, right? You might see Polish Marines in Brazil or whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
They're not tied to any place. And also, if you have a government in exile with off-map factories, that means you cannot bomb those factories.
Yeah. And some of those blank spots on the map that you just saw, they will be, those factories won't go to waste. So the US, for example, will be able to annex both Mexico and Brazil, and Australia will be able to annex New Zealand. So those factories will still be in the hands of the Allies, even though we don't have players on them right now. I think this is getting close to prolonging the war.
Yeah, this is. I mean, the war has gone on for so long now, so it's actually starting to close in on the time when we would get like the Sino-Japanese war, for example. So
and
it is a long
according to
war.
our rules, you're not allowed to unnecessarily prolonging the war, because you can basically farm experience that way. And I think they are, getting close to it.
Mortal Vision here is saying that it should be about time for the Japanese to trigger the Marco Polo incident. And
yeah, let's have a look.
yes, looking over at their focus tree, they are not doing it at this very moment, but just like you're saying, it's probably not far off at all.
Yeah, let's see, where do we have it? They keep moving around all the focuses.
Yeah, indeed they are.
It's somewhere. You can see why me and Victor are in the studio and not playing Japan.
Yeah,
okay, never mind. Yeah, he's not doing he's not doing it just yet, and we're not seeing any big, no big battle plans either. Yeah, he's got one attack order from Manchuria, but that's about it. Could actually leave Spain and start presenting other players, because I doubt that they will be able to catch any allied volunteers.
Yeah, there's not going to be any big developments there. So perhaps we should move over to Japan, actually.
Yeah, let's have a look. So on Japan today we have Yuri and Jonathan. And Yuri, he's a Dutch player. He's been with the community for a little over a year now, I think maybe 2 years. He's a very strong player. I don't think we've had him on Japan before. Maybe we have. I would have to check the stats. Now we can see him doing some naval invasion plans here. This is quite a standard play, or actually it's a bit more aggressive than the standard play. The standard play would be to go for Qingdao around here and then meet up with the main advance from the north. But he's going for Shanghai and the area around
the
there.
naval invasions of Shanghai is quite a bold plan.
Yeah.
Usually, as Japan, you want to like bounce. You want to bounce some naval invasion. So you naval invade, you go back. You naval invade, you go back. So you train your general to get a trait called Invader, which means that you can naval invade faster with that general, which is sorely needed later in the island hopping campaign. We see some statistics appearing here on screen. I don't know if Boppus has anything to say about that. There he is.
He probably does.
I'm getting more and more statistics to work right now. I'm just looking at produced armor right now. Axis, Geopax. I'm not a great East Asian conspiracy sphere stuff. Japan and allies. So Japan is not building any armor at all, which is kind of common. Armor doesn't work well without supply in China. The allies are producing a little bit of armor actually. I know they want to have a lot of armor early at El Alamein, but they are totally outproduced right now by the Axis. And you see they're aggressively getting more and more produced armor right now. So I think this will be really interesting in the beginning. And I don't really see, because we were looking at dockyards earlier on, I'm not really seeing that they will be able to hold Eastern Med or Central Med, the allies that will be. So I think El Alamein gonna be very interesting, but I don't see any kind of bigger naval invasion plans for Egypt. I think they will just ignore it for the Axis part, but yeah, there will be a lot of Axis armor early on, so we will see a steamroll probably in Europe.
Yeah. Yeah, I just had a look at the production there, and I could only see Canada were producing with like 2 factories, and let's see, South Africa, which is usually a tank miner, not producing any tanks at all at the moment. So
No.
yeah, that's a bit worrisome.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to build the Allied tanks.
The US will do, but that's later on.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet.
So will they even have any tank divisions for El Alamein? That remains to be seen. We'll have to see. So that concludes the Spanish Civil War. It was a bit long, don't you think, Popus? Before you go, I think it was.
This
I
was,
don't know.
yeah, really good play from the Allies. The Axis are actually winning a little bit from it because they have more experience from the beginning.
That's what I'm saying. Isn't it almost a rule break? It felt like they were prolonging it a bit.
I didn't check it because I was full on the statistic nerding behind the scenes. Yeah. But yeah, this is longer than usual. At least I think both the Soviet Union and France have gained some experience from it too. But it favors Axis early war to gain this much experience.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. We'll hear from you again in a bit.
Yeah, and we have a question in the chat. Is Francoist Spain led by Primo de Rivera? And no, it's not. It's led by Franco. But they do switch leaders. They have like Rivera, they have the junta. So as the civil war progresses, they change leaders. I'm not a history expert on the Spanish Civil War, but it does follow the historical route quite well.
And it remains to be seen then if Seth, who plays nationalist Spain, if he will join the war or if he will go the volunteer route. I would be betting on the volunteer route since that's safer. You get to send a few elite divisions and you don't have to think about defending all of your big coasts. But yeah, we'll have to see about that later on. Since that concludes the Spanish Civil War, the next piece of action will be in Asia, probably with the China War. And we were just presenting Yuri. He's joined by Jonathan, another Jonathan, also a newer-ish player in our community. We'll get to see later what he's made of. And playing Manchu, though, which is their little buddy, we have Yugis. Yugis is one of our Latvian, Lithuanian, whatever, Baltic players.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because Yugis is an experienced player that has been with us for quite some time, especially on the physical lance. And as a more experienced Manchu with a less experienced Japan, probably big Manchu, right?
Yeah, I mean, Yuri is still an experienced player, but they will be going for big Manchu. And he is going for mountaineers with super heavy artillery, railway guns, everything in order to be able to break the British Raj. Because as we heard earlier, they will go for as early as possible invasion of British Raj. According to our rules, you have to take Singapore before you're allowed to naval invade British Raj. But in the last games that we've had, we haven't had any fights for Singapore. The Allies have basically ceded Singapore in every game.
Yeah, it's an interesting play because usually they have been able to concede Singapore because they won in the end, right, on the Eastern Front and in Europe. But if you actually concede Singapore and the Japanese manage to invade Raj, manage to capitulate Australia, then the Soviets are going to have a very rough time.
Yeah. And there is a critical time period because the British Raj is quite weak early on. Later on, I mean, they have vast manpower reserves. Just look at this, 8 million manpower. And as their industry grows, they become a real major later on in the game. But early on, they are weak. And if the Allies are busy in North Africa, meaning if the Euro Axis manage to sink their attack on North Africa with the Asia Axis attack on the Raj, then that could mean the end for the British Raj. And playing British Raj, we have Jay. And Jay is also one of our newer players in the community. He's getting one Veterans stars in just a bit. You'll see his player cards in a bit, I think. But we have a factory statistic map up at the moment. But yeah, Jay is about to earn his first Veterancy Star. He's one of those players who's played a lot with other communities though, so he's not a newbie by any means. And I think he will give the Axis a run for their money. But even an expert Raj player can get overwhelmed. They would need naval support from other allies to stop the naval invasions that are probably coming. And yeah, even if they just have to defend the mountain ranges here, they could get overwhelmed by sheer numbers.
And the thing is, like, the Indians, they are the British Raj rather is quite weak at the beginning, like Peter said, mostly due to the modifier agrarian society, which increases both the conscription laws cost and reduces your mobilization speed quite heavily. It's down this one here. Because once you get rid of this, it unlocks certain focuses in your tree, and it also gets rid of these quite cumbersome debuffs for you. And then you can really put that manpower to use. And speaking of putting manpower to use, we do have the Marco Polo Bridge incident kicking off, thus starting the Sino-Japanese war in the east. So now we will see how the Japanese fare here. Will it be a fast war? Will it be a slow war? It might spell a lot for things to come.
Yeah, and this, of course, is one of those parts of the game where you can really practice beforehand, because the AI is controlling China, and the allies are not allowed to send any volunteers. So you can really practice this and make it perfect. And straight away, we can see the 3 naval invasions here around Shanghai are landing. Eventually, I think even the one on Shanghai will land, especially when they get the help from inland here, from the other landings. And so Yuri and Jonathan are consolidating that push right there. In the north, things are quite stationary at the moment, but yeah, and I think that's why we usually see a naval invasion further north, because I mean, the Chinese have a lot of men, so it's easy to get bogged down in China.
Yeah, it really is. We have a question here from the chosen one. The Sino-Japanese war would be more interesting if a player was playing China. And yes, it would be more interesting if a player was playing China, but if that player managed to win, then the rest of the game would not be particularly interesting.
Yeah.
That's why you usually have their finest bra mod has the AI-controlled China.
Yeah, we did play some of our early games with the community. We did have a player on China, but as Victor was saying, in those cases where China had a really good game, it basically killed the game in the East, because yeah, if Japan doesn't take China, they definitely won't take British Raj or the Dutch East Indies or Australia. So, and
also you get the domino effect, right? Because if Japan loses to China, then the United States can just ignore the Pacific and just go with all their troops to make a D-Day as soon as Barbarossa happens, and then you're going to have a very short game. As we see here, we have the Japanese troops closing in on Nanjing. And here is another interesting quirk for any of you newer players out there. We have a supply map mode, if you can turn that on there, PT. You see here that supply, if you go over to the Chinese point of view, the supply emanates from your capital, which is Nanjing. So if the Japanese take Nanjing, that means that the supply will have to go from the next capital in line. And that can really screw up the front lines, because the northern line of the Chinese forces are now getting supplied from Nanjing. Good railway connection, not much happening in between, no mountains, they just run it up to the front, right? But if the Japanese capture Nanjing, then the supplies would have to emanate from another place, which might mean that the troops, the concentration of troops, suddenly lack a lot in supply. They will move slower, they will perform worse, and they stand at risk of getting encircled. So this is what the Japanese are trying for with this naval invasion.
Even better would be not to take it, but to encircle it, because then the supplies keep emanating from Nanjing, but they have nowhere to go. We'll see. It looks like they are actually going to take Nanjing, so the capital will move, and as Victor will say, this will change the supply situation. Let's keep looking at the supply map mode to see what actually happens here when the Japanese march into Nanjing. And there we go. Yeah. Where is the new capital? It's over here in Chongqing.
Yeah, so Chongqing is now the capital of China. And
the colors are darkening a bit here.
And if I were a player China, which we don't have, then I would probably have built a railroad from Chongqing, because if you zoom in here again, you see that the railroad from Chongqing is going west, right? So you would like to tie that up with the front. So it's harder to get the supply when you don't have the rail connections. They still don't have that much supply problems yet, but they do have a lot.
There's not a railway at all, is there?
No.
The railways are. Yeah.
So you have some supply hubs closer to the front, but if you were a player China, infrastructure would probably be your play.
We can see them, the Japanese, that is, they are moving out from the north right now. Hygge is playing Manchuria. They don't have many troops in the beginning, so he's basically in the back seat as of now. But since he's going for the big Manchu means that once they take China, he will get the core provinces on all of China, basically. This will make him into a real powerhouse, and he's not as much of a baby brother later on.
Indeed. I mean, that could become like pretty much a major nation, especially if the Japanese are having trouble in the Pacific. Big Manchu on paper is probably the most effective route to go.
Yeah.
If you look at what you get out of the course, how well it translates to different focuses and so on, the meta play is probably Big Manchu.
Yeah.
Sometimes, for various reasons, you end up not doing it in some games, but in general, the Big Manchu does utilize the Chinese mainland better.
Yeah, there are some different opinions, which is the meta if you're going for small Manchu or big Manchu. I think small Manchu means more resources to Japan, so Japan is slightly stronger, but you don't get that powerhouse.
And it's also a matter of supply. Like we said before, supply emanates from the capital, right? And Manchu's capital is in Xinqing, so it's on the mainland, right? So if you're going to invade Raj but have a pesky American fleet doing work on the sea, then Japan is in trouble, because Japan's capital, as you all know, is Tokyo, which is on the island.
Yeah.
So if you cannot reach the mainland of China and Raj and your front lines with ships due to American and Australian or whatever navies intercepting you, you can be in trouble. But the Manchu doesn't have that problem, as the capital is indeed on the mainland.
Yeah, and if Manchu is the baby brother, then Siam is the runt of the litter. He's basically the pet, the dog of Japan.
Indeed.
And playing Siam, we have T O'Clock. T O'Clock has been with the community for a long time. He's also casted a few games in the studio. At our last physical event, Bergårdhof, he was our man on the ground in the Axis house.
Very good at doing side content also. He has a... Yeah, he's very fun to have in the cast. We really like that guy. And he has been with us for quite some time, as you can see on his Veterans Stars. He has quite a lot of awards. So he has... he can play a good Siam, I think, and especially combined with the push towards Raj, the ambition of the Japanese and the Manchu player to go hard towards the Raj early, Siam can play a pivotal role in order to do that last little hand on the scale that pushes the front.
Yeah, and as you can see here, he is going for Mountaineer divisions, and he has the ambition to get 3 of these out, it looks like. Quite beefy Mountaineer divisions, which are great if you're going to fight in the mountains over here in Burma. But Siam being what it is, a good Siam is not much different from a bad Siam, because they're a very tiny country. And so his ambition is mostly to be responsible for the infrastructure, so that Manchu and Japan can attack.
And what you see here above me now, that is the war screen. And another statistical thing you can look at. So this is the war in general that's going on, the Japanese-Chinese war, or Sino-Japanese war as it's called. And you can see here the factories, the divisions, and the losses. And looking at things now, the Empire of Japan has lost 18.7 troops. Meanwhile, the Republic of China has lost 205,000 troops. So the losses heavily favor the Japanese, as it does. This is to be expected, of course. But for you newer players out there, this is the war screen. So this is where we look at the entirety of the war, so to speak.
Yeah, so the losses now are about... the ratio is about 1 to 10, which is not actually that great. We sometimes see 1 to 20, but still early days. Japan hasn't made any huge encirclements yet, so I think that ratio will get even better from Japan's point of view.
We have complaints from Boppus.
Oh.
Oh, yes, you have. Could you just check the production queue for Manchu, please?
Yes. Oh, you mean the construction?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. What is he doing?
In mid 38, we have civilian factories, and you can check how much troops he has in field right now.
Yeah. So he's got 123k.
Yeah. So the problem here, they're thinking they're gonna go late game. This is really late game because they're already in a war which they're not winning as quickly as they should. And what they're losing right now is one micro player because he has an army that is too small to actually make something of their own. They can hold a line, but they can't micro. So this is something where you lose a lot. You lose one player able to micro, have control over units and actually surrounding and killing stuff. And you're building civilian factories while you're in a war instead of conquering them. So I'm not really happy about that. What I like is that they're building up resources. So you see the electricity grid stuff. I made a guide about that. It's really, really powerful. But it's probably resources they don't.
Could you do a summary of that guide for us real quick in about 30 seconds?
You get per infrastructure 7.5% more resources per infrastructure. So a total of, I don't remember, 25 or 50%. I can't count in my head right now. But you get a lot more resources out of your province if you have a lot of infrastructure. So a lot more resources. But do they need resources in 38? Probably not. So they're making an investment they don't get return on right now. The return on the investment right now would be microing troops that are able to surround and kill the Chinese. So if you look at
this, they're still making toasters. They're still on civilian economy.
They're still, yeah. I think I need to leave now and stressed out, but I'll see you guys later.
Before you lose your mind. Yeah, this is a mistake from Yogis. No ifs and buts about it. As soon as you're at war, you can upgrade your economy to go towards mobilization here.
Yeah, he has the political power at this point. There is no reason to have a civilian economy at this point in the game. If you have the ability to upgrade it, you almost always should.
I guess if he wants to just build civilian factories, then he can stay on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the civilian economy obviously makes it easier to build civilian factories, but
you don't lose.
If you look over at the logistics also, I would like to see this because he does have a surplus of most of the equipment also. So he could potentially field more troops, for example.
Not a lot, but a bit, I guess.
Yeah, but that's also because he's not doing much. He's mostly holding the line with his troops at the moment. If you look at the recruitment queue, he's not training any divisions at this point. So a bit of a passive start from Manchu here. Meanwhile, the Japanese are quite aggressive at the front, but they need to link up these two bubbles and they need to start encircling Chinese. The war is not going as fast as it should at this point.
Yeah, and so you can see them here. You can see the ambition is to link up these two fronts here. And as I was saying before, usually you see the Japanese land in Qingdao, in which case they would have linked up already. So this is a bit more ambitious, but they seem to have.
They do have, because they do have supply problems around.
They forgot to close this pocket, and they're pinging furiously. Hey guys, close this pocket right here.
We do have the Chinese still on this little peninsula here. They are pinging incessantly. They are going to kick them out at some point, but this only further delays the Japanese players. Of course, they will kill off these Chinese troops, and as China works, they mobilize different waves of infantry, basically. So you have 3 waves of mobilization in China. So once you reach a certain surrender threshold and certain losses, then a wave gets mobilized and the front line of the Chinese gets filled up with troops, basically. And the first wave has been mobilized already. And once they lose enough troops, lose enough victory points, then they're going to mobilize the second wave, and then they're going to mobilize the third wave. As the Japanese player, you want to time these waves so you know when they are happening. So you have almost an encirclement. You force the Chinese to mobilize the second wave, close the pocket, kill them, right?
Yeah.
But otherwise, it can catch you off guard sometimes. We have seen Japanese players going far inland, taking a victory point. Suddenly, boom, second wave mobilized, full of frontline Chinese troops. You get encircled and die, and that's not good. So we'll see.
Yeah, they even though they're slow, they are taking it quite safe. So they're not doing any snaking, which is when you try to push the front out just with a very narrow width. So he's not doing that, Yuri. You can see Hygge is trying to make some moves with the few divisions he has. He really wants to close this huge pocket here, but he's doing it with very, very little. I doubt that he will be able to get very far. I mean, even if he spaces it out, so he just has one division per tile, as you can see here. He's even got some empty, no empty tiles, but yeah, they're very, very sparsely populated here, and he can't go much further.
Yeah, it's a bit like Boppe said here. If he had like 5 more divisions in the field, maybe from growing more military factories, from training up more troops, from using that infantry equipment surplus, those 5 divisions might be what tips the scales between closing the big pocket and not closing the big pocket.
Yeah.
And it's worth quite a few civilian factories in sunk cost if you close that pocket.
I'm not seeing any Marines from the Japanese. These are not Marines.
Yeah, looking over at the army from the Japanese point of view, if you press the army summary up on the right there.
Right.
We do have 90 infantry divisions, but no special forces, no tanks. So it's 90 big infantry divisions.
This is a bit curious that they don't have any marine templates at all.
They are also out of fuel at this point. Stockpile is completely empty. Yeah, not a good war for Japan thus far. They need to fix their fuel situation. They need to get those Marines ready. Otherwise, they are going to have trouble when they face off against the United States, which we have not presented yet.
What we're looking at right now is the air map mode, which should be nothing but green from the Japanese point of view. And as you can see, it's yellow over Nanjing here. And yeah, it's a bit on and off there due to the lack of fuel. So this is another mistake from the Asia Axis. Yeah, this is worrying for the Axis at large. And Hygge in the Axis chat, he was very much like, we will kill the Raj easy, but not if you're playing like this, Hygge.
Yeah, they need to step it up a notch if they're going to be able, because they have so ambitious plans, right? They're going to kill the Raj, they're going to naval invade Australia, they're going to be like this big tiger in the game, striking the Soviets from behind. No Marines out yet.
Look at this. Look at this. Japan is also on partial mob.
Partial mobilization.
They need to go war economy as well.
Yeah, this is not looking that good for the Japanese war effort thus far, I would say. It remains to be seen, of course. We have seen games where the China war is not going in favor of the Japanese, where they have been able to strike back later with some tactical moves. But by the looks of things now, I would say that my predictometer for the Sino-Japanese war is not necessarily in favor of the Japanese.
Yeah, let's have a look at your predictometer again, Boppus. So what is Boppus predicting?
He is going and getting a drink, he says. So let's.
Oh, he's getting a drink.
We could introduce the United States player, actually.
Yes, we should. We're a bit behind on the player introductions here. So yeah, playing as the United States, we have Ian. Ian from Canada. So it's probably nice and early for him. He usually plays at uncomfortable times, which shows his dedication to the Hygge community. He's a very strong player though, and he is joined by Kalle from Norway. Kalle, also a very strong player, especially on the micro. I do, however, think that they are going more towards the Lend-Lease build, so they will produce a lot, but they will send most of it to their allies. Let's see, yeah, just building up their stockpile for now. Nothing being trained, but this is usual for the United States. They won't see any fighting until 41.
And looking over also for your newer players here, if you press the flag and mouse over the focus there, here you can see what world tension does, for example. So if the world tension is below 20, then you need a high level of support in Congress in order to add these naval dockyards and do these war focuses. But since the world tension is now above 30%, you only need low congressional support. So the United States is a prime example of a democracy. So the people of the United States are not very interested in a war effort to die in Europe if the tension is low. But if they see the threat from the Axis, if tension is high, if there is wars going on, then the United States Congress will be much more inclined to support a president making efforts towards war. I did see Boppus popping into the screen here, so maybe we can get his.
There's a question for Boppus as he's coming on to screen. Is there any story about how Boppus and Badger got their names? It sounds like a children's story. How did the Badger get its name?
Oh, I think I was like 14, 13. It's a band name, so a nickname from a band I had a long time ago.
What band?
Band.
Your band?
Yeah, band.
What did you play in the band?
Guitar and sang, actually.
So you were the front man.
I was one of the frontmen in the porn punk band Position 69. What that is, kind of genre, I don't really know. But we were 13, 14, so that's what we did.
And when it comes to Badger, he's one of my oldest friends. I think, I'm not sure, but I think it has something to do with the Badger mushroom meme, or the honey badger, you know, the tenacious honey badger. Anyways.
Yeah, that's it. I mostly popped in to share the first beer with you guys. I'm not sure you're drinking yet, but
we're still drinking water actually, and I will be. I have to drive out of here. That's
I haven't really decided if I'm drinking beer today because I've been drinking beer all week, every day. So I might actually.
I think we're losing a little bit of sound from you, Peter. Have you lost your mic again?
No, I think it's. Guys in the chat, how is my sound sounding? Am I dropping out a bit?
It worked well when you put it closer to your mouth again, so
okay.
I think it's working now.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll see if we'll open a beer. But anyways, blasphemy to do a cheers with water. But very nice to have you with us, Boppus. Very nice to have you with me, Victor, and you guys in the chat. You guys watching us from home. Cheers.
Cheers.
And as always, we're only drinking alcohol-free beers anyway, if some kind of YouTube algorithm or guideline says so.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely no alcohol on stream here.
Yeah,
No,
definitely.
Don't work like that.
Our live events, though, where we have the beer on tap, that's epic.
Yeah, that's also alcohol-free when we're sending it live.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
definitely.
And,
all live beers are alcohol-free. Once they go on stream, the alcohol level automatically gets reduced to 0. We have a special beer. So.
Yeah, and the fact that mine and Victor's English is getting progressively worse, it had nothing to do with the alcohol content in our.
No.
It's Schrödinger's beer. Once you send it out, then the quantum mechanics reduces that. Cheers to everyone. Let's get on with the war.
Yeah, so Boppus, Japan is on partial mobilization and Manchu is on civilian economy.
Yeah,
No, he's actually on partial mobilization now. Why didn't he go for war economy straight away?
Interesting, indeed. What do you say, Boppus, about the mobilization levels of?
No, he's on civilian economy. Sorry. Yeah.
I can't really understand why, actually. If they haven't changed anything that I missed, like, right now, but I don't think so. There shouldn't be any reason to...
Yeah. I guess if you're just building civilian factories, it doesn't matter all that much if you're on civilian economy, but yeah, you shouldn't be building civilian factories.
Yeah, he doesn't have war support to go to partial, but he could go to early mobilization. It's at least 5% consumer goods. So
right, the war support. But Japan, though, is on full war support, and he's on partial mob. No excuse for him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be higher up and building military factories.
Yuri on Japan is building military factories, but he will be building them faster if he was on the war economy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It remains to be seen what will happen here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Boppus.
Thank you, Boppus.
Yes, I mean, yeah, it's interesting. It's a slow mobilization from the Greater Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere here.
Yeah.
We had a question in the chat before that got scrolled away, but it was about do France and Britain have the same democratic mechanics as the United States? And they do not, like the mechanic of congressional support is only for the United States, but they do have thresholds of world tension. So they cannot pick certain focuses without being above a certain world tension threshold. So it's more binary when it comes to the United States and France, but it's the same general idea that the democratic nation needs more world tension.
Yeah, as you can see now, though, both the United Kingdom and France have been able to go to partial mobilization, which is due to the world tension. I think that the stationary's plan to keep the world tension down has failed somewhat, or I'm not really sure why the world tension is this high already.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Marco Polo Bridge incident does create a lot of world tension. It's hard to starve forever, I guess. I think 35% is a significant threshold for democratic nations.
Does the Anschluss usually give this much? 8.4% seems high, but...
Yeah, I don't know.
If you tally these up, this does not add up to 30, does it? I guess it should.
I guess it's like general war efforts. We need to read up on this.
Yeah. Okay, so the two fingers here are about to touch as on the roof of the 16th chapel.
Yeah, indeed, the Japanese are managing to link up their fronts now.
He is snaking, but they're snaking a bit.
We have the first wave mobilized, so this might be good timing for them actually, because if they get the second wave mobilized right before they link up these two fronts, then they will be able to encircle quite a lot of Chinese troops, I would say. So they might actually strike back here from quite a slow start in the war to something rather successful if they manage to utilize the mobilization of the second wave in a good manner, but it remains to be seen.
Yeah, and they were moving in wrong directions, but now they seem to be heading towards each other finally. But the Chinese are fighting back. Let's see. No, they are snaking, and this is dangerous. He might get cut off here.
This is a dangerous snake. If the second wave mobilizes now, it could spell trouble for him. I don't know how far off it is really, but...
Yeah, and they are cut off here, 3 divisions.
I think they're going to be able to save them just about, but...
looks like it.
Yeah, it's not a good look for the Japanese player here. Now they are linking up, however. I don't think any Japanese divisions will die from this little adventure to the west of Jinan here, but... war is going better for Japan now. They are going into Hainan here with a naval invasion to the south.
Oh, they are. That's nice.
And the second wave is sure to mobilize at any moment now.
So they've finally linked up, and this encirclement here is what you want to see quite early on in the war, but they've almost been going for a year now, I think. Can you see when it started? I guess on the tension thingamajiggy. Okay, so they started in December of 37. So,
it's not that bad. If they manage to land this, if they get the waves surrounded and close this out, it will not have been a bad Sino-Japanese war. It's interesting, though, that Manchu didn't actually manage to close the pockets that they wanted to. Still see Manchu...
He's finally on early mobilization now, though.
Yeah, he is still building civilian factories, though. Manchu has not taken any measures in order to increase his military output at this point. And looking over at the logistics screen, they are still having a surplus of some equipment, small deficit of support equipment. But look at this, like the deficit of support equipment on 300 is going to take 178 days to produce back with the current number of military factories.
Yeah, I mean, he has 13 military factories.
That is too little. I mean,
He's got 86 civilian factories. He should not be building any more of them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so unnecessary. Just like Boppe said, if you look over at China from their perspective, they have 77 civilian factories in China.
Yeah, and those will be Manchus.
Right. So if they conquer China 1 year earlier, you're going to have 77 civilian factories producing for a whole year all the civilian infrastructure you might want.
Yeah.
Instead, you are sitting with a construction queue producing one civilian factory here in Jehol that will be finished in the 4th of November in 1938. So if they continue with this production line towards the end of the war, they might get 4 extra civilian factories or something, even though they could have had 70 extra civilian factories for that whole year had they had the troops to close out the war. So I do see Boppe's point here.
Yeah, in this case, definitely. You don't need to be a Boppe's level math nerd to be able to.
Yeah, and we have Alpha C saying here, from what I know, the ideal China war is to create semi-encirclements for the waves to spawn inside the soon-to-be pockets. And indeed, that is what the Japanese player is trying to do here. But we have the second wave mobilized now, and as you see here, they managed to succeed in a great manner. If you zoom in on that peninsula out here, Petey, that's exactly what happened here. So the second wave got mobilized once this pocket was almost closed. So now you have...
Yeah, so you had a bunch of troops spawning already surrounded, which is perfect timing.
Yeah,
let's have a look at the losses here.
This is definitely what you would like as the Japanese player. Expert play from the Japanese side there, managing to mobilize the second wave into this pocket.
And the losses now are about 1 to 15, 1 to 20. You just look at these losses ticking up now. If you're just joining us, this is a Hearts of Iron 4 multiplayer game with the Hygge Gaming community, where we play semi-historical. So we have about 21 players split between the Axis and the Allies, and the Comintern, of course, who are with the Allies. And yeah, we do this about once a month. And yeah, what else could we say?
Yeah, well, basically we try to divvy up the teams as evenly as possible. We have the Axis, we have the Allies. They are going to fight it out somewhat historically, as we said. And we will be with you throughout the entire game. I will leave at Barbarossa or something like that. But we are going to be with you guys here, tallying up everything that's happening, making sure the excitement reaches you home there in your living room. And if you want to support us, subscribe, like our YouTube channel, become a Patreon, follow us on Twitch, and welcome to the Hygge game. Hearts of Iron 4 is, of course, a Second World War simulator on a strategic level. We will get into more of the nitty-gritty when it comes to that. And if you want to learn more about it, we have guides on it on our YouTube channel.
Well, look at this, Victor. The encircler becomes the encirclee.
Yeah, this is an interesting development.
No, he actually lost the Marine there. That's a bit sloppy.
Yeah,
they just had to close this out. No, I think... Did he lose it?
Yeah, he is going to manage to close this out, I think. But there is just so many Chinese in this pocket, so of course it's going to be somewhat... yeah. We'll see how this ends up. For any new players, as we said, this is the Sino-Japanese war happening. At this point, we start at the 1st of January 1936. So we have had the Ethiopian War, we have had the Spanish Civil War, now we're having the Sino-Japanese War, and the next war that is going to break out is going to be the war proper, when Germany demands Danzig from the Polish, which they will deny, and then we will have war. Then we will have Finnish Winter War, Bessarabian claims from the Soviets, and then all out.
When is that? When does the Bessarabia claims usually come? You don't really put any significance on it, because it usually the Romanians just back down. But this time they will probably not back down, and they will fight the Soviets. I guess if the Winter War is really early, it could happen before the outbreak of World War II.
Yeah, possibly. I'm not entirely sure.
Usually it doesn't.
Since they usually deny it, I'm not very sure about how it happens. But yeah, now looking over at the losses, now we have the Chinese are up to 2.19 casualties.
Yeah, so
it was a lot of Chinese troops.
Like 800,000 men or something?
Yeah, something like that. Very big encirclement there. We have Boppus tuning in to give us some information about the Bessarabian claims.
Please enlighten us, Boppus.
I'm not sure if you hear me. Yeah, you do. I had no plan to actually talk about it. I just wanted to give you the information. But the claims on Bessarabia comes just before the Finnish Winter War. So we have the war breaking out in Europe, the Soviet Union, Germany gang up on Poland, and then we have Bessarabia, and then we have the Finnish Winter War. And
Right.
in this mod, we're not actually fighting Poland with the Soviet player, they just gain it. But historically, they did gang up on Poland. I just visited Poland, and they are really keen on telling that story.
Which they should.
Which they should.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bobbit.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, as you heard, the Bessarabian claims are going to come in after the outbreak of the war in proper. And like was said here, the USSR and the Nazis are going to indeed gang up on Poland and split it up. And that means that the Polish player will be a government in exile. So he will be able to produce some things off map. He cannot be bombed. He can appear where you least expect him. And the Polish player can punch above their weight if they're good.
Speaking of the Polish player, we do have a player on Poland this time, and it is Mossberg. And Mossberg is one of our long-time player in the community. I don't know how many stars he has. You will be able to see it on screen in just a moment. Yeah, look at that, 6 stars, which means at least 30 games, I think more than that. And you see a bunch of awards as well. He's also an OG studio technician. He's usually the studio tech at our live events. All around, quite a strong player. He will, however, switch over to the Soviet Union once Snistan has to go together with Victor. So let's see what he can do as Poland before that. Here in the beginning, of course, he's more of a speed bump, but then you get the government in exile mechanic. Let's see, what is he going for? Some Marines. That's interesting, since he will lose everything. What is the Marine going to do? Will he try some sneaky naval invasion?
He might try. I mean, if you are playing Poland, we have seen in our games, once they tried to like capitulate Hungary, they tried, because since Poland is going to fall anyway, if you are a player on Poland, you might as well try something fun.
Yeah.
And if it works, it's going to be very nice. If it doesn't work, it's not like it matters that much anyway.
Yeah, no, very low expectations on Poland.
We had a Polish player trying to do paradrops of Hungary once, but obviously they didn't get the air superiority they needed, so it failed. But I think that the Polish player doing some fun things is generally good. It's very decked out Marine divisions, though. So it will be interesting to see what it's going to do.
They're standing a bit away from the border, so maybe it's a way to keep them hidden until the last moment.
Yeah, he doesn't want to show this off. If he goes up to the front with these Marines, the German player is going to see something is happening, right?
Maybe it could be interesting to have Mossberg over for an interview. We haven't had any interviews so far in the game, and that's one of the things we like to do here. Another thing with Marines, though, is that they do have a bonus when it comes to river crossings. Let's see, do we have it somewhere? No, not here. Yeah. Anyways, they have a bonus when it comes to river crossings. Anyways, so that could be a reason why he's. Yeah, there we go. Movement plus 10%, attack plus 15% when it comes to river.
It seems like Manchu and Japan is finally going to be able to close off this big pocket in the north that they had planned to do for so long.
Oh, yeah.
They are still lacking a bit in the push, but Manchu is actually training some troops now, and they still producing civilian factories and infrastructure. In their defense, the civilian factories are very far down queues. They are not being constructed. It is mostly railway renovations at this point, which I'm not too sure about either, to be honest. But I
think that's a really good idea. He should definitely be building the railways up in China, because the supply situation there, as was mentioned in the chat, is atrocious.
Yeah, definitely. We will see, looking over at the Chinese perspective, we have 2 waves mobilized, so it's only the 3rd wave left. And once this encirclement gets picked apart, I do think it might be about time for the 3rd wave to mobilize. And after that is over and done with, it's going to be somewhat of a walk towards the victory points for Japan until the capitulation of China.
Yeah, Yuri did do a naval invasion on Hainan here in the south, but after that he has not moved from there. One thing we see sometimes is you do a naval invasion on Hainan, and then you do a naval invasion here on Fort Bayard, and then you rinse and repeat. You do a small encirclement here on the Chinese troops, and you kill them, and then you go back and you do it again, and you do it again. But he's not doing that. No additional naval invasions planned.
Not much happening at this point. It's interesting. I'm looking over at the Italian player here. Badger is planning a naval invasion from Sardinia to the harbor behind the lines of the Third French Republic here. So the battle lines are beginning to get drawn in North Africa. Looking over at the United Kingdom perspective, we do see elephants from...
Elephants?
Yeah, it does indeed look like quite a few elephants from the British Raj.
Oh, right.
So the British Raj has placed 20 divisions of elephant infantry with anti-tank and pack artillery in North Africa.
And this is the entire Indian army. So these elephants, they need to swim back to India before the Asia Axis get there. I mean, of course, right now it's not looking like it's happening anytime soon, but their deadline is in 2 years. So they still have plenty of time to finish up China and be ready to invade the British Raj.
We have an interview coming up now, so...
Oh, it's most...
Oh.
We got you covered in a bit.
Yeah, no rush.
There we go. Now. Give me a second. Give me a second. Second here. There's something wrong
What's
with
a second?
Now I think it works.
And now only you. Now I think it works.
Try Mossberry too.
Work.
Yeah. Third time's the charm, right?
Yeah, perfect.
Mic check. Well, yeah, okay. So the studio is heard. Is Mossberg heard?
I hope so.
Yeah, the bar is moving, so he should be heard.
Okay. All clear. Okay.
Awesome. Do you have any plans, Mossberg, here for... Because you are in dire straits here, obviously, once the USSR and the Germans decide that they want to split you up. But I do spot 2 Marine divisions in Plock here. What are your thoughts behind that?
Yeah.
Well, there's going to be a 3rd Marine division in Plock just before the Germans move in. My plan with those is to get them up to Gdynia or Gdansk and then haul ass for the United Kingdom.
Okay, so they're going to save them.
Yeah, they're going to bail.
But won't the German fleet be out in the Baltic?
Well, you win some, you lose some. If I get 2 of them over, I mean, that's fine for me. I'm going to lose my entire country.
Right. Oh, fair enough. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense, because usually you lose everything as Poland, but you will try to salvage something.
And I'm gonna try and do a defense down in the south, so the northern part is gonna be given up, and then hopefully Hungary will move in and I can overwhelm them and have more infantry towards Hungary. But you never know with the Axis who they call in.
Yeah, exactly. That's interesting. So you found out yesterday that you won't be able to play Poland the entire game. You will have to switch over to the Soviet Union later. So will you give the Polish troops as expeditionary forces or something to another allied player?
Yeah, I will. I'll probably give them to, since I'm going Marines, I'll probably give them to Australia or some other Marine player and dump over a lot of the equipment that I produce up until I switch over to the Soviet side. And
speaking more generally, you're the first interview of the day, so you get to speak for the entire Allied faction. From what I've read, you plan to do some sneaky early invasions onto Italian islands and so on. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, the plan is to to go into the Italian islands, but also be a nuisance in the Mediterranean for as long as we can. Smash up Johannes' fleet, take Africa, and just be annoying down there while we prepare, or we as they prepare for the biggest D-Day, which is the plan. There's a lot of us doing Marines, there are a lot of us preparing for a D-Day, but before that D-Day, we're going to be a nuisance.
I read
What about
something about
tanks?
40 Marines on the D-Day or something like that.
Yep, 40 Marines. We were pushing it towards 50, but unfortunately I have to leave and fight on the Eastern Front. But hey, that's also fun.
Yeah, I mean 40 Marines. That means you can take a lot of ports.
Yep, a lot of
But
ports.
who's building tanks though? We haven't seen too much tank production in your faction as of yet.
Well, SAF are going tanks and Canada are going tanks. I think
Right.
Canada maybe are going light for Africa first and then switching over. I'm not really clear on that one, but
Yeah,
SAF and
looks
Canada.
like it's.
Yep.
Interesting. And do you feel confident for the game at large?
I feel confident of the late game. I feel confident that I will get some Marines out, and I feel confident for the Eastern Front. I'm always confident. I mean, easy win, easy win.
You were saying you plan to smash Badger's navy. Why are you so confident that you will smash Badger's navy? He is the navy guy after all.
Yeah, but sooner or later, someone's gonna smash his navy. He can't keep going on winning and winning and winning and winning with his navy. I mean,
yeah.
So this is the game where Badger's navy gets smashed.
Yep, this is the game.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. If that happens, I will have a very, very fun call with Badger after the game.
Oh yes.
Yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed for that at least. I mean, as Poland, I can't really get much game impact with my 3 destroyers and two crappy subs, but I think the UK will smash him. It's time. It's been coming for a long time.
Yeah, he really has it coming, and I really don't want to see Smug Badger another game.
No.
I mean, he's got the smuggest smug look of all looks.
Yeah, smug Navy Badger. No one wants that. We're tired of that.
No, definitely. Well, thank you so much for that, Mossberg.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good luck in the war effort.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you guys. Bye.
Bye.
That was Mossberg for you.
Confident Poland indeed. It will be interesting to see the navy battles. Definitely, I do think like the statement that he cannot keep winning all the time. I'm not sure, because navy is very much, if you win once, it's kind of easy to keep winning, right?
Yeah, and I mean it's a bit of a faulty thinking, because if you roll a dice and you get, let's say you get a 3 times. It's not like a 3 is less likely the next time you roll the die.
Yeah, that is true, but it remains to be seen. We have Japan making a little naval invasion here in Ningbo. They are trying to cut off some Chinese troops here. We do see the third wave is probably going to be mobilized at any time now. But Japanese have managed to actually come back a bit in this Sino-Japanese war. It's slower than we would have expected, but the losses are now piling up on the Chinese side.
Yeah.
Fronts are consolidated, and Manchu is actually starting to build military factories as well.
Oh, they are. That's good news.
So we'll see.
He actually cancelled that huge construction queue of civilian factories.
Yeah, I mean, that was what I was saying, that in his defense, all the civilian factories were so far down queue, so he did not actually use that much production towards it. Some civilian factories were used to construct civilian factories, but it looked worse than it was considering what he actually used at the moment. It has mostly gone towards infrastructure, which is good for Manchu.
Yuri should really get on war economy, though.
Yeah, he definitely should. Looking over at his political power, he does have 521 political power at this point. He is producing military factories. There is no reason to just have 20% consumer goods going out to the people of Japan. So a bit of a misplay on his part. He's doing a coastal hopping campaign here now. He's planning another naval invasion towards Xiamen. And
I think this
we'll
is
see.
this is what you need to do as Japan. Just keep naval invading all the time. As long as there are Chinese ports, you've got something to naval invade, and you want that naval invader trait.
Yeah, we have him 77% done with the invader trait on General Hisashi Teruachi. And
Yeah, and you definitely want that at 100% once this war is done.
yeah, that's a trait you want to get going, and I think he might be able to manage to, might be fall slightly short of it, but we'll see. We do have Saxuliv, one of our regulars, welcome to the stream, pointing out very prudently here that naval invasions without oil are great. And
Yeah.
Indeed, they do have a problem. Completely empty fuel stockpile, zero fuel. Not something you like to see when you are at war.
Yeah, this is another miss by Yuri. He needs to trade for some oil so he gets some fuel, because this is not good. So yeah, another mistake here. And having a look at the air map mode, it should be all green. It's not green. This is
Yeah, the oil is too low. He also has 3 military factories, deficit of rubber, a lot of things happening for Japan now, no doubt, but they need to stay on top of some of these things, empty research slots, and so on.
they do still have a good loss to kill ratio, as you can see here, 160k against 3.4 million Chinese, so that's good. And they do still have some time. They are planning to invade Raj January 1st, 1941, and as you can see, they have more than 1.5 years to finish up China and get ready. So that's I guess we can't count them out, but some unnecessary mistakes for sure.
One thing I would like to look at here is that the Canadian armor has reached the North African shores now outside Alexandria here. 4 divisions of Canadian armor have taken their place here, and we have 6 battalions of light self-propelled artillery. We have motorized infantry, mechanized infantry, light tanks, and some support companies. These are going to hit rather hard, I would say.
A bit worrying though that they are light. Because
medium armor at least you would probably prefer here. And also we have marine commandos, a very beefy marine divisions from Australia here, but they are completely filled out with just marines and support companies. So there is not too much heavy ordnance on the allied side of El Alamein. It's elephants from the Raj. Let's see if South Africa is coming out with something here.
South Africa, of course, we usually see doing heavy tanks. They have nothing right now. What about in production? Yeah, okay, so 3 heavy armor divisions in production, and those will be sorely needed. They don't have the equipment for them just yet, but they are getting there. So the South Africans need to haul ass and get up to
they are training them now. They are going to hit the ground rather soon. They need some equipment, some heavy tanks, some armored support vehicles for some of them, but they are definitely going to be able to get produced before it's time to go to war, I think.
This is a bit curious. We can see here Zog is taking these are the British troops that were up in Egypt, and they are going to West Africa for some reason. So he's completely abandoning. This is
we have
where could they be going?
18 divisions of basically Kenyan and Ugandan colonials going to the port of Banjul.
This is his strong infantry.
Yeah.
These are the 28 width, but still, as you can see, they are decked out with artillery and stuff. They are strategically deploying. This might be a mistake. I'm not sure.
We'll see what happens with them. Meanwhile, we have Dawn or Boppus writing with caps lock in our communication chat, Badger Dockyards. And we also have people in chat reacting. So let's get Dawn on the line. What's going on with Badger Dockyards? Oh my God.
You're ready. Yeah, I was looking a little bit on the dockyard comparison, and here we see Badger taking the lead in dockyards in the entire world. So Italy
Oh,
is
wow.
the biggest naval dockyard producer and the biggest, gonna have the biggest navy in a couple of years. So this is fantastic.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So they're leading in front of the US even.
It would be really fun if we could manage to get him for an interview before the war starts. I mean, that might be cutting it close, but let's see his smug face before it gets too smug.
Yeah, I would actually want to show him this graph, but I won't because that will be sniping.
Yeah.
But he will be so happy looking at this after the game.
Oh yeah. He's gonna be so smug already.
Definitely has to be happy with this. Looking over at the Navy overview here, he has 2 battleships, 16 battle cruisers, 8 heavy cruisers, 14 light cruisers, 121 destroyers, and 52 submarines.
And of course, the Brits, for example, start with a much bigger navy, so they will be ahead in the beginning. But with this number of dockyards, the Badger will be the world leader later on.
Yeah, looking over at battle cruisers, Italy already has 1 battle cruiser more than Britain, and the war has not even started yet. So yeah, it's going to be scary.
But we're getting there. It's
modernization effort, which must mean he's retooling his older navy, right? Modernization effort.
Yeah. He will be refitting the entire navy. That's a part of his plan.
Yeah.
And I think this is really fun. And I think this is the way Hoi 4 should be played. You find your strengths and you go build civilian factories early on. He built for half a year and then he built dockyards because he know he's gonna do dockyards. And what is he gonna pair that with? Because a lot of his industry will go to dockyards. So it will be building an entrenchment infantry build, a cheap build where he can build cheap entrenchment infantry holding holding ports in France, because if he dominates the Mediterranean, they don't need to garrison any ports in the south. So this is cleverly thought out, and if it works, it will benefit the entire Axis team. But this is a good plan. You know your strengths, you use what you have, and you don't try to be good at everything. You're gonna build a navy and then cheap entrenched infantry to hold.
Do you think?
Speaking of which, you can see the said cheap infantry right here. These are just garrison divisions.
Yeah,
I was wondering. We have seen volunteer Spains recently, but if they manage to dominate the Mediterranean to the degree that Badger wants, wouldn't it be more prudent for Spain to actually join the war? Because the only detriment of joining the war as Spain is that you open yourself up to a D-Day. But if you dominate the Navy, you don't do that anyway, right?
You dominate the Mediterranean, but it can be invaded from the Atlantic. And I think it's smart to just close the box totally, to make sure that they don't need to garrison Spain at all, not the northern parts or western parts.
And from what you see here on screen, he is going for the volunteer build. He's actually doing illegal divisions. You need to be at least 8 combat width. So maybe you could get a message through to CEST that he needs to change this up. But he's maximizing the number of divisions in order to get as many volunteer divisions out as possible.
Yeah. Smart play by him, but he has to still follow the rules. So they will be slightly fewer once he rectifies that mistake. But yeah, it will be interesting to see, like, looking at the Navy overview here, like the Italians, 16 battle cruisers at this point in the game, and the United Kingdom is sitting steadily at 15 battle cruisers. And heavy cruisers, 18 for the United Kingdom, and we have 8 for the Italians. So the British fleet's still slightly bigger than the Italians, but that is to be expected at this point. The Italians closing in that gap very fast.
And from what I read in the Axis chat, Stationary, who plays Germany, he was saying that battle cruisers is the meta right now. So the number of battle cruisers is what you should keep an eye on.
Looking over at South Africa, 2 of those heavy tank divisions have now reached the field and are going on a safari up to El Alamein. They just reached Giza, and they are preparing to be placed at the front line. The 3rd division will take some time longer. They are lacking around 170 something heavy tanks for that one. So We'll see if that manages to hit the ground before the war. It's going to be somewhat tight, but I think it will. July 1939 is the estimate at the moment, and obviously he's not losing heavy tanks at this point, except due to some attrition when he's training up the ones he has.
Have a look at this. This is the Allied plan coming into action. So those British divisions that we saw crossing Africa earlier, they are now in place, and they are in French North Africa. So they went all around Italian North Africa, and now they are in place for the Allied plan. So the Australians are going to lead the attack on Sicily, and then the Brits will follow up with their strong infantry here. So this should at least stop the Badgers' naval invasion.
It's interesting. It's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors here. They are blocking each other, right? Because Badger is trying to do a surprise naval invasion from Calgary to Oran.
Yeah.
And the Allies are trying to do a surprise naval invasion of Palermo.
Yeah.
But both of them have correctly guessed the other one's strategy. So Oran is reinforced with 5 heavy infantry from the United Kingdom, and Palermo is reinforced with garrison divisions from the Italian player.
Yeah.
So they are pretty much going to drive past each other, looking awkward in the Mediterranean.
The Spider-Man pointing.
Yeah, basically. So
you can see also here another naval invasion being planned with the British Marines from Gibraltar onto Napoli, which is...
and Napoli is undefended though, so you might actually see the Badger has not defended the mainland. So if that one lands from Gibraltar.
Yeah, but I think they're not allowed to attack the Italian mainland until France has fallen.
Yeah, I've heard something about that too. So we'll see what happens. But it is planned out anyway. And
we see some stats there on screen. I'm not sure what it was. Maybe you could make the picture a bit bigger for us again, Bopus. Yes, thank you. Okay, so we see 2 lines here. Allied something and Axis something. Okay, maybe. Okay, here we go. So
air fighters.
Fighters. Okay, that's interesting.
The Allies are catching up quite heavily when it comes to air. Of course, that will be the trade-off. If you go very heavy into dockyards, if you do something, there is something else you're not going to do.
Yeah, they're still ahead though. So
they are, but it's to be expected at this point. We have 2,300 fighters for the Germans. The United Kingdom is on 2,100 fighters. Looking over at the production, we have the United Kingdom is 99 factories onto Spitfires. The United Kingdom at the moment is only producing Spitfires. And that is going to have an effect, right?
Yeah, you can see here only ships and Spitfires.
Yeah, so it's just ships and fighters from the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Germans are having more of a broad production line. They have 110 factories though on Messerschmitt Fighter 2s. So they are producing quite a lot of fighters as well. But of course they do have to spread a bit more thin when it comes to their production lines. Speaking of which, we have Danziger War finishing off right now, and the Polish of course will refuse that unlawful claim of territory, and we will have war breaking out in Europe at any moment now.
And that means we will also have our lunch break, which will be usually for 45 minutes, but we will let you know before we stop. And there you can see Poland refuses the German ultimatum. It seemed inevitable, as you can see, and indeed it was. And this means the war has started, and we will go for a lunch break, like I said. But please stay tuned and come back.
Yes, indeed. We will
be back.
Action. We will be back with the rest of the war here for you guys in about 45 minutes or so. And for anyone of you just joining us, this is the Hygge Grand Game. We're playing about once a month. Support our channel, like and subscribe, become our Patreon. We are playing a historical multiplayer World War II battle here, and it is very soon about to kick off.
Yeah, so let's see. When are we back, Bopus? Have we got any word?
No words yet on when we're back, so I think we can stay as the... There's no words yet when we're back, so I think we can stay like for a couple of seconds just commentating what we see, and as soon as we get info.
Just before the war started, I had a look at the German tanks. I'm just gonna... there we go. And they have 10 divisions of assault guns out, which is quite standard, but quite strong. And this should This should eviscerate the Canadian tanks, but should have more problems with the South African heavy tanks, of course. Having a look at the stats, their armor is more than the Canadians can pierce. Their piercing, however, 14.6. Let's compare that to the South Africans. 14.6. Keep in mind, yeah. So the armor here of the South Africans is much higher. So yeah, they will. But there are only 2 South African tanks with 1 more on the way. So yeah, what do you think about that, Bopus?
I think that should be enough. It's not extremely strong. With 10, I have seen 12 and 14, but Poland should be crushed. I just want them to concentrate, because last game they tried to do everything at once, so it didn't even cap Poland, and the French war dragged on. So put everything into Poland, quickly cap them, and then just move it to France, and they should be fine and a pretty quick France war. But it depends on the setup. I haven't checked. It seems like they have a lot of units, at least.
I have an interesting take in the chat from Afasi here. Thank you for all your insightful comments, by the way. Would it be a possible strategy to strat bomb ports in the Mediterranean, given that the air war is looking more and more favorable towards the Allies?
Port striking could be good, but I don't think that the Allies have the air bases to actually be winning. Even though they have more fighters, they need to put them somewhere, and the only air base they have is Malta that can perhaps reach. So I think they're fine, but that could have been a strategy if they had like heavy fighters, so they could actually reach. But I haven't seen any building of heavy fighters.
I was having a look here at the German infantry, and they have quite a lot of. They're called 40 widths, but they're only 34 widths. I guess they will add some more artillery later on.
Yeah.
40 widths is something you see in vanilla, but not that often in our mod, since 30 seems to be the magic number for offensive units. Could you comment this?
I actually don't know why they're building 40 widths. I haven't seen any changes. I didn't look at the last changelog, but not really sure what they're doing with 40 widths. If they just miss something, or if it's a meta that I have missed. So I have sadly no insights into why. But I think Germany should have a plan. Stationary knows the game quite well.
Yeah, right. We will have to ask him. Maybe we could get a quick interview before we unpause the game. If not, I think we'll have to wait, because he will have his hands full as he's the faction leader and playing Germany. So do we have any word yet on
1340? I read somewhere here.
Okay, so in 50 minutes from now, so 1:40 Central European time, we will be back and unpause the game, and the World War II will start. We might start the studio up a few minutes before that and start talking with you guys.
So when do we want to start the studio? 35 or?
Yeah, let's say 1:35. The stream will restart.
Yeah. And I will put the counter up.
I hope you enjoyed the stream so far, but of course the real action is yet to come. The war will start, and it's looking very promising for an exciting game. I would say the Axis are looking quite strong at the moment. It would be refreshing with an Axis victory after so much of.
Yeah, and I mean the Axis are looking stronger than they have historically done in the last few games. There have been a bit of bad news for the Axis already at this point. I would say the Sino-Japanese war was looking quite grim in the beginning, but now the third wave is mobilized and they are closing it out, so we have seen worse things there. Badger's navy is looking incredibly scary, and the Allied plans for the Mediterranean does not look to be successful. It will be very interesting to see the Bessarabian claims, the second winter war, so to speak. But we will be back with you guys in a few, until at 13:35.
Yeah, so go get something to eat, something to drink, maybe some sunshine, which we won't see anything of today, and we'll see you guys in we'll see you guys at 1:35. We'll get the counter up on the screen so you won't miss anything. Take care, and see you in a bit.
See you.
Bye.
It's a Hygge Gaming subscription, and right now you can save up to £0 per person. That's £0 off for a family of 4.
Fortfarande gott ljud. Ja, där.
Hello and welcome back to this Hygge Grand game, and we have just finished our lunch break and war is about to break out in the world.
Welcome back indeed.
Yeah, and we actually have the faction leader for the Axis with us, and you will see him on screen in just a moment, but I think you can hear his beautiful voice already. How are you doing, Stationary?
Hello, I'm doing all right.
Yeah, that's not your face. We see a yellow smiley face. He looks a lot better than that. So how are you feeling so far about the game?
It feels good. I feel like all the miners know what they're doing, and Italy and me has cooked up a good plan, I think. Right now, it's a little bit of nerves, of course, with the Danzig breaking out, but
Yeah.
I think we'll have to see how it progresses from here. I can see that French have tanks on my border.
Yeah, there are some heavy assault guns there on the German border. How do you feel about that?
Well, I feel like I don't have enough troops there right now, but the more guys are walking over there as we speak. Well,
Yeah.
as soon as we unpause, that is.
Yeah, just walk, don't run.
I'm assuming he's gonna try to push me there because my line is so weak. But I actually wouldn't mind if he does. Then
Really?
I come back. Yeah, I can come back with my tanks from Poland and maybe hurt him in front of the Maginot line instead of going behind the Maginot line.
All right.
So that is the plan. You're going to focus entirely on Poland first and then transition to the Western Front.
Yeah, exactly. Since there is a player on Poland, it would be quite convenient to just get him quickly capitulated, so we don't get like a dragged out Poland that we saw a couple of games ago.
Yeah. And how greedy have you been? Because that's sometimes a German strategy to be quite greedy in these two first wars, or what you say, first two countries that you invade. That you skimp a bit on the equipment and the forces to be able to power spike later on. How greedy have you been?
I have not been producing very much infantry equipment and stuff at all. I think maybe like between 5 and 10 mils on each equipment, maybe like 3 on squad equipments and 3 on RT. So I've been greeding quite a bit to get more fighters, CAS, and tanks out.
Yeah, you still have 10 divisions of medium assault guns, which is it's a respectable number, I would say.
I think so too.
And what do you know so far about the opposition?
Well, I was curious about the Soviets. I believe they declined the tank treaty, that tank treaty offer that I sent them. So they should have reduced the tank research speed and stuff now. Unless they already researched their tank, which I think they can't by this stage that I sent the treaty. They are probably not doing a medium or heavy build. I mean, unless it's like heavy tractors like T-35s. It's my guess, but I'm not very sure.
Interesting. We couldn't comment, but that's interesting. And what about the what about the allies?
Well, I'm assuming since the US is now currently solo playing US, he might shift towards maybe doing a more supportive role rather than holding all the reins himself. And I have seen UK build quite a few dockyards and mainly stuck on air. So...
I don't want to cut you off, Stationary, but we actually have Badger with us as well, and we are only 2 minutes away from game start. Okay, 1 minute. So so Badger, hello, how are you doing? How do you feel about the game? You got 1 minute. Give us your plan.
All right. So the quick version is that it's I'm very happy to see that the UK has built dockyards and it's going to be a fight. So I'm happy for that. So there's some glory in it. Apart from that, I know that I also I have intel enough to see that the UK is doing the exact identical build like I do, like battlecruisers and destroyers, and he picked the same doctrines as I did as well. So that's interesting. However, I see that he hasn't done like a full-on refit. So I think that when my battlecruisers comes out in December, I have the edge. But he could punch me earlier because I'm not ready until December. So he has a window of opportunity for the first couple of months, but after that I should beat him if there's a showdown, even though he has a better admiral.
Will you keep your fleets in port until then?
And I will use my like starting trash fleet to see if I can do some naval invasions. But then, yeah, if he comes showing up, I will try to avoid him until my fleet is ready in like the early 40 or end of December.
Interesting.
Yeah, but then I mean, even if I would lose the first engagement with my real fleet, I mean, for me that's the appetizer. Like the real showdown is going to happen in like the follow-up fleet that I'm about to start building real soon. So I mean, it's a long war, and the real fight is if I get out of Gibraltar like 42. That's when the real showdowns will happen.
How do you feel
confident are
about
you?
North Africa? Oh, sorry.
North Africa, I mean, the idea is just to see if we can do some damage. The Germans come there and like kill as much as we can. But then, I mean, we will pull out the second the Barb will start. So I will just cover the waters and like move all my units to France. That's the plan as a D-Day defense. So we won't do any safaris. I mean, we will do as much damage as we can until mid 41, basically.
But you will have a defensive line somewhere in North Africa.
I mean, it's just crap. It's just symbolic. So if they come, I'm gonna run away. So I'm not gonna fight. It's just garrisons right now. Yeah.
But then you can't limit your D-Day defense to France if you've lost Egypt.
No, yeah. Well, my fleet is supposed to win in the Mediterranean, right?
Ah, okay.
So that's the plan. That's the build.
So how confident are you with the build and the plan?
I mean, he's not refitting right now, UK. So by early 40, I will beat him most likely at the waters, and then I will have a second fleet ready, and he hasn't built for that. So right now I'm feeling quite confident, but there's like a window of opportunity for UK early on in this fight. So, but I mean, if I think 2 years ahead, I'm gonna win it.
When should we look out for the naval battles?
Early 40.
Early 40. Okay.
Anything before that is just like crap sinking. Probably.
Okay. Maybe you could ping us somewhere when you're heading out.
Yeah, eyes on Central Med and Eastern Med early 40. Okay. That's when the showdown is going to happen. Yeah.
We'll try. Usually a lot happens early 40, so we'll see.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that was the Badger, and now I think he's left the channel as well, so we can start talking about him behind his back. And he did seem a bit smug.
It's an interesting turn of events, though. I mean, he's quite clear, even his smug self, that there is a window of opportunity for the UK here in the beginning of the war, which he has not really accounted for. And they do have quite ambitious plans for Italy in this early days of the war, to be fair. So...
we just saw Germany pinging the Western Med there. The Western Med is definitely something to look out for, because this is from the Axis point of view. You can see here the Badger's naval invasion plan for Oran, and this is the Allied point of view. And you can see here naval invasions going the other direction. These ones towards mainland Italy, probably illegal until France has fallen, but this one towards Sicily, they could fire off as soon as the war starts. And if as Badger says, he will be passive until December, there is a window of opportunity for him to actually lose Sicily.
It would also be interesting because France may fall very quickly. Usually you want to hold France as long as possible. But in this case, France actually falling quickly means that the Allied can do their naval invasions legally. Yeah. So you wouldn't want to hold this for as long as usual if you are France and you're coordinating with your faction.
We don't usually see France doing heavy assault guns, though. This could actually do some damage. So we can see here they have 16 piercing, 24 armor. Let's do a quick comparison to the German medium assault guns. Here they are. So, 20 armor, 14 piercing. So could they even be pierced? These... No, I don't think they can't really be pierced. So, these could actually do some damage. He has some let's see here from the German point of view again. He has some, as he was saying there in the interview stationary, he's got some troops here moving over to defend, but he was actually hoping for the French player Jonathan to attack. We did miss some questions earlier.
Yeah, we did miss some questions. We apologize for that. We saw some critique in the chat.
Commissar Kordorski, we apologize. So much. So there were a couple of questions. First, is there a debuff to military factory output compared to vanilla? I don't know.
I don't know.
This sounds like a Boppus question.
Yeah, definitely. I rarely play vanilla since I mostly play like multiplayer with this community. So I mean, all the numbers are new basically.
Yeah. And the other question was, what is the Siamese focus tree like? This we can check for you.
Yeah, and it's interesting. They are probably going to go Ratakonosin Kingdom. That's the one that you pretty much see every game. That you, restore the Ratakonosin Kingdom. They have not done it this time though, by the looks of things. But I think they can still take it because they are not mutually exclusive. The ones that are taken.
They have to. They have to be subject of Japan. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, I think they have to be in like the faction, and it's war in Pacific has to have broken out. But otherwise, all the factors are there.
Yeah, we got a question here from Mirza 2.0. Is this modded MP and which mod? We are using the Hygge mod, which is an adaptation of their Finest Bra mod. And now we see the game is going on screen right now. You see the war in China, and it's going. It's not super fast. It's not super slow. But the new action here is, of course, in Europe, and you can see immediately the French are
on the offensive. They are indeed on the offensive. These assault guns of the French is going to be able to kill off a significant portion of the German frontline infantry. If they're not able to get
the Germans are here with their
which they are. And I think this might have been more than the French can shoot. The thing is here that, I mean, have the French coordinated with their faction? Because their tactics rely on being able to legally invade the Italian mainland, right?
Yeah.
And if France goes on the offensive and holds out, then I'll say my sound is messing up. F audio.
Audio. Okay. Can you hear us now?
There. Hello.
Have a look at this. Okay, better. Victor's voice is messing up. This is strange.
Yeah, we'll
They're usually
see.
quite reliable, these microphones. Anyways, Jonathan here on France. He's punching Germany. Germany is punching back. Stationary has split up his tank force. So you can see here he has half of them here in the west and half of them here in the east towards Poland. It seems like he is able to hold off the French mostly, but it's not a given, and it's dangerous territory for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting play by France because, yeah, like I said before, they want to invade the Italian mainland as soon as possible, right? And they can't until France has fallen.
Yeah.
And as Badger concurred himself, they have a window of opportunity of about a year.
Yeah.
And if they hold out for that time, then they won't be able to do it. So we'll see how this pans out. Meanwhile, we have war breaking out between Romania and the Soviet Union. So this is an interesting one.
All right, Bessarabia.
Uh,
And we haven't even presented the Romanian player.
No, we haven't. And
We are a bit behind on the presentations today.
They've already taken the loss, though. They gave up Bessarabia. They clicked the white piece. They were getting encircled up here with pretty much their entire army, and that's not something that you want happen when you're Romania. So they immediately just caved to the Soviet demands.
And playing Romania is Lawrence, who is about to earn his first veterancy star, but that does not mean that he is a newbie, because he is not. He's a very strong player. Here we see Mossberg's Poland is falling, which is, of course, what we expected. What about his Marines? Yeah, they managed to make it all the way to the UK.
Good play by Poland here. They managed to get out with quite a lot of their Marines.
And they seem to be unscathed as well, undamaged. So good move by him. That means he starts off in exile with something to work with. That's a nice innovative move for him. It seems like the French have actually taken some territory here, but it will be harder to hold than the Maginot.
Yeah, the French are straight into Bitburg now. They are making their way up to the Ruhr, so they have pushed out more than you would expect France to do at this point. But the German tanks are coming home from Poland. Poland is sure to fall rather soon, so reinforcements will arrive here, and we'll see if the Germans manage to dislodge them from their core territory. But it's quite usual to see the fighting taking place around the Maginot.
Yeah.
Because if the French push out from the Maginot and then get beaten in Germany proper, they will have a much harder time falling back and actually holding the Maginot Line. So then the Germans can go through there instead, potentially.
As it is now, Jonathan is actually wrapping around Belgium like a protective blanket. So there won't be any Germans going through Belgium as long as he is there. And he is actually outnumbering the Germans locally right now. He has 8 heavy assault guns to the Germans 6 here on the Western Front.
Yeah, I'm saying like they should have coordinated better, because if Mossberg actually tried to hold Poland for as long as possible.
Oh, I think he did. I think he held as well as he could.
Yeah, I mean, but he escaped with the Marines, right? He could have done some shenanigans.
Yeah,
right?
I guess.
Yeah, true.
Maybe.
Mossberg did his best, but I feel like there is no real game plan from the Allies here, because they can't both invade Italy as fast as possible and hold France as long as possible. They need to pick either or. You see, the naval invasions are going here now, but they are still illegal, as France has not yet fallen.
There we go. Poland has capitulated, but they, of course, managed to save 3 Marines, which are in the British Isles. And yeah, they're actually trying to fire the naval invasions onto the Italian mainland. I think that is a rule break.
I think it is a rule break. I am unsure, however, so we'll leave that up to the General Secretariat, or so to speak, not the General Secretary, but the group of, what do you call it, Central Committee.
Yeah, maybe Boppus, you could give them a message there. They have been warned that it is illegal. Okay, we see a bunch of naval battles here, but it seems to be mostly submarines.
Yeah, and just as Afasi is saying here in the chat, we have German tanks without planning on the front line. We have Romanian Marines trying to dislodge the French here from the German mainland. Meanwhile, the Germans are getting pushed out in South Germany as well. The French are actually chewing up quite a bit of German land here, but now the Germans are coming home from their adventures in Poland, and we'll see a heavy reinforcement of the German lines. We'll see if the French will manage to consolidate this. We have a question from the commissar here, if you scroll up a little bit on the stream chat. But can France capitulate Germany if Germany is incompetent enough for it, or will there be an agreement? Yeah, there is an agreement that France cannot hold. There is a solution with military factories.
Yeah, but there is no rule against France capitulating Germany. So if they actually do that, then the game is over. But it shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I don't think they will be able to. And I mean, obviously, yeah, we don't have a rule against them capitulating Germany, but even if it looks good now, I don't think they will be able to. We see the Polish people coming back here.
The fall of Rome. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a rule break.
Yeah.
They have to wait until France falls before they naval invade. That is, I think the rules are quite clear on that, and the game is also paused. So.
This is unfortunate because we did have this discussion in the Allied chat when they were discussing, and I think we were quite clear. Yeah, SOG here has really messed up, because this could have been a great move after France.
Yeah, I mean, now they've shown their cards, and that's what I said. The game plan is not really there, because if they want to do this invasion of Italy and knock out Badger altogether and defeat his smug face, they would have potentially succeeded, but France pushed out. So they can't do it.
But this is fine, though.
This is fine.
The Australians have landed in Sicily, but they do not have a port, and the ports are heavily defended. So these Australian Marines might be heading to their early graves. They are also a bit under strength, I see.
Yeah, and also like I said, it's a bit of a, because if you want France to fall, then you can't push into Germany. If France had just laid down and died, they could potentially make this better. Game is going again, though. And we will see whatever people have decided.
What's actually going on here? Okay, we see one British Marine being pushed out. But the others are pushing inland.
Yeah, they are pushing inland. The Italians are scrambling to defend here. I don't know, maybe we were wrong about the rules somehow. We have Boppus on the picture here. Perhaps he can enlighten us.
Please.
Yes, we have the rules. No other troops than British, French, Polish, or Hollandic, Netherlands, Dutch troops So this is British troops, so it's fine. They took the Australians to Sicily
Right.
and the UK troops in Italy. So this is fine, and it will be a mess, and it's really, really fun to see. The smile on the
It
Badger's
is.
face is absolutely...
He has gotten
dissipating.
Rome back now, though, so I think he
and
will be
he's
able
going to kill all of these Australians right now. This
Yeah.
is a bad
It's-
move from Australia.
I think it's a 2-week invasion. I thought it was just a couple, but it's, yeah. They are killing some efficiency on his military factories. They are messing it up a little bit.
Yeah.
It seems he did not follow up with his infantry in North Africa. And we see that the China war has ended, and the Japanese have more than a year to prepare for joining the war, since they plan to join the war in 41. Let's have a look at the French border now. So Poland is gone, and stationary only has to worry about France. He is pushing the French back somewhat, but the French are holding.
Yeah, they are, and also the Australians managed to escape with their marines, and the Italians managed to dislodge
The
the
Australians
invasion.
escaped?
I think they did. I didn't die. I think they had a port.
No.
No.
They did.
Yeah, here, look.
No, they're gone. No, here they are.
They are.
What is-
Yes. They actually managed to
Do
get
they
out
have
with the fragments.
do they have the
I think they had Syracuse.
I mean floating harbors?
Oh yeah, they might have had floating harbors. You might
Because
be right there.
there are no, they did not have Syracuse.
No. But they got out at least, which is because that would have been a disaster for the Australian player, definitely, if they lost all their marines there.
Yeah.
That would have spelled doom for them in the Pacific, and that would have been super good for the Japanese player later on. Meanwhile, in El Alamein, we do see the Allies pushing out a bit, pushing the Italians off the starting line and making their way out of North Africa, while Badger has been focusing on defending his home country from the naval invasions of the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, the French-German lines have stabilized. The game is, however, paused, so it remains to be seen what will happen.
Yeah, comment there from Kodoshki. Marine commandos can exfiltrate from any coastal tiles.
Oh,
that's
right.
You don't need any floating harbors.
Smart play by Australia.
We see the Indian elephants here in North Africa. They do have a year to cause havoc, and since Badger is only defending with a militia, garrison troops, and since the Germans are they're not coming anytime soon, it looks like the Axis will be dislodged from North Africa completely. Because his lines are absolutely falling apart here. Dangerous naval invasion sound. Are they invading again?
We'll see. I think they still have ambitions for this. I mean, it's not like they're going to do one little piecemeal invasion and then forget it.
Yeah.
I think that they know very well that Badger's navy is going to increase in strength the further the game goes on. So the Allies want to make moves now. And it's interesting to see this because, as we said before, usually it's the Axis that dictate the pace of play, so to speak. The Axis attack, the Allies react. But now we have the Allies actually making quite a lot of moves.
Yeah.
If they are unsuccessful, that might be very good for the Axis that will have even more punch for later. But it could also be detrimental to the Axis if the Allies succeed in any of their endeavors here in the Mediterranean.
Yeah. Francis on Bulgaria is mopping up the Greek AI, and in later versions the Greek AI joins the war automatically, which has caught the Axis off guard in a couple of games. But not this time, so he's mopping that up, and there are no allies coming to support Greece. So yeah, the Brits are heading towards Sardinia right now, it looks like. Operation Raptor here with 3 Marines. These are the Marines that survived the invasion of Italy. They have some medals to be awarded, which they deserve, I think. They lost some of their comrades. Only 3 Marines remaining. There were more before, I think 6 or 5.
And we are going again. The game is once again on the roll. Greece is falling. The Axis are trying to push back the South African armor here, not to any success at the moment. The Allies are just rolling up North Africa. Meanwhile, the front is, as we said before, stabilized in between Germany and France. But the Germans are now going around the Maginot instead of through the Maginot. Probably a smart move from their side.
And it does, okay. So Adam, who we haven't presented, Adam from the UK, who used to work at Paradox, plays with our community. Really great guy. He's playing the Netherlands.
Quick look in North Africa. Tobruk is falling. Tobruk is completely surrounded by South African tanks.
The Italians are dying in North Africa. But yeah, Adam's plan was to defend Belgium a bit, but I don't really see... Okay, so yeah, he has some divisions here down in Belgium, but that won't be able to hold the German advance. And there are no French in Belgium. It's almost like historically, the French are like, what? He's going through Belgium? They don't have any defenses up in the north here. And this could mean the end of France quite early.
Yeah, definitely. I think they managed to go around the Maginot Line. I mean, the French didn't really gain that much by invading. We have a question from Afasi if they're allowed to scourge the German earth.
Yeah, I think so.
Possibly they could have done that if we look at Bitburg, for example, but they do not, or they have not scorched the earth at the moment, but it's very damaged, the infrastructure at least. So it's going to take a little while for Germany to repair that. Looking over at the air mode, it's actually red air for the axis over northern France, so that that air game is starting to go to the favor of the Allies, and the Allies are steaming through North Africa. Badger's focus on navy obviously comes with the detriment that he cannot focus on his army. So those garrison divisions that he put in Benghazi and Tobruk are nothing against this. If he manages to control the seas, though, might be worth it. But yeah, Badger has not done as well as he had hoped to, I assume.
Well, his navy is coming out in December, he said, and December is fast closing in.
Indeed it is.
In the meantime, stationary is closing in on Paris.
Yeah, the Germans are doing short work of France now. They did a historical route, basically. They pushed around the Maginot. The French were not prepared at all, and now they are just falling apart.
Yeah, Jonathan here is scrambling to bring home his heavy assault guns, who have done such great work on the Maginot Line earlier. But
yeah, stationary does not want them getting encircled.
They are not in position, and that means they are easy prey for the German tanks, who are just eating up this front line.
Yeah, hopefully for stationary, though, they won't die, at least. It's because they might have gotten encircled if they were further in. If they had been around Frankfurt or something when the Germans did this, it could have been a disaster for his assault guns. But by the looks of things now, France is due to fall in short order, with Italy moving in from the south. Meanwhile, North Africa under control of India to the most part.
Yeah, and having a look here at the UK perspective again. Okay, so we see the Dutch player is actually preparing naval invasions together with the Brits. What about the Australia? No, it's the Indians. Okay, so the Indians are ready to go for Greece, and this is the Allied plan in action here. You see a bunch of naval invasions already before we even hit 1940.
They are not looking to land on Rhodey, though, by the looks of things. The 5 annoying boys from Australia, as they indeed are, these Marine commandos, are not looking like they're going to land. It looks like the Italians will be able to hold this island here.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Indian elephants have taken over pretty much all of North Africa. Still a green bubble there, but this is going to be close. These Marine commandos might be able to do quite a lot of work. And as the commissar said in the chat before, they can evacuate from any coastal tile, so they can be quite daring, land when where there's no port, try to get some strategic flanks and so on.
Yeah, indeed, little tiger. What a surprise! It's never happened before. It's not like the Germans did the same in World War I. Yeah, it's always amazed me how the French could fall for it twice.
No.
And there we go, Epps in the chat for France, but he is of course continuing the fight as Free France. Down.
France has now fallen, and I would say that this war actually went quite well for the Germans in the end. It was looking grim for a while, but they managed to come back. Nothing at all like the France war last game, which was a complete slog. Well played by stationary.
I'm looking now at the German assault guns. Where are they heading? Are they heading anywhere at all? Because the Axis North Africa here, you see the Italians are fast being pushed out of their last port, and it does not look like the Germans will come there. So there will be no battle for El Alamein. North Africa will be completely in Allied hands, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. And
Vichy France is, of course, neutral until they get invaded later on when they join the Axis, and they are AI controlled, so this is not in play either.
And it will be very interesting to see also, because once you don't have a port in North Africa, it's much harder to get it back. I mean, even if Badger manages to dominate the sea with his fleet as he planned, they still need to naval invade North Africa in order to get back. And if they want to do a Barb in 1941, which we hear that they're going to do, it's going to be a tall order to naval invade North Africa and get all of this back before Barb. They might just leave it at this point.
Yeah, we are in December now, though, so that means that the Italian Navy should be out and about. Here we see these are mostly destroyers. Where is the main fleet? This is the main fleet, and it is repairing. The flagship, at least, is repairing.
Yeah, we have Big Manchu is done, and the war in the Pacific is now at a halt until Japan enters. And like Mortal Vision is saying in the chat, Germany needs to up the ante, get Norway, get the Balkans, maybe hit hard in North Africa. And I kind of agree with you there. They really need to do something about this. We have the commissar here that the loss of North Africa is very bad. Now Italy needs to dominate the sea, so they will be overrun.
And additionally, the entire Axis game plan was hinged on that the Asia Axis would get some help from the Euro Axis in keeping the Allies occupied. Now, since North Africa is in Allied hands, the Allies are free to come help India, which makes it really hard for the Asia Axis to beat the rush. All of these elephants will be heading back home, and they will be supplemented by Canadian and South African tanks if they want to. So
yeah, definitely. I mean, the loss of North Africa was so quick. I think Badger might have been a bit too confident in the Navy, to be honest, because he has an enormous Navy, has the most dockyards, he's very scary at the seas, but those garrison divisions in Tobruk didn't do anything.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't expect them to, but it would be nice if they could have held at least until the Germans showed up.
We do see, however, that the Germans are having designs on Norway now. They need to do something so they can get something out of this before the Barbarossa starts, because you cannot sit idly by until Barbarossa just because you need North Africa. You need to put those troops to work in some other part of Europe or some other part of the world. We have Bopus with some expert commentary and some factory count.
Yeah, I just wanted to show this because we have been talking about it quite a lot, how you conquer industry and you don't build industry. If you look at France here, this is a comparison from 1 year ago, 258 factories lost for the Allies going to the Axis hands. And you see Germany gaining a lot of factories. So the expansion strategy gives you way more than trying to civ grid. And I just wanted to show you because this graph really shows how much this actually is.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, another feather in the cap for the military factory doctrines. It's indeed, by the looks of things, a fast fall of France. If France has held out for half a year more, that means that all of those factories wouldn't have been working for Germany. Now they do, and they can build other things. We have a declaration on Yugoslavia, so the Balkans is soon to fall to the Axis, and meanwhile they do have the signs on Norway as well, so they're not going to sit idly by while they're waiting for Barbarossa. But the loss of North Africa is not something that they would have wanted to see at this point. It throws a wrench in their plans.
And I mean, you can beat up the AI all you want, but you're not really threatening the Allies, and the Allies are free to do what they want. It does seem like the fleet of Badger will be able to stop any additional invasions of his homeland, but the Euro Axis won't be able to help the Asia Axis in any way.
No, indeed, by the looks of things now, it's... I haven't seen the predictometer, but the Allies have played very well in North Africa. The Germans did capitulate France quite quickly, though.
I almost forgot. We are doing a raffle, so...
Let's do the Winter War first.
Oh, the Winter War is happening.
We'll see what the Finns are doing here, because they only have garrisons on the front line, basically. There are no, there are no, big Finnish... Or, well, they do have the Rangers. I got fooled by the symbol. It's actually very well supported, and they have Rangers and they have anti-tank.
A nice mix division here. You have a little of everything.
And they have Svenska Frivilligkåren here as well, which is a historical volunteer with 30 combat wins that can really punch quite hard against the Soviets. They are not holding incredibly well at the moment. The Soviets have pushed in a little bit. We have 18,000 losses on the Finnish side, 67,000 losses on the Soviet side. No encirclement.
What's the win condition? How many Soviets do you have to kill? Is it 150,000 or something?
It's quite a lot, actually. You have to declare victory. You need to have killed 275,000 Soviets or control Leningrad. So historically, it has been control Leningrad in our games that have decided it. To surrender to the Soviets, you need to have lost more than 40,000 men or more than 20% surrender progress. But that point is going to get reached very soon if the Soviets manage to take Viipuri here. They are going in with Rangers as well. These light tanks are pushing a bit, but the Finnish are holding the line now, but they're getting pushed back in the north of Finland. They are defending too far up, I would say. As a Finnish Winter War connoisseur, you should probably give up the north.
And we haven't presented the Finnish player.
No.
Playing Finland, we have Remefors. Remefors is our he's the one who updates the mod. And he said he would try to hold southern Finland for some factory evacuation thingamajiggy.
Yeah, I mean, they have a focus, right? So he can move the factories, he can evacuate the factories south as long as he holds on to it. He needs to hold on to it for a little longer. He might be able to do some Motti shenanigans with these 6 troops here, but he has to watch out now because he is getting encircled around Viipuri, and you don't want to lose your troops as Finland at this point because it takes a very long time to get them back should you lose them.
That's the most important thing.
But he manages to pin these Soviet troops and move back this division. Very good micro here by Remefors, trying to keep Viipuri alive and keeping himself in the Winter War as long as possible. But it is a gamble from the Finnish side because you could just retreat from Viipuri, take the white piece, and then be done with it. Because if these die instead...
Yeah, this is a dangerous moment. He does have a port in Viipuri, so he could...
potentially, but...
no, is that a naval? It's just naval base. It's not a port.
Yeah,
this is dangerous. It's 5...
he manages to get them out. But this is real brinksmanship by Remefors here.
Yeah.
If he loses those 5 divisions, it will not be a good time for him. Now he won't. Viipuri has fallen, so now he can surrender to the Soviets at his earliest convenience if he wants to. If I was him, probably would have, but he can potentially hold on for a little bit longer, try to grind the Soviets down a bit. He's far from surrendering. The lines are somewhat consolidated, and he will get the foreign intervention going here quite soon, in 20 days.
Yeah, not much else to say about the Finnish Winter War unless he manages to lose some troops. We'll keep an eye on it while we present our raffle.
Indeed.
So we are due to the support from Paradox, we are able to give you guys a copy of the latest DLC. Of course, we can't give all of you a copy of the DLC, so we'll have to do a raffle, a spin the wheel type thing. So to be able to join this, you need to become a free Patreon of Hygge Gaming. So go to patreon.com/Hygge Gaming and sign up to become a free Patreon. And we will do the raffle among our free patrons and paying patrons in just a bit. So go do that, and you will be in the raffle. You saw there on screen the wheel that will be spinning later on.
Indeed, do that. Meanwhile, the Finns lost the Winter War, but they lost it in a somewhat convincing manner. I think they didn't get encircled in Viipuri. It was quite close, but they didn't get many losses, and it's to be expected. So well played.
We had a question from see if the French built their colonies built in the colonies or in the mainland. I would guess that they built in the colonies, but I'm not even seeing the Free French. Shouldn't they be on the map by now? I mean, they're here, but they usually have a capital down around here, right? In Cameroon.
Interesting situation indeed.
Strange.
Yeah. Now we have Norway. Naval invasions are landing from the Germans. Kristiansand is falling quite quick. The Oslo naval invasions are going. No reinforcement here from the Allies. It's just the Norwegian AI defending. We have Irish troops coming in.
Yeah, that was the plan. The Irish are supposed to take Narvik, which is a nice move because as you can see here, there is a real wall of ice here, as in Game of Thrones. So this is impassable terrain, so the Germans can't pass this by land. They would have to go by sea. And if you manage to defend the ports up here, you can hold out indefinitely, basically. So the Irish are tasked with doing just that. And you can see them here.
By the looks of things, they are going to succeed. They are going to reach Narvik. There are no designs on it at all from the German Reich at this point. They are just focused on getting southern Norway.
They're even going for Trondheim, which is south of the wall, so to speak. But they realized their mistake and are heading out immediately. Yeah, nothing south of the wall from the Irish. They're standing on the north there.
I would like to see Badger do something else. There are no plans from the Italian player here. No naval invasions going on, no big engagements. If I was Badger at this point, I would try to counter something in North Africa. Then again, you want to build up your fleet at this point. We have
but we want to see him use his fleet for something constructive. It's very obvious now what the Allied plan is. They are going for Greece. But the question is, will they be able to get naval supremacy? I'm trying to look here at the different...
they are now going for Crete. 5 of the annoying boys, Marine commandos from Australia, are driving towards Crete. Meanwhile, they've synchronized the naval invasion of Athens with 1 Greek division, but that is an AI naval invasion. And we will see where the Australians land here.
Australia is being played by Danesh. He's a strong player. He's played a lot with other communities. I'm a bit disappointed that his annoying boys are under strength almost all the time.
It is not going to matter now, however, because there is absolutely nothing defending Crete, so it's going to be a walk in the park just to land and take it over. And that is it for the air bases on Crete. Could be good for the Allies in the long run. I would have wanted Badger to reinforce that. I mean, he has his garrison builds. He should put them on places.
Well, I guess they would need to get there. Let's have a look here. This is the naval map mode. It looks like the Brits are limiting themselves to the Eastern Med right now. Probably a good move. That's where you have the support of most of your airports. The Central Med, you do have the Libyan airports now, though, but still, it's a bit more risky.
Yeah.
And Malta is still in British hands. We usually see the Italians taking Malta. And the Italian Marines are not moving. They moved from Eastern Italy to Western Italy, so maybe he's thinking of making a move. But they're just hanging out in Livorno right now. No naval invasion plans as of yet.
Yeah. Also, I'm trying to check. I'm checking from the Italian perspective here on lost ships, how the engagements are going. We have 1 noteworthy battle that has been going on. They have lost 3 submarines. 14 convoys, some old submarines. Nothing major being lost on the Italian side. And looking over at the United Kingdom, there is, let's see, lost ships. Also, nothing much lost. So no notable naval engagement as of yet, but they are sure to come.
Yeah, we haven't missed a big naval battle yet. That's always nice to hear. It's so easy to miss the big naval battles. And the Finnish Winter War is over, and the Finns lost as expected, but they didn't lose too many troops, which is completely fine. I think they also get some kind of revenge mechanic, right?
Yeah, I mean, as Finland, obviously it's better to win the Winter War because you don't have the manpower, so it's nice to just have a 2-tile front towards Leningrad, basically, instead of having to defend this long. But losing the Winter War due to like grinding for a while and then just taking the L is the right thing to do, I would say. Well played by Remmerfors.
I did hear there was a new focus tree for the Finns, but I'm not well versed enough with Finland to be able to comment. So
I don't know. Probably the last one was Arms Against Tyranny, but they might have increased it somehow. But
yeah, I couldn't say, but here it is, anyways.
The interesting thing about the Winter War is really that the Soviets get locked out of some focuses if they lose it, right?
Okay, so Romania gets to occupy Norway, at least the southern part.
Yeah.
The northern part is in the hands of the Irish.
The Romanians are going there, though, with proper infantry, so they do have designs on actually taking Narvik here.
That must mean that the Allies are not actually...
We have Romanian Marines going Yeah, the
Okay,
Romanian Marines are landing in north of Norway. So they have 7 Marine divisions from Romania are actually going to try to take the north of the wall of Norway. And the north of Norway being defended by, on the Irish side,
That's
5
interesting.
infantry divisions of not very high
Yeah, we're gonna
caliber.
see
So.
some Romania versus Ireland fighting going on in northern Norway. Romania, of course, being played by Lawrence, and Ireland is being played by Maurice, who we haven't presented yet. But Maurice hasn't played a lot with the community. I think it might be his first game or second game.
Possibly.
But, Ireland is a really good starting nation if you're just moving into the community.
Speaking of naval invasions, we have the commando, the annoying boys from Australia have managed to do a naval invasion of the land in between the Athens and Epirus, basically.
That's a great place to land, and since he doesn't seem to need ports, he's fine with landing in strange places.
Like he said, they can escape from any coastal tile, which is lucky for them, but if they do more of those invasions, they could actually get encircled in a non-coastal tile, which would spell disaster for them, of course, but this time they managed to get out, much like last time.
Athens is completely open, though, so they could just go for Athens, which is a nice place to be.
It does seem like the naval invasion snaking from the Allies have been observed by the Axis at this point. I don't think they're going to get any more like airbase islands completely for free. Rather,
Badger has moved his Marines down to Greece, and these are his only strong fighting units. So it seems like they are on the defense, ready to throw out any invasion.
It does seem like it, and these are very strong Marines, though, so he could potentially naval invade quite a lot with these.
Let's see.
We have the commissar asking here how many resource techs has Romania researched, and is that a reason to give Norway to Romania? Actually, an interesting question.
That's a good question.
They have quite some excavation.
Yeah, 1940. Okay, not the latest, but still.
Yeah, not more than one would expect, to be honest. But yeah, that's true.
It may just be that he was the first guy ashore or something.
Possibly.
And we see here the Thunderdome in northern Norway. The Irish are being pushed back, but
I would expect the Romanian Marines to win this fight, to be honest, by the looks of things.
They are out of supply, but they outnumber the Irish quite badly.
Yeah, it might be. If they are out of supply to this degree, it might come down to a hair, but the divisions of the Romanian player is significantly stronger here. They will just be able to deorganize this little Irish infantryman standing in the mountains of, it's not Norrbotten, it's on the other side of the border, but anyway.
Cup.
Yeah, he is escaping now, and we will see what is happening. The supply is looking horrid. Yes, indeed it is.
This is the entire armed forces of the Republic of Ireland here in northern Norway.
And I would say, like, we got the same question, like, is someone making a port? And if you wanted to stay in Narvik, yes, probably build a port, right? But I don't think it's worth committing the resources it takes to build a port around Narvik. Someone making a port. Yeah, no one is making a port. They have... I mean, it's in Finnmark there is a port, right? But that's super far away.
Yeah, the Axis could build a port.
So they could potentially like build a port in Tromsø, something like that, but they are not.
No.
And for good reason, I would say.
And Lawrence playing Romania, I read in the Axis chat that he's playing the so-called cucked Romania, so he's giving away all the territory to Hungary and whatnot, just doing a small Hungary build here.
Boppus can say something.
Please do, Boppus.
I can say a lot of things.
Yes, I'm sure.
Let's start with see if I find it there. Here we have fielded armor. It doesn't look that good for the Axis right now. They have a lot fewer fielded armor than the Comintern have, but the Comintern has a lot of light tank from the beginning. The thing is that the Axis haven't started fielding their armor. They have like 1,200 of medium tanks in reserve. So we're gonna see this count going up. That's the last thing I checked there. But what I wanted to talk about was the raffle. We're gonna do a raffle. So we have gotten like 10 extra free patrons
That's great.
wanting to join the raffle. So we're up to like 405 or something like that. So
That's
are we
great.
ready to actually do the raffle, or what's the
Yeah,
plan?
I think we should. I think we should. Not too much happening now, anyway. So why not go for it? I'll keep an eye out if the allies manage to land in a big way, but it doesn't look like it. And I don't think we're going to see much action until Barbarossa, actually.
So 407, and I'm gonna check in the spin the wheel if we are at 407. Yes, we are. Now the question is, let's tap it. How many gonna raffle away? 2, 3?
Let's start with 1.
We start with
Or
1.
no, let's go with 2. Let's go with 2.
Yeah, I think we
The
have
lower
time for
number
2.
is the
There's no-
newer Patreons. So the winner is number 70. So quite a new Patreon in our side. I need to check who that is. This is the first 50.
What a pretty wheel, indeed, Urban Banner.
Yeah, the more slices of the wheel, the better for us. Right?
Yeah. And yeah, indeed, FSC, we have a Romanian bar fight above the polar circle, a tale many will speak of in the centuries to come.
So
Yeah, it's a real bar fight.
The winner is Jeffrey Thomason.
Okay, congratulations, Jeffrey. You win the latest DLC, which is called, I forget.
Thunder at Our Gates.
Thunder at the Gates. So 1 copy of Thunder at the Gates. Congratulations, Jeffrey.
Yeah, so we'll reach out to you through Discord, not Discord, through Patreon after the game. And
let's do another one. Let's do another one.
I'm just gonna write that down and let's go. So if it's number 1, it's gonna be the latest Patreon here, and if it's 407, it's gonna be our first Patreon, or someone in between.
Very exciting. 114. Lucky number 114.
Who that is? Oh, can you hear the thunder behind me?
No.
I heard a bit.
Maybe a bit, yeah.
Yeah, this is Thunder at Our Gates. 114. And
Looks like the
Adam
Romanians are being
Complete.
pushed back. Adam Complete?
Adam Complete. That's the guy we've seen before.
August of 2025, he joined us as a Patreon.
Okay.
So
There you go. Congratulations, August. And we will do more of these raffles later on. And if you want to have a chance to win, you can just sign up as a free Patreon on patreon.com/Hygge Gaming. Because if you're like me, you haven't bought the new DLC just yet. And yeah, it would be really nice to win it instead of buying it, I guess. Boppus, well, we have you on the line. What do you think about the game so far and its developments?
I think it's a really exciting game compared to last game, which was a cakewalk. This is not. I see great play from both teams. Even though Japan, I thought they were gonna be late with the China war, they were finished quite at a good time in mid 39 or something like that. So their plan to actually invade Raj will commence, and they will have a good chance to do that because they have been able to build up. Also, I think it develops as I thought it would develop in Europe. Axis are losing North Africa, or did lose North Africa, and that's no problem since they control the Mediterranean, and we have so many dockyards for Italy. Italy is at 97 dockyards right now. This is January 1940, probably more right now. It goes so fast, I don't have time to actually upgrade it.
And he has his Amtrak tech started, so it will be done just in the beginning of 1941.
Yeah, and he will go for Gibraltar. I think it will be a lot of fun. What's happening on the Eastern Front? That's the big question. I'm not really sure who I'm actually favoring there right now. So we have a really good Soviet Union. We have a really good Germany. They are both having bills that will work against each other. I think it's going to be a total slugfest.
What do you think about this? What do you think about this organization of troops?
This is a pretty standard organization. This is the training without attrition stance.
Okay.
So you want to spread them out so you don't draw attrition.
But okay, so you need to spread them out this much?
Yeah, because the infrastructure in the Soviet Union is horrible. And
Okay,
you don't
okay.
want to spend trucks on bringing supplies to training troops.
Fair enough. I thought this was next level defense in depth going on here, but okay.
Yeah.
And this seems to be the standard defensive division here of the Soviets. It's a garrison division to your joy, Boppus.
Yeah.
With a bit of artillery, a couple of support battalions, and that seems to be the, let's see, he's got 80, 120, 160, 200 of these.
Quite a few, indeed.
And I can explain why I love the garrisons. So garrisons is a TFB infantry unit. They have horrible breakthrough and less speed than infantry, but also costs like half, almost. I think the total division, you get 30% discount, so they can't really attack very well. But the thing is, when you have these many tanks that you have to micro anyways, microing the infantry isn't that important. And also a little bit about how the mechanics work. So even if they have low breakthrough, usually the tanks are going to take more hits anyway. So you can get attacks in with the garrisons, even though they don't have enough breakthrough to stay way too long. So you can boost your attacks with them from the sides. So I think this is great.
And their defensive stats are equal to infantry, right? So you can get twice as many.
Yeah, equal or even better. I think you get 50% more since they're 30% cheaper.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Classic high school math to remember. Yeah, I think I'll see myself out again and see if I can update some factory statistics.
Okay, I think we can hear your kids in the background.
Okay.
Tell them to shut up. Dad is streaming.
I'll tell them.
Dude. Meanwhile, I noticed something interesting here. It seems like someone has listened to the commissar in the chat, because Romania is now constructing a harbor in Troms.
Tromsø.
Or Troms rather, like this little, because Tromsø is the island, right?
Okay.
And the problem is that they have been pushing in, so they are getting pushed out by the Irish here, because they have like no supply. So they will need to keep this tile to get Tromsø, right?
Yeah, they're doing it to get supply. That's right. So they pushed the extra supply button, as you can see here on the screen.
I remember I was kind of anti this when we were asked in the chat. I'm like, it's not worth it to put the production towards it. But if they had done that earlier, it would have been worth it, because now they're doing it now instead.
I mean, why not?
They've clicked the extra supply button. They're still getting pushed out.
Yeah, and I mean, Barbarossa is like, what, a year away? So what else could he do with his time?
Yeah, true. It'll take a while to get out of here anyway.
We see Italy is preparing some naval invasions onto North Africa.
Yeah, Italy actually seems to have some design for North Africa. There are 8 Marines towards Benghazi.
And 7.
7 towards Tel Aviv. So it remains to be seen. I think the Allies are not really expecting the Axis to make a play for North Africa at this stage of the game. They're probably expecting them to just cut their losses here and go for the early Barbarossa. But Badger does not seem scared.
The Raj has evacuated Egypt, but Australia has not. Australia, however, should be evacuating once the war in the east starts. I'm not sure if this is an oversight, because the Brits, as we saw earlier, they have evacuated. I don't know where they are right now.
The Australians are garrisoning the coast, so it's
it's the only garrison there. Where are the Brits?
Good question.
They're down in Africa. Okay, so they're coming back.
The tanks are still here, at least. We have 3 South African tanks. We have 4 Canadian armor and railway guns. But of course, the hope from Badger on Italy here is to naval invade around them and kind of outmaneuver the tanks, because they will not be able to meet them on the field. But of course, should he take Tel Aviv and Benghazi, there will be plenty of opportunities to ferry in more Axis troops.
Yeah. Since they did take Italian North Africa, there are more ports to defend. The coastline is a lot longer than just holding Egypt, and there's not a lot here. Okay, so the Brits are moving some infantry, some garrison divisions, not very strong divisions though. So we'll have some Brits holding together with the tanks and the Australians, but the Australians should be going home.
We got some information from Boppus here that the Axis has more mills.
Okay, yeah. But that's to be expected at this part of the game, I think.
Yeah, indeed it is. We'll see. The Romanians are trying to make moves up in northern Norway again. We have the Australians actually landing here, trying to kick out the Romanians. Perhaps their port will not be finished in time. The port still has some time to build, right? 9th of November 1940 before they actually get the port in
Lawrence is in trouble. These Romanians are out of supply and they're about to be cut off here.
And this is the entire Romanian army, and they have nothing guarding the ports they already have. The ports in Finnmark where they landed, and the ports they have like 4 ports in Finnmark, but they're entirely cut off by the Australians. But Finland is coming in to help, because Finland is...
They must be fascist and in the faction already.
No, Finland is not fascist. They are non-aligned.
But why are they even in the war? You don't usually see Finland in the war this early. They usually join in Barbarossa, but I guess why not?
Yeah, I mean, I guess considering what is happening here, it's definitely good that Finland joined the war early.
Yeah, he's saving Lawrence. Remafors is really saving Lawrence's hide here.
But this can be dangerous for Finland as well to be in the war this early, because if you're going non-aligned Finland, then you can decide yourself when to enter Barb. So then you wait until the Axis has pushed in a bit, and then when the Soviets least expect it, boom, invasion towards Leningrad, Finland coming out of the forest, right? Now they are going to get dragged into the war the moment Barbarossa starts, and the Soviets can potentially make something out of that. But he has managed to save Romania from the claws of defeat in Norway, and should also be able to help Romania dislodge these troops. But the Netherlands have also landed here with 5 Marines, so they are not giving up Norway anytime soon.
Yeah, so the 1-on-1 has turned into a 2-on-3.
Definitely. We have Finns coming in to support the Romanians, and Netherlands coming in to support the Irish. I do think that the Australians will be going home now, though, because you don't want to be in Finnmark once the war in the Pacific breaks out.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious, because there shouldn't be anything else. Well, of course, Adam is here, and look at this. The United States is here pre-placing units. They are not allowed to do this, Don. Boppus. They can pre-place in their...
they can only pre-place in the Philippines, not in the Netherlands.
They are actually breaking a rule here. They're not allowed to be in the Dutch East Indies when the war starts.
Indeed, they are not, but...
Boppus is saying, be right back.
He will be back soon, and he will tell them off for breaking the rules. Meanwhile, the Romanians got their little tile saved, and the production of the port can continue as planned. And within the month, we will actually have an Axis port next to Tromsø, and they will probably be able to soon after that push out Narvik.
I don't know. I mean, they're holding in mountains, so they're going to be hard to dislodge, even with supplies. We'll see.
Allies breaking a second rule: delete 3 units. No, it is actually the Australian Marines that are Marine commandos, so they can just ship out even if they're not on a harbor tile. We have learned in this game, so they are just out.
We see a naval invasion here planned for attacking Bulgaria, but the Axis are now wise to the plans of the Allies. And
we have Allied naval invasions planned again here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We have a naval invasion on Bulgaria, but the Bulgarians are wise to it now.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to fall for this one.
It would be really fun if the two factions fire the naval invasions at the same time.
I do
probably won't
think,
happen because you need the naval supremacy. But
I have more faith in the Axis naval invasions of Tel Aviv and Benghazi than I have in the United Kingdom's naval invasion of the Bulgarian mainland, to be honest. I will check the Navy overview for Italy here to see if any big development has been had. Looking at the current year, we only have submarines. And convoys being sunk. We have a lot of submarines lost by the Italians, though, so they're not doing too well on the submarine game. But I don't think Badger cares that much about it.
Yeah, his main fleet used to be up in Genoa, but now he's moving into the Aegean Sea. So he's actually going for a confrontation now.
Yeah, 16 battle cruisers, 2 battleships, 7 heavy cruisers, 11 light cruisers, 101 destroyers. His submarines are dead, however, but I don't think that's going to be a very big deal. Meanwhile, looking over at the United Kingdom,
He's going to run into the British Mediterranean fleet.
yeah, they are going to confront each other quite soon. This is going to be the big engagement coming up rather soon. The one who wins this will be very poised to control the entire Mediterranean fleet, or Mediterranean Sea, rather.
We saw small engagement there, one cruiser being sunk, but there should be more naval engagements coming.
Popus is saying that your head is cut off.
Oh shit, I'm too tall. Move back a bit there.
Yeah, sad times, 6 foot.
6'7",
6'7".
which is a mean, I hear.
Yeah. 6'7". Hello, casters. Are you on Twitch or only on YouTube? We're on both Twitch and YouTube using
Yes, we are.
Restream, actually. So we have a big caster overview here where I am looking all the time with both chats and a little communication thing. So the production value is through the roof. Thanks to you guys supporting our channel, becoming Patreons and subscribing.
Yeah. And Bopus, could you prod someone on the Allied team? They are breaking the pre-placement rule here with the US troops in the Dutch East Indies.
Indeed, they are. We don't like to see that.
A lot of rule breaks this game.
Well, we actually decided that it was legal to invade Italian
yeah. But the Spanish, they had some illegal divisions. Let's see, are they still... No.
The Finns are now in control of the entire modern Norwegian coast. They have taken Finnmark from the Norwegians, and the Romanians are still controlling a small part here. Now they're trying to break through in the Thunderdome in the Thunderdome of Tromsø.
The Tundra-dome.
Yeah, indeed. It is looking like the Irish Marines is holding this, but not by a large margin, and the port is there. Also, the Romanians hasn't clicked yet for some reason, so possibly we will see Tromsø falling soon. That's at least the hope of the Axis.
Yeah, there's not much else happening in the world right now, so the eyes of the world are upon Maurice's Irish Marines.
Yeah, indeed, and upon a potential naval engagement between the Italian and the British main fleet.
Yeah, we should not miss that if it comes. Let's have a look. Yeah, nothing so far it looks like. I'm gonna check from the Italian point of view here. Where is your fleet, Badger? Here it is. Yeah, so he's in the Eastern Med now.
They are consolidating it. Now we have Badger moving down here with his heavy fleet, the heavy cruisers.
He's firing the naval invasion.
Naval invasions towards Tel Aviv are being fired. Soon something new will happen in this world. We will see whether or not the 7 Italian decked out Marines are going to be able to land in Tel Aviv. There are 2 port garrisons from the Brits and 1 from the Australians. Potentially a hard time for them to hold this against Badger's Marine.
He should definitely land, but the question is what happens next? There are still Allied armor divisions in Egypt, and they will be able to throw them out quite quickly unless the Germans actually come down there.
And there is quite big defense in depth here. I wonder if the Axis have coordinated this effort, because when Badger does something like this, he needs to communicate and be like, support me now. And I think that the Germans have that plan.
This looks like a diversion in the east because the main Axis invasion is here in the west.
Yeah.
You see here is the German armor.
Oh, looking over at the British perspective, he is moving everything over to Tel Aviv now. Will the diversion actually work here?
This could be a really good move. I mean, they would have to time it well.
Yeah, they are pushing out. We see actually the Brits panicking here, trying to move up all the garrisons to shore up the defense against the Badgers invading force here in Tel Aviv.
Yeah. But let's see how they do against tanks. So these Marine divisions from the Badger, they are strong.
Now they are firing the real invasion towards Benghazi, and there is only 2
This is dangerous. This is dangerous. He's about to lose a lot of Marines.
It's very dangerous for Badger. The diversion will...
He manages to evacuate all of them.
Yeah. And the diversion has worked because all the tanks is over in the east, and now they land in the west.
This is masterful of Badger.
And this is such a beautiful play, actually. Stationary and Badger, so well coordinated. Yeah. They invade Tel Aviv, all the tanks go there to defend immediately, and then they land in the east. Now they have German armor coming in. That is masterful execution, actually, of Badger and Stationary. This is what happens when you have a well-coordinated faction that plays together and adheres to the game plan. I really like this execution here.
And these 7 divisions that bounced, they are immediately planning another naval invasion on Tobruk, which threatens the rear of the Allies. And the Allies, they're just running headlong towards Benghazi to throw out.
They are running back with all the tanks now. This is the second diversion. Then they're going to try to naval invade Tobruk behind them.
And this
Check the British perspective here.
Let's do it. Let's have a look here. They, of course, do not know about the naval invasion of Tobruk. And here you can see the Canadian tanks. They are in front of Tobruk.
Yeah, and the South Africans are, they are realizing something is in the works here.
Yeah, we saw some pinging here. They're probably.
But the South African tanks, they are far off. They might get outflanked here.
I think they will take up positions on this defensive line here.
Yeah, if they get there in time, the German armor is quick.
Yeah. So the Canadians are moving back, but they are out of supply. They haven't been building railroads and stuff.
No, they have not been building railroads in North Africa. They won North Africa so fast, so they hadn't really planned for this. And masterful play by the diversion. Even I thought it was the main invasion. They were part of something, right?
You see the South Africans here running in the south, the Canadians running in the north. They are scrambling back towards all the way to El Alamein, it looks like.
Yeah, they are in panic mode now, and this is like, I mean, once we saw the German tanks in Sicily, we realized that they are going to go for Benghazi, but this is very good tactical plays here from the Axis. I wonder how they will be able to reinforce this.
Look at this. The Brits are actually planning a naval invasion from Gibraltar to Tobruk. Oh, yeah. But they would have to win the naval battle first. Let's look at Badger's point of view again. Let's see. Okay, so these 7 Marines that bounced, they are now towards just the tile above El Alamein. They really want to cut off these tanks.
Yeah, we'll see. He wants to fire this naval invasion as soon as possible, but I think they are pushing too fast. The planning will not. They will not be able to plan this naval invasion before the German armor actually reaches the front. So I don't think he will be able to execute the next step of his genius move here. But by the looks of things, the Axis are taking back the momentum in North Africa.
Here we go. This is a decisive moment. The Axis did not win the first engagement there versus the South African tanks. They are able to hold defensively, but as you can see, the supply is red on the German tanks here.
The non-existent railroads work both ways, right?
Yeah.
And we see here
it didn't work both ways.
Once the Axis armor meets up, they are in trouble. We see Boppus on screen now. He probably has some ideas.
He usually does.
I just wanted to join in to see this. It's perfectly executed. This is one of the most fun things I've seen. Really, really good. And the momentum has absolutely switched to the Axis side. And doing this right now...
But as you're saying that, they are being pushed back.
They're being pushed back. But if we have Japan actually joining the war, as they should by now, they will be really stressed. The thing is, I haven't seen them doing it yet.
And this could be the master stroke. These 7 Marines, he's still waiting to execute it, and they are ready in Athens. If he manages to cut off all the Allied tanks here, that could be very decisive.
So they're really stressing them out right now. And I also wanted to show just factory count. Italy with 138 dockyards right now. So almost as much as USA and England together. Not really, but almost up there. So this
That's crazy. Okay, his naval invasion is ready in 5 days.
Yeah, this would be very interesting to see. This might be the deciding factor in North Africa.
And this will be the last array in North Africa, because after this naval invasion, they need to return home and actually do the Barbarossa. Late Barbarossa never works. But yeah, I'll stay here just to see it with you guys.
Yeah, definitely. He is firing it now. He pinged in...
He said, look at this, guys, look at this. I can hear his voice in my head.
The smug face.
Yeah, smug face. Hey, guys, I'm invading right now. Look at this, look at this. And by now...
you have every reason to be smug right
firing.
Now.
He has not fired it yet.
No.
I think he will fire it at his earliest convenience. They are going to... They want to push up a bit, though. It's a bit hairy at this point.
He really wants to catch these tanks off guard.
Yeah, he wants them off guard, right? Now they are
It's a bit of a feigned retreat almost by stationary.
Yeah.
Definitely. I would fire it now, though. Otherwise, if they push out too far, his Marines are just going to get encircled.
Does he not have the naval supremacy?
I should have at
He
this
should,
point.
right?
Yeah, he should have.
Yeah, they're his navy is there, controlled by us.
Because he
91%.
can't wait that long because it's a couple of months to Barbarossa.
They lack naval supremacy in the Aegean Sea. I think he has not noticed this, or he.
Yeah,
he is sending over. He's sending over some fleets to the Aegean in a short manner of time. I think there he is. He's firing naval invasions. Let's see how this
Here we go. So the tanks, they are wasting up to it, and at the same time the Germans are pushing.
Yeah, the Germans are pushing in. Will it be a perfect execution?
This is scary for the Allies.
It is. Is it cancelled?
No.
But Mighty, he's stuck on a naval battle up there, isn't he?
Yeah, he got stuck in a naval battle on the way, but now he is going again.
The thing is, I think Germany pushed too hard. It might be that they're actually retreating out from this. We'll see.
They are going home again.
The South Africans are actually moving forward.
Yeah, it's a bit of an anticlimactic situation. You have to go home and redo the naval invasion once again due to naval battles and Germany pushing hard. They are retreating a little bit now. We have.
I wonder. I mean, if they don't manage to take Egypt, he's basically giving up North Africa completely. As he said before in the interview, his militia won't be able to hold the line here against Allied armor. But what's going on in the east? Because this is the time when Japan should strike, and they said that they would do an early war.
The Axis chickened out. The German armor is going home now.
Strike the southern road. Is that the one?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, so we're very close to a war in the east, and as you can see here, the Asia Axis have their forces arrayed on the border. They're still training though. They need to stop training. Yugis, stop training. Let's see. 10 o'clock here on Siam. He actually managed to get some divisions up. So 4 of his strong divisions down towards Singapore. They're doing a naval invasion on Kuala Lumpur here with the Japanese. So they're probably going to take some territory here in the Burma region. At the same time, they take Singapore, which, according to the rules, is necessary in order to do a naval invasion later on the British Raj itself.
We have a shout out from Right Round, one of our regulars here. Haven't been seeing the games as much as the last few years, lads. Got to say, love the production step ups you have made. Big respect. Well, thank you so much. It's thanks to all of you guys, beautiful support that we're able to do this. It's just not the same drinking water, actually.
No, it's not.
We'll have to step up next year.
Big shout out to Boppus also for helping us improve the production value this much. It's really
indeed. The statistics are a godsend.
The Americans are still breaking the rule with the pre-placement here. I'm a bit annoyed about this.
They need
Maybe
to rectify
we should just pause the game and write in the chat or something.
Possibly.
Because now the war is starting and they are breaking the rules.
No. Yeah, maybe Boppus can tell them. I am interested. Like, they were so close to executing the Axis. They did a diversion. They did the invasion of Benghazi. Everything perfectly executed. And then the last encirclement naval invasion gets stuck on a little hitch. They push up too far, and they just go home for Barbarossa. So they didn't like. That was probably one of the most well-timed naval invasions and diversion tactics we've seen in a very long time.
Yeah.
But
look at this though. This is the Badger's new Marines. They are Amtracs now.
Yeah, it's this is strong.
This is scary.
He's
scary
going
stuff.
to try to take Gibraltar with those, by the looks of things.
Yes, he has the naval invasion planned. And once he takes Gibraltar, that means that he is free to roam the 7 seas with his hundreds of dockyards, which is scary for the Allies to say the least.
It definitely is. I mean, this. It's scary times for the Allies, but it's. I think the Axis, had they actually executed the North African thing well and gotten the tanks, that would have spelled disaster for the Allies. Now, it was a very good look. It was very cool. Might be get some award or something, but they didn't kill anything.
Yeah.
And they didn't get anything killed, even though the
Yeah.
execution was super nice.
Yeah, maybe they should have retreated a bit further back. I don't know. It's hard. The Marines had a long way to go, and they got stuck on the way.
But it's a bit like when you see in the World Cup someone do like a really, really cool dribble and like, oh, he's going, and then like just by a hair misses the goal.
Yeah.
It's still no goal, right?
Yeah.
It's a very cool clip.
Yeah, very true.
Because now the Allies are just going to walk back North Africa, and it's going to be as it started.
Yeah. So in the east then, Yuri and Jonathan playing Japan. They are landing in the Philippines. They managed to land in Kuala Lumpur, which wasn't defended. It looks like the Allies have also forfeited Singapore. Yep. Singapore is free for the taking.
The Philippines are falling though, so the Americans might have pre-placed in the Netherlands, but they're not pre-placing in the Philippines. So that's problems for them.
Oh, so we have Thomas. Have fun on the cast, tuning in from holiday in Austria. Greetings, greetings to you, Thomas. Austria, beautiful country. Are you up in the Alps, or I hope you're not in the city in this heat. Okay, so that was the fall of the Philippines. That was quick.
The Thunderdome in northern Norway has developed to the favor of the Axis as well. There is, of course, the small matter of taking Narvik, which is not going to be an easy thing, but Tromsø has fallen and the line is consolidated in 2 tiles for the Axis here. Then again, Barbarossa is starting soon. You don't want Romania to be here.
Yeah, Maurice is not giving up. Maurice is the entire Irish army is still in northern Norway. We do see that SOG here. I think it's SOG. No, it's
a Norwegian AI. But
AI.
It's interesting because Ireland doesn't have much impact, right?
Yeah.
But if Ireland manages to tie up Romania from the Eastern Front in northern Norway, that's about as much as you can hope for from an Irish player.
That's a win in my book.
Yeah, it's definitely a win for the Allies if like 6 or 8 so divisions from the Romanians are not able to go to Barbarossa because they are in Narvik. But by the looks of things now, they will not be in Narvik for much longer because it has fallen to the concerted push of the Finnish Jaeger division.
Narvik is still holding.
Oh, yeah, it's the tile to the north of Narvik. True, it's 2 tiles, actually. But once the Finnish Jaeger divisions have reached the front line here as well, it's looking tough for the Allies, but they are reinforcing. So
we'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, in North Africa, things have died down a bit. So the Allies have moved back to the starting line, the El Alamein line, and some British Marines up there.
I mean, if I were the Allies, though, I would probably roll in and just roll up this territory.
Yeah, you can see here on screen what the plan of the Badger is now. He is, as we said, building Amtraks, which are very powerful. It's a 1941 tech though, so he still has some building to do before he gets them up there. He's waiting for equipment to be produced. Let's have a look here at the... Yeah, he's 1.9k in the hole. Yeah,
that is 214 days. I mean, it will be doable, but he would like to increase that production, of course. But that's what happens when you have built only dockyards, obviously. So.
Yeah. But he's definitely going to be annoying the Allies later on.
Yeah, it's going to be a scary Gibraltar. It's, with the Navy, with the naval invasion support, with Amtrax, I'm not sure. I mean, it's well reinforced, obviously. It's not easy to take Gibraltar, but it's not necessarily looking that good.
Yeah, these are the strong divisions.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be hard to take Gibraltar even with the Amtrax, but Badger is very on it here. Looking at the planes, we have some people talking in the planes that the Russians are building 0 fighters, and yes,
we do see that some. Oh, look at this! It's a sneaky little naval invasion.
Yeah, they are planning a naval invasion from Sevastopol with actual Marines. They have built. So the Russians, the Soviets rather, have built 13 fully decked 30 with Marine divisions. That is not that ordinary, I would say.
No, I think this could be the doing of Snistan. It seems like a Snistan thing to do.
Yeah.
To a lot of unorthodox strategies. And we are in May 1941. Stationary has moved his tanks back into...
Yeah, if he wants to do Barbarossa this year, it is time.
He's ready for it.
He has to take it... Now he needs to field 1.2 million manpower in the field in order to take it. And he's only fielding 965,000. The rest, 413,000, is in training. And he needs to take this before the 1st of August. So
he's going to do it, though. He
is going to do it.
He could just click the deploy button here on them.
They have some anti-tank infantry here. I'm a bit interested in this infantry template. It's building a lot of these with like one anti-tank. Are we going to see anything to go up against from the Soviets? They have 16 medium tanks, the Soviets.
Right.
Not a lot of regular infantry. It's 16 medium tanks, 19 light tanks, 13 marine.
16 is a respectable number for the Soviet Union.
It is indeed, and also motorized rocket artillery, 11 of those. That's usually something you leave up to Mongolia.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Mongolians, by the looks of things, have 4 medium tanks. So the Mongolians are going medium tank.
They're going medium tanks. We haven't presented the Mongolian player. Playing Mongolia, we have Morten.
Yeah.
And, Morten has been with the community for a couple of years now, maybe a bit more. I've been a bit lazy on the prep. Here you can see. There you can see. Is that 2 stars? Maybe you can make the picture a bit bigger.
It's about 2. Yeah, it's 2 stars, I think. Yeah, and he has been also with us at Bergorhof.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he has played Mongolia before. Not one of his comfort picks, I think, but. Yeah. Mongolia is a nation that can punch quite well above their weight. Usually you see Mongolia doing the rocket artillery and Soviets doing the medium tanks. But this Mongolia, of course, controlled by Kublai's fourth ghost, as you can see up there, is definitely leaning towards the heavier route by building 4 divisions of medium tanks. Looking at the production, that is what they are going to continue with.
He's got 4 out and 4 more in production here, so that's a pretty beefy Mongolia. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely.
It's always easy to miss what Mongolia does because their flag is so close to the Soviet flag on the map, so it's easy to mistake them for Soviets. But it looks like he's going to be towards the south, so let's keep an eye on that. That also seems to be where most of so the Soviet armor is a bit spread out, not too much on the border to Finland. They're a bit defensive when it comes to Finland, so no trying to take out Finland quickly. Interesting. I wonder what the plan of Pontus is. We won't be getting an interview with him anytime soon. So we see here the dockyards again, and as you can see, the Badgers Italy is firmly in the lead.
He just keeps adding dockyards as well. I mean, at some point, I mean, his greed sickens me. You know? But how many dockyards will he need?
He's actually out of civilian factories.
Yeah.
Because here he only has 11 of them building. So maybe he built too few cities, boppers. Have you thought of that? Maybe it's some civilian factories. Otherwise, you can't build shit. Imagine if they were strat bombing him now. He couldn't repair anything.
Yeah, it's also like, I mean, how many dockyards does he need? If Italy literally has more dockyards than the United States, aren't you done at some point?
I mean, also, if you're producing from more dockyards, you need more resources. So you use more civs to trade for resources.
Yeah, and like Afasi said here, you can't build Amtraks in dockyards.
Yeah, very true.
Because the Amtraks are still 1.4 thousand behind in the equipment, and they're running a deficit of 582 steel as well. So it's a resource deficit. It's a deficit in both anti-aircraft and Amtraks. And the deficit in anti-aircraft, they also have a production deficit of 1.7. So if they want to rectify that, then he needs to actually add some...
Here we are. Operation Barbarossa has begun.
Yeah.
It looks like the Soviets, they are ready to do a naval invasion on Bulgaria, but let's see. Yeah, Francis has defenses. He is ready for the... Okay, as I say that, they're moving out. Francis has no defenses. So yeah, that could be annoying. let's see, what else does Francis have? So these are Francis's strong first horse, second horse, third horse, also horse, and one that he hasn't named. And these divisions are motorized with one tank destroyer and some motorized artillery. Should have a lot of soft attack.
No big naval engagements either, by the looks of things. Now the Italian main fleet has not met the British main fleet yet.
Let's see. So the Australians, they still have their Marines here, but it looks like they've moved back their. Here they are. Yeah. Okay. So they are in a defensive posture. They're holding Papua New Guinea and these islands here to the north of Australia. They are not defending New Zealand.
But New Zealand is not part of one of those things you need to get in order to invade the Soviets, right?
I love this. Sorry, old chap, we can't spare anything.
Speaking of India, how are they doing on the front line here? The Burma front is somewhat stable. Not much happening there. I'm looking over at the Soviet Union to see if they fire this naval.
What kind of a naval invasion is this?
I'm not sure. It's the AI, maybe.
And whose is it? Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone there. Let's see. Okay, so the annoying boys, they're all down here.
And also, of course, Finland now being in the war with the Soviet Union due to them bailing out the Romanians in Norway.
And they managed to kick out the Irish.
Yeah, Norway is now entirely under the control of the Axis, or more specifically, the Kingdom of Romania. And they are using these resources to produce infantry. We do see a Romania that has Marines and infantry, so we're not going to see any big tanks coming out there. Looking over at Hungary, the other big minor from the Axis, they have two mechanized infantry with medium tank destroyers and SPRT, but no tanks there either, just two tank destroyer templates along with line infantry. And looking over, last but not least, at Bulgaria, they are fielding 8 infantry divisions by the looks of things, not anything to write home about there.
Yeah, just some line.
But then also mechanized infantry, medium tank destroyers, motorized artillery and motorized infantry. So we have not a lot of tanks on the Axis minors. Meanwhile, in the German camp, of course, we have the 16 medium tanks that are going to meet the Soviets on the field.
Yeah, and of them, 10 are the assault guns, which are more geared towards soft attack and killing infantry. It looks like I'm looking from Francis's point of view here on Bulgaria, and he's heading off towards the south. Let's see, I think we forgot to present some players.
Possibly, actually.
Hungary, for example. Hungary is played by Sticky. Sticky is from the Shetland Islands, and he's one of our veterans. He's got a lot of stars by now, as you can see. So he's played a lot of games with us. So he's got a lot of divisions to fill up the front line and 2 good divisions to push with, which Victor just presented. These are strong divisions. But yeah, that's Sticky. I think we've presented all of the Balkan Bros. Yeah, there are only 3 of them this game, so yeah.
I'm having a look at the British main fleet here. They are operating in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, so we are going to see a naval engagement at some point.
So we, on the Eastern Front right now, as usual, the Soviet Union cedes a bunch of territory to the Axis. The Axis have very bad supply in the beginning. As you can see, this out of supply symbol. So that means that there's usually a bit of a pause while the Axis build up the infrastructure. You can see here some railroads being built here by the German player.
It will be interesting to see how the meta shifts now when we don't have the Barbarossa pause. Because usually we have that when Barbarossa breaks out, we have a little evening pause, right? And we wait for a while and everyone rests, gets some drinks, and then we go and we finish the war. This time, due to me and Knistan having to leave, we have actually decided to postpone the pause until later, which means that Barbarossa starts and then go Barbarossa.
Yeah.
I think that might shift up a bit how you view like the micro, how you put up your defenses. It will be interesting to see how...
we see some moves here.
Yeah, we might see a big encirclement in Kiev. Very historically correct this. We have 3 Soviet medium tanks and at least 26 infantry divisions getting encircled in Kiev. This is a very big pocket here.
Will they be able to? Is it closed? Yeah, it is closed, right?
It is closed, and it will stay closed. I am quite certain.
You can see there the pings from stationary. Close this pocket, and his minions are doing just that. So Lawrence here on Romania, also with some frontline troops. Oh, look at this! Look at this! The Soviet Union has landed in Bulgaria. Francis is probably screaming in the Discord right now.
This is perhaps what they need in order to dislodge this pocket here, because I don't know if they want to trade their home country for this pocket.
Yeah, I can hear Francis like, I'm going home, guys. I'm being naval invaded.
Meanwhile, we have the Australian annoying boys landing in Bulgaria. Bulgaria might actually cap here.
This is a beautiful move. This is beautiful coordination between the Comintern and the Allies.
We have a Comintern getting encircled around the middle of Romania, though the pocket is still closed.
It's just a horsey.
It is just a horsey, but I do think that this naval invasion is going to run out of steam quite quickly after these people reach the back line. Maybe.
Yeah. Badger is there with some Marines to defend also.
Yeah, good execution. We have seen very good execution on the naval invasions this game.
But Sofia is open.
Yeah,
Sofia
definitely.
is open, and it is falling. What's the surrender progress for Bulgaria?
Look at this encirclement, though. Actually, I'm looking over here. They're just falling left and right. This Soviets.
They still have a port, and they managed to.
Yeah, one of the
one of the Australians.
Boys.
One of the Australians is dying, and it's like they haven't gotten the memo because Badger is taking the port, and not that they need a port, but Badger is taking the entire coastline. This will be the end of the Australians.
And look, I mean, the encirclement in Kiev is not something you want as the Soviets. We do have big casualties for the German Reich attributed to South Africa, though. They might have gotten something killed in North Africa right? But because this is in the German-Soviet war.
What was that? Because they didn't...
I'm not sure.
They didn't attack, right? That's weird.
I haven't seen anything. They're still fielding 16 medium tanks. I don't know what that might be.
Let's have a look at the Soviet losses here. Yeah. Oh, look at that. They're just ramping up.
Yeah, the Soviet losses are going up very quickly now after
they're being completely eviscerated here by Francis's returning motorized infantry and Badger's Marines. So all the Australians are dying. They managed to evacuate none. And all the Soviets are dying.
The Battle of Kiev have definitely ended in a big Axis victory there.
Yeah, the Axis.
A lot of troops, almost like 500,000, 600,000 troops encircling Kiev, along with tanks and everything. So
and they are not done. They are moving for another encirclement. As you can see
they are, and they will have a hard time keeping these troops unencircled. That's also 2 tanks out of supply. The supply is atrocious on the Soviet side. Meanwhile, they are moving up towards... We do have, like we said, we have quite high casualties in both Italy and Germany, but this might be a leftover from the North Africa campaign. I don't know.
The Axis are looking absolutely formidable here on the Eastern Front, but they are taking some risks, as you can see.
Yeah, this is definitely a risky move.
The Soviets have a lot of medium tanks around this salient here.
This is a potential for counter-encirclement. In that case, they can probably get out towards the river of Bobusk, or whatever it's called.
It seems like they're not managing to close the pocket, or are they?
Possibly. I think if they can just dislodge the Soviets from Cherniv and push the pocket a bit left, they won't be a threat for this 4 motorized infantry brigades from Mongolia that are pushing up. But they are holding. The anti-tank that they put into these infantry divisions are actually seeming like it's paying massive dividends now.
Yeah.
Because I remember we talked about it before. Like, it's a gamble if you put anti-tank into your entire divisions.
A bit of the pocket was encircled there, and as you can see, two medium tank divisions in that pocket.
And there's pocket down south.
Yeah, 18 in that pocket.
Very well executed by the Axis here.
Yeah, they are.
They are just taking the
being
pocket,
eaten up.
taking the pocket and then splitting the pocket into separate pieces. Just methodically grinding it down, keeping the front line away so they can't break it out. Very well played by the Axis here on the Eastern Front. Meanwhile, the Soviet plans for a naval invasion has failed, getting dislodged. This means that all of the Bulgarian troops and all of the divisions that defended against that invasion can just go back to the Eastern Front now.
It looks like they managed to save 9 of the Marine divisions, though.
Yeah, they did. But I mean, once again, what are they going to use them for now? I mean, they put industry towards building 15 Marine divisions as the Soviet Union. Now Sevastopol is quite close to the front. The Axis have already taken Kherson. They're crossing the Dnieper. If they move down to Crimea, take the Kerch Strait, kick the Russians out of Sevastopol, then they will have no way of utilizing those Marines.
Yeah.
You could use them as a naval invasion for Finland, but the Finns have pushed out far as well.
Another encirclement.
Another 2 tanks of the Soviets are falling. Looking over at the Soviet summary at this point, they are now fielding 10 medium tanks, 2 of them, 9 and 8 quite soon.
999.
Meanwhile, the Germans are fielding around 16 medium tank divisions, so the Germans are taking the initiative. The quick Barbarossa here is working out very well for them. We do see 7 or so more Soviet troops getting encircled out here, and the number of Soviet casualties have just reached 1 million, and this is in about 3 months or so.
That's quick.
So that's 1 million men lost in around 3 months. That's not something you want to see.
Stationary is getting more and more confident. You can see his tanks, they are way ahead of the infantry line, but they are confident that the Soviets do not have enough to push back. So they're just, oh, look at this. This is so fun when you get to play like this, when you just encircle and kill more and more.
And I mean, this NKVD troops are getting encircled here, big pocket here. Also, the Soviets only 1.13 million manpower. They are still at volunteer-only subscription.
Finland has pushed up.
Yeah, Finland is broadening the front up top. Leningrad is soon to be surrounded, and we have not even gotten that far into the Barbarossa yet. So no winter coming, at least for a month or so.
Yeah.
War support for the Soviets is at 100% still. They have lost 20% war support due to combat casualties. Not something you want to see, of course, but still they will be at 100% for quite some time, I would imagine.
Well, let's just have a look at the Soviet losses ramping up here. Here we go, 1.2 million. And let's keep an eye on that number as this pocket continues to close. Another small pocket there. Yeah, the Axis are pushing on all fronts. This is looking really, really promising for the Axis at this moment.
Yeah, they are, and if they can push out Crimea as well, and they don't have to be scared of these naval invasions, that means that we have 1 Bulgarian motorized division and at least like 3-6 infantry divisions that can just move up to the Eastern Front without being scared of a naval invasion. We have Boppus in picture here. I'm sure he has some wisdom for us.
This is a perfectly executed Barbarossa. I love it. This is what should happen. You need to steamroll. This doesn't mean that the Eastern Front is over. This is what should happen if the Axis are actually going to win this. So for you not playing this mod, the USSR have a lot of reinforcement coming in. They have mobilized the Eastern Reserves and such forth. Defend Moscow, Leningrad, Stalingrad. So I think they
it's total, like millions of men, right?
Yeah, like 2.5 million. So even though they are ranking up casualties right now, the more casualties they get, the sooner they can use these focuses to actually gain more troops. That doesn't mean it's good to lose troops, but the hope is
maybe that's the strategy. They're trying to lose troops quickly.
5 Soviet light tanks just dying.
Yeah.
And the light tanks, you start with 4,000 light tanks. They're supposed to die. They can make a difference right now to delay the Axis, but they're not good in the long term. So it's not horrible for the USSR, but this is exactly how you want an Axis Barbarossa to look. And it's really fun to see the Axis really doing something. So my predictor meters are going in the favors of the Axis in Europe and in the Eastern Front.
Yeah, we have a question here from Afasi, or 2 questions actually. What is the Soviets' war support after that, and what's the goal for the Soviets now?
The war support is 100% and will be for quite some time, I would say, but their goal is probably just to survive.
What they need to do now is start retreating. They need to get back off the front lines because they have beneficial supply, especially in the south. There's a huge chunk of area that doesn't have any supply depots before Stalingrad. So they should start moving out and back off. And when they back off, no, and if they back off, they will gain more supply and have a better supply situation, and the Axis will have a worse supply situation. So now they need to regroup, back off a little bit, and just delay the Axis, because the USSR is not supposed to win all of the known in their own. They want the Allies to make a D-Day. It's too early for that, but mid 42, beginning of 43, D-Days comes in, and you get a huge relief. So they need to survive.
Yeah. Pontus,
Thank you.
Pontus, Joshua, and Snistan needs to find this button right here, the fallback line.
Indeed, it is.
That's what they need to use.
It is definitely time to fall back for the Soviets now, because this is looking to be a disaster for them.
And as I say that, they're actually using it. So here we see a fallback line with 15 divisions.
I'm looking over at the British mainland now also. There are 5 divisions assigned to a potential future D-Day, but that is it. It's going to be years before something can land on the Normandy shores to help out the Soviets.
And this is, I mean, it's not on the Allies. They're not supposed to do a D-Day in late 41. You can expect the D-Day, I don't know, in late 42 maybe. If you're
breaking news, invasion of Gibraltar going.
Oh, it's coming, it's coming.
Badger is trying to get out of the Mediterranean with his massive fleet and his hundreds and hundreds of dockyards.
And it looks like Zog has actually lessened the defenses on Gibraltar.
Yeah,
this is going to land.
The Brits have moved out defenses from Gibraltar. That might be a disastrous move for them now.
There are mines in the water. I don't know what's...
There are mines in the water. I mean, this is not going to be easy by any means, but
here comes the Cyprus.
By the looks of things, that's the Cyprus as well. Italy is coordinating everything. They are putting everything on this card. We have green bubbles for Italy. This is extremely dangerous for the Brits. If they lose Gibraltar here, they're going to have... I don't know if they even can...
cruisers in.
He's doing his best, but if he loses Gibraltar here, the British player, then he's going to have big trouble. And it's going to be trouble for the Soviets as well, because you can't do a D-Day with Badger's navy being in the channel.
No, you can barely move any troops over to Europe.
Yeah, if Badger manages to take this, Italy might have just saved the war effort in the east as well.
And on the inside here, we see a naval battle.
Yeah, they are doing their best to stop this. They are prepared to pay whatever price it takes to stop Gibraltar from falling, but he lands.
And this is scary. The Badger is loose, ladies and gentlemen.
The Badger is indeed loose, and we do see that he also manages to get out the British main fleet for a fight due to this naval invasion, and now he's just chasing them down here. We see the British carrier group just getting sunk left and right. 2 carriers lost outside of Gibraltar for the British fleet.
Oh, crap.
3 more carriers lost outside of Mallorca.
Oh, wow.
Badger just drew out the British fleet. They had to commit it there to defend Gibraltar.
Was that the main fleet, or was it the home fleet or the Mediterranean fleet?
I'm looking over here at the naval overview from the Italians, and they have sunk 5 British carriers in the current month.
Yeah, so he still has pretty sizable fleet here back home, but it seems to be mostly early battleships and another navy here repairing.
He has 21 battle cruisers still, and he has 12 heavy cruisers. But meanwhile, the Italians still have their main fleet here. But yeah, the Brits can probably still fight another naval fight, but they would have wanted those carriers. But they had no choice. They can't give up Gibraltar like that.
Yeah, and this is going to be scary.
This is going to be scary. Treaty of Baghdad.
Someone is capitulating. Is it Iraq?
Yeah, Iraq has capitulated to the United Kingdom by the looks of things.
There you go.
And yeah, they will just take what they can get there.
If you're just joining us, this is a Hygge Grand game where we play Hearts of Iron 4 on multiplayer. So we have more than 20 players split up between the Axis and Allies. And me, PT, and Victor and Boppus are doing the studio casting for the game. And we are right in the beginning of 1942. The Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, has begun, and the Italians are building a lot of dockyards and going heavy on the navy, and they just managed to take Gibraltar.
Yeah, looking very good for the Axis at this point, I would say. They did have some trouble in North Africa. They had to give up North Africa to the Allies in the beginning. Tried to bite back, but didn't quite manage to get the decisive engagement with the tanks that they would have needed. So they had to give up North Africa to the Allies. So that is an Allied victory. The Allies did some pushes in France and also managed the naval invasion of mainland Italy, but they have been pushed out of what they had, and the Germans are doing solid work on the Eastern Front, just chewing up the Soviets left and right. And with Italy, with their big main fleet taking Gibraltar and breaking out of the Mediterranean, it's going to be very hard for the Allies to stage a D-Day anytime soon, especially with the Americans needing to fend off the Japanese in the Pacific.
I'm speaking of the Pacific. I'm having a quick look over there, and Japan is doing some island hopping. There is no quick defeat of Roche in sight. Roche has not gotten any reinforcements from the rest of the Allies, but so far it doesn't look like they will need them. Japan is taking Borneo. Yeah, they're taking Singapore, but that was undefended. So yeah, nothing much to speak about in the Asia-Pacific theater at the moment.
Yeah, we have a question from Commissar, but it is a question by proxy from Mortal Vision. What is the status of the Japanese Navy?
Let's have a look. So
4 carriers, 52 submarines, 6 battle cruisers, 5 battleships, 13 heavy cruisers, 7 light cruisers, 79 destroyers, and 57 submarines. So super heavy battleships, 4 of them, and carriers, 4 of them, is probably the biggest contributors in the dick measuring contest against the United States. And I'm moving over there now to see. They have 5 carriers, 17 battleships, 16 battle cruisers, and 19 heavy cruisers. So I would say the Navy game slightly favors the Americans at this point, but it's somewhat close.
But there's no rules against the Italian Navy coming over.
No, technically, I mean, now when the Italian Navy has broken out of the Mediterranean, if the war is going on in earnest, the Badger might just drive over the Italian Navy, now being the strongest in the entire world, according to dockyards, over to Japan.
I mean, we have rules against the Japanese Navy coming over to Europe too early, but we don't have any rules against the Italian Navy coming over to the Pacific. So that would be a first.
Yeah, that would indeed be a first. It's quite a travel, though. Perhaps that's the only silver lining for the Allies, is that they control the Suez Canal.
Yeah.
So at least Badger cannot go out of the Mediterranean on both ends.
Yeah, not the short route. So you have to go the long way around.
So, but Badger with his Marines, if I was Badger now, I would probably make a little play for the Suez at this point, because if he managed to get the Suez, his Navy can pretty much roam free.
Yeah, let's see if he is planning anything. Nothing yet. The Marines and Amtraks that took Gibraltar are still in Gibraltar, and the other 7 are heading back towards mainland Italy. So nothing that we can read out of that. And I mean, he would be alone. The others are busy in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, we're Boppers in frame again here.
Yeah, we are paused. It seems like a hydration break.
Hydration break.
We have a hydration break, so I thought, why not spin the wheel and give out some more Thunder at the Gates, Our Gates
That's a
DLCs.
great idea.
Do it.
So we have...
And after this spin, we will have another spin later on, so you can win Thunder at the Gates. And if you want to join this raffle, go to patreon.com/Hygge Gaming and become a free Patreon, and you can be in the winning. Okay, spin that wheel, Boppus.
Oh, I need to find it. Here is the wheel, right in front of me, and let's spin it. So number 1 is the latest Patreon joining, and 408 is the first Patreon joining.
Oh,
and we are 205, and I need to check who that is. We're gonna go here, 205. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's Jordan. One of our...
Jordan.
Yeah. From 25th
Congratulations.
of August, 25.
Congratulations, Jordan.
Congratulations.
You will have Thunder at the Gates.
You will be contacted by us through email or Patreon, and you will receive your prize.
We have a comment here from Cure1701. If you play Italy Navy strategy, what's quite funny and binding massive resources, Gibraltar is more important than Africa because you bind up so many resources from the UK, basically. Yeah, I think you're right, because they cannot ignore it.
Yeah, we saw also there, like, they panicked, the Brits. They were like, oh, he's actually taking Gibraltar. Oh, it's Amtrak. We need to do something. And then they send in their entire carrier fleet, and that also gets sunk, right?
Yeah, we do see an early D-Day being planned here. So the Dutch are here, the Polish are here, The allies, as we said before, they
Perhaps
have
we could remove the wheel.
I thought we were gonna do at least one more.
another
Okay.
spin. Another spin.
spin. Okay, spin that
do it.
wheel again.
Let's go.
Let's spin that wheel, Boppus. Thunder at the Gates goes to
Yeah.
number
57.
57. Okay, that's quite recent.
Quite recent. Well, let's see. We're at 51, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Joined in April of 2026 is Jared.
Jared, congratulations.
So I think for the last spin, we should actually increase the chances for people watching today and for people who have joined today. So I think the last spin should be only for people who joined today. What do you think about that, Boppus?
That sounds great. So we have like 15 people joining. So if you start joining right now as a free patron, or of course, why not a paying patron?
Yeah, you have a really good chance of winning the latest DLC from Paradox if you become a free Patreon right now for the last spin. So go to patreon.com/Hygge Gaming. Maybe we could get the link up somewhere for you. But Commissar Kordoski sadly bought the thing already. Yeah, maybe you could give it as a gift to your girlfriend.
Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to.
All Hearts of Iron players have
I don't know why you're laughing, Boppus. Is it because you don't think Commissar Kordoski has a girlfriend, or you don't think that the girlfriend is interested in...
It's just that the viewership of our channel is 99.8% men. And I think that
99.8.
0.2%, someone told me that, yeah, I just clicked girl when I joined YouTube, so it's probably me.
100%!
Yeah, we need more. I know Emily that was on Bible. She follows our channel, so that's one girl.
Yeah.
That's probably the one, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only girl in our community. Oh no, we've had some girlfriend of.
Yeah, I will get my girlfriend to join. We all have girlfriends, as you can clearly hear on screen.
Yeah, my girlfriend is a no-go. She would not join.
Sad times indeed.
Very, very sure.
Ah well, thank you for the raffle.
Thank you for the raffle. And the next raffle, your chances of winning have multiplied by I don't know how many percent. Boppus could probably tell you, but
a lot of percent actually. I think
many percent.
Because it was like 400 before, and now it's going to be 15. So that's
yeah.
At least 100%.
Definitely.
Or no, it can't be, right? Because it's chance.
Yeah. So the Allies, they are planning some naval invasions. Okay, this is just the AI, but it looks like it will be the classic D-Day, and it will be very early.
Yeah, I mean, they have to at this point, right? This is not the D-Day that they would like to do. This is not the D-Day that is most likely to succeed, but the Soviets are falling apart so quickly now that they have to do something.
Yeah,
right?
And I mean, they do have all the pieces of the puzzle that are necessary to pull this off. They have the Marines, they have the Polish Marines from Mossberg, they have the Dutch Marines from Adam, they have Irish Marines even from Maurice, and SOG has a bunch of infantry that's quite good at holding a line. They're even 30 width. These are beefy Marines. All they really lack is to bring up the Allied armor from North Africa, and they could pull this off. They could actually land, because let's have a look at the German defenses. There are no German defenses.
The German defenses are completely non-existent because they are just dominating the Eastern Front.
This is ballsy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit greedy, but I mean, we kind of like to see this also, right?
Look at this.
It's like Boppus said, they are going back.
Here are the defenses.
Yeah.
We only need 4 tanks.
But
I mean, how much could they send?
They are literally like less than 6 tiles off Moscow. They need to like go.
Asnog is saying, you just dread the day that women join the game and she wants to play a nation opposing you in every game. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I would say we have a few years head start though on this particular game. Maybe for Hoi 5.
I don't know what it's like because I think like the most Hearts of Iron has to be like one of the most male dominated games, right? It's history, war, grand strategy, a bit autistic, right? And then we have like The Sims.
Yeah, we have a comment from Afasi that my girlfriend builds more dogs than Badger, by the way. Wow, congratulations.
Yeah.
That's
Also, of course, we are not sexist here. We welcome all women to watch our channel just as much as...
Or non-binary folks.
Also non-binary folks. Everyone welcome.
Cure is saying, look at England, 0 troops. Well, they actually do have some troops. They have 17 strong infantry divisions here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But they are from, I mean, that's a bit of a trade-off because those 17 divisions were the ones standing on Gibraltar before, right?
Yeah. He definitely left Gibraltar 2 undefended.
Because if he had kept them on the Gibraltar, probably would have landed anyway, maybe, but yeah, we'll see. Also,
Little Tiger is saying, tigers in
what about
Africa.
tigers?
Let's have a look. Tigers are the heavy tanks, and yeah, he's just building medium tanks.
Yeah, we have. I mean, looking at the fielded tanks at the moment, we have 20 medium tanks in the German ranks, and they are building 4 more of them. They are out of fuel though.
Yeah, he's not going to put out any divisions anytime soon.
Yeah.
You can see here there is no.
Yeah, there
no
is a
extra
big
equipment.
deficit. I mean, the Germans have a deficit of 27,000. I mean, it costs to do this blitz, to push so hard. They really need to. They expend a lot on it, right? They are really in the hole for the equipment, the Germans, no doubt about it.
This is the part of the game where we usually see the Axis overextend, because you get drunk on your early successes and you keep pushing. You're like, oh, we can see Stalingrad, and then comes the spawned-in troops of the Soviet Union. They can get, as Boppis was saying earlier, 2.5 million or so in spawned-in troops, and the Germans are fielding 1.26 million. So yeah, you can imagine it can get quite scary quite fast, and that's just at the same time as you're running out of steam from pushing so hard.
It's a
think
bit
I need
of a
some
misplay.
hydration also. I'll be right back. You
Yeah,
want some
I
more
will
coffee?
take over. I can take some. Nah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
Another one of these?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I can. Okay. Yeah, you will have to hang out with me for a little while. Then I will just move away Peter's mic here so we don't get the double. Was asking about the acceptance of people in the community, but the tiger tank is also. Right. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, of course. Tigers are nice. We love tigers. Both the feline and the tank, of course. Speaking of tanks, I'm going to look through the summaries here. We have the Soviets are fielding 9 medium tanks and 14 light tanks, and by the looks of things, they do have 4 medium tank divisions in production at the moment. So they are hanging on at least, but the Germans are quite ahead on tanks at the moment, even though they're not going to hit the field anytime soon. Looking over at the Soviets, though, they do have full fuel capacity. Still very low on manpower, but still also on volunteer-only conscription law. I'm going to have a look over at the Pacific. It has been a bit of a forgotten theater of war due to so much going down in Europe and so much interesting things taking place. Looking over at Japan, they do have designs for the Raj, as we heard before, but nothing has really happened along the Burma front. And in our games historically, we have seen the Burma front being the real Maginot Line. In most games, nothing happens here until something hits the fan and someone breaks through. We have the Commissar wondering about the template on the armor because it was hidden by the factory counts. I will go and I put it here. So I will just check that real quick, and then Peter can sit down here. It's a 30 combat with 8 support companies, medium tanks, mech, infantry, and artillery. So it is a good template indeed that the Germans are fielding. And the Soviets, on the other hand, are fielding a medium tank. Let's see, where is Zhukov? There is Zhukov. And they are fielding a 30 combat with template that is about similar, I would say. They have no artillery, Soviet one.
In practice, though, the Germans have been winning every duel so far. And as the game unpauses, Leningrad falls and is now in the hands of the Finns under Remmerfors. And so far, Remmerfors is unopposed here in the north. He is stretched thin, though, as you often are, as Finland.
Yeah. But if it's one game where you can be stretched thin as Finland, is probably this one, because the Soviets have so much to focus on right now.
Yeah.
They have to keep the front alive. They have to make fallback lines. So So the Finns can actually do something here, because if it's a slog on the Eastern Front, then the Finns are in trouble because they have so thin lines, but they are getting totally overrun here.
Look at this. We see, just as we were watching here, a massive spawning of troops here from the Soviet Union.
Look at this encirclement outside Stalino. Right next to Rostov, we have a big Soviet force getting encircled. We'll see if they're able to break out. They are not.
As well as Mongolians.
That is the Mongolian army.
Three Mongolians.
I think it's the Mongolian army entirely. That is all of the Mongolian army.
Yeah.
That are the four that exist. Mongolia is now out of fielded troops. No more troops for Mongolia. F's in the chat for Mongolia. They are training some more troops that will hit the field in a couple of months, and they will start driving the long way across the plains to Stalingrad before they can join the war again.
Yeah, that's rough for Mortens, Mongolia, definitely. Okay, so not much good to say about the Soviet situation at the moment. As you can see here, there is no front line at all. There are no troops in the south. So the Baku oil fields are open for the taking. Stalingrad lies open. It's just a question of how quickly the Axis troops dare move in.
Yeah, Sevastopol's still in the hands of the Soviets, though. So at least that's a little silver lining, that they can still threaten some of the mainland with naval invasions, but probably not at this point. And also they're going to get encircled from behind, because the eastern part of the Kerch Strait is going to be taken by the Bulgarian motorized divisions in a short manner of time, and Kharkiv is now falling as well. So the entirety of Ukraine now under the control of Romania and Germany respectively, and Moscow is not far from the lines.
Yeah, Francis is going full steam ahead, taking the south here, as you can see. And I think the Soviets may be jumping into the Allied Discord saying, guys, we're sorry, but we will need a D-Day earlier than you guys planned.
Yeah, they need this D-Day as fast as humanly possible. And some troops are amassing on the front here, but it's only infantry, artillery, and it's infantry, marines, and some Polish troops. We have Americans landing here, though. So the Americans are coming in force now, and they are going to try something as early as possible.
This will be an early D-Day. The only thing that's lacking is armor, really.
They have no choice at this point, but they need armor as well. But we see, however, that the armor in North Africa has moved out. There are no Canadian tanks anymore.
The Canadians are in India, at least with half of them.
If I was Canada, I would not have my tanks in India at this point.
Canada is taking 4 of them, probably moving up to the UK. What about... Oh, look at this. That's a huge... What are they?
Oh, they're going all the way.
Oh, this is a sneaky play. No, what? How can they have this many?
Do the Canadians have 28 tank divisions?
Well, what's going on?
Light tanks?
They must have gotten a massive amount of Lend-Lease. This is a massive amount of tanks.
Yeah, the Canadians have an insane amount of tanks. They have gotten so much Lend-Lease here. The Canadians are filling 28 armor divisions. This might be very scary for the Axis if this D-Day lands.
This is lethal.
This is really, really lethal.
And here you see there are at least, how many is that? That's like more than 10, 12 already in Britain, and more are coming.
We have a question from Afasi. Is the USA Lend-Leasing the Soviets? And I would say the answer is no, they are Lend-Leasing the Canadians.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're Lend-Leasing the Canadians, yeah.
Definitely they are. And meanwhile, while the Americans have pulled out of the Pacific to try to help the D-Day, the Japanese are now steaming through what's left of Indonesia for the Netherlands.
That's a sad day for Adam.
No Americans left to protect Indonesia. Philippines have fallen. And most of the islands are now in Japanese hands. We do have...
and Adams Marines are also in the UK.
Gilbert Islands, Line Islands, Johnson Atoll, Midway, and Hawaii is still under the control of the United States. Also Wake Island. Otherwise, everything is now in the hands of the Japanese Empire. And the Japanese have now deciphered the United States encryption, so they are trying for a quick little push in Indonesia in order to secure those islands. Meanwhile, on the Eastern Front, the Germans are mopping up. The Finns can soon proclaim Greater Finland, probably, if they take the last pockets in order to get some more manpower.
So this is an exciting moment in this game, a decisive moment. We will see the first attempt at the D-Day any time now. The Germans, or the Italians rather, have gotten some infantry to France at last, but this is not enough to stop what's coming.
And we have the Bulgarians, or rather the... let's see who it is. The Bulgarians are driving towards the Baku oil fields. They really want to deny that oil for the Soviet war efforts. The Germans are rectifying their fuel situation. Meanwhile, the Soviets are at full fuel, but they will not be for long if the Baku oil fields fall.
Yeah, I'm looking now from the Soviet perspective. As you can see, the fallback line has become the front line, and there is no real defense in depth, except in the north, where they are preparing to meet the Finnish attack head on a bit later on. They are, however, arrayed in front of the river. They should be behind the river, which gives a boost to your defense.
Meanwhile, I'm looking over at Badger's navy. I'm very interested to see what he does with this, because he can be a saving grace for protecting against this D-Day, because the D-Day will be super dangerous if it lands with all this Canadian armor lend-leased by the Americans. But they need to get across the channel.
Oh, look at this. He's in Brest.
Yeah, the Italian Navy and Badger is not going to let the Allies land in North France.
He's badly hurt. Okay, so there's been a big naval engagement that we missed. Let's
looking over at the...
look at this. He sunk Australian ships. I don't know what the Australians were doing there, though.
Yeah, he is definitely in the lead. Looking over at the Navy overview, he has sunk considerably more ships than he has gotten sunk himself. He has lost... let's see,
There is a massive Allied air superiority over the channel. Look at this.
Check out the Navy overview.
4,000 planes. This is sort of telling the Axis what you're about to do, putting 4,000 planes in the channel.
I'm looking at the Navy overview for Australia here. They have lost 5 cruisers and 4 lighthouses in the latest engagements. Baku has now fallen to the Axis, so we're going to see oil problems. So we just see the German fuel just ticking up here. And meanwhile, the Soviet Union fuel is getting reduced. At the current consumption rate, they will be out of fuel in about 2.2 months. Not something you want to see defending at this point.
The Allies are more or less going all in on Europe, which I think they are forced to do since the Soviets are doing so bad. So this is the entire Allied force right now in the Asia-Pacific theater. You have some, or if you're not counting Raj, that is. You have some Dutch and some Americans holding out in Java, and you have some Australians in Borneo and Northern Australia, but that's about it. All the heavy hitters, all the Dutch Marines, all the Australian Marines, all of them are heading to Europe for this D-Day to take some pressure off the Soviets.
Yeah, and the Germans only need a little more chromium in order to reach full autarky.
That's good.
So they have factory output, dockyard output.
Well, they are about to get at least more oil. Let's have a look at the resource map mode here.
Yeah, that's 2,000 or 1,200, something like that.
Yeah, so this is what the fuss is about. The
Soviets are running out of fuel now. They are desperately trying to trade for some. Manpower is going bad for the Soviets as well, only 448,000. They are up to almost 2.5 million casualties. Meanwhile, the Germans not even at 600,000 at this point.
But they have a good defensive posture at the moment. As you can see, they've managed to stabilize a line here in the south from Astrakhan to Stalingrad, and even though they're losing the Baku oil fields, the Allied D-Day is coming, and it looks like the Italian Navy, even though it's up there, it's battered and it won't be able to stop it.
Yeah, looking over at, we have a question in the chat if the Germans have collaboration governments on the Soviets, and that will be interesting to see. I haven't really looked at the espionage, but yes, they indeed have 1, 2, 3, 4 collaboration governments on the Soviets by the looks of things. Or no, this is the French, right?
Yeah.
They do not have a collaboration government on the Soviets. That is correct, and it will take 272 days to get one, and that is too late.
Yeah, the Soviets are not capitulating anytime soon. it's curious. Let's see. Okay, so the Spanish are standing in Berlin. The Spanish, of course, played by CEST. They're playing the volunteer route. As you can see, they are at peace, but they have some volunteers. Quite a lot of volunteers, actually. So 20 divisions in all. And they are just, okay, 8 of them are on the Eastern Front.
If I was Finland now, I would press this button to reintegrate Karjala.
And that would make them Greater Finland, right?
I think there is some more. I think you might need to be fascist in order to be Greater Finland.
Okay.
But I am not sure.
He would get stability, which he doesn't need, and political power.
Oh no, it's a focus, right? Yeah, he is proclaiming Greater Finland now. He is working on the focus as we speak. And that will make Finnmark, Odega, Olonets and Murmansk core states. Not that those are states that hold considerable amounts of manpower, but still.
Yeah.
He is down to 41,000 manpower, so every man he can field is sorely needed. He is already at all adults serve, and he needs those men to hit the front lines. But no big losses for Finland. They have played.
Yeah.
They have only 10,000 losses. So only 10,000 Finns have been lost during the entirety of the war. So that is an impressive play.
Rämmerfors is a solid player. He hasn't faced a lot of opposition, though. It seems like the Soviets were not going for any Finland first strategy that you sometimes see. It looks like he's heading east, more or less, which means he might miss the Soviet army altogether, because the Soviets, having a look from their perspective, you can see here, they're down here in the south. So if he keeps going east, he might miss them altogether. And yeah.
The Spanish volunteers here are trying to break open the line north of Moscow, but has so far failed to do so.
Some supply issues up there.
Yeah, I would imagine there are supply issues across the line, but the fuel situation is getting a lot better for the Germans now, and it is also improving for the Soviets. They have managed to get oil from somewhere.
It looks like the Germans are in the hole when it comes to infantry equipment. Let's have a look. Minus 90k. Oh,
90,000
really
deficit
bad.
of infantry equipment. This is not good for the German side.
Right, yeah, this is right before the D-Day is hitting.
Yeah, and they also have a production deficit of 500. So every day they are losing 500 infantry equipment.
They can't sustain this.
That is unsustainable in the long run. Meanwhile, we do have Italy also at the deficit of 2.3k infantry equipment. We have the miners. 2.3k deficit. We basically have no infantry equipment for the Axis side. Even Romania in the hole for 30,000 infantry equipment.
Oh, wow.
And that's a lot for a minor nation such as Romania.
Yes, somebody has to hold the front line, and for that you need infantry equipment.
We have Hungary 3.9k in the hole. Finland is 3.8k in the hole. And that's basically all the Axis. So the Axis have no guns.
And here comes the D-Day.
So let's see.
I'm going to check from the German point of view to see the reaction here.
I will check from the British point of view.
Cherbourg is falling. Dieppe is holding as of now.
Yeah, Dieppe is going to be a close one, but Cherbourg is sure to fall.
Let's see though, what's the reaction? There were some German tanks here before. Where are they now? I don't see
the
them.
Germans need to... they need to react swiftly for this. This is going to be a massive problem for them.
Yeah, there's no quick response force.
We have Boppus in screen here. What do you think, Boppus?
He wants to join us for this epic moment.
Yeah, and I love the coincidence that first wave mobilization has fired, or if it was second wave, so 1 million more men in the Soviet Union has been
that's bad
spawned
timing.
in the same time as the D-Day is landing. So this will be... and I love this.
You can just look at the Soviet line here. Just look at the numbers to the right and the numbers to the left. The Soviets look beefy, and the Axis have to divert troops. And here you can see the Spanish are moving west, and here already the Germans are moving west with most of their tanks. And let's have a look at this. The landings are going in.
Yeah, this is going to be hard to defend for the Axis by the looks of things. They are going home with the troops now. But the Germans are poised to actually do something here. They are still fielding a lot. They are only fielding 12 medium tanks though, so something has happened to the German medium tanks. They have lost some at some point.
I mean, the Lolse is playing Canada. He's managed to field an insane number of light tank divisions, but they are only light tanks. So even though he has 20 of them, head to head, they should get beaten by the Germans. Okay, let's see here. Here we see the Hungarians coming back, but they are out of supply and they're being surrounded by the Canadians. The Canadians are just swarming them, and the Hungarians are in trouble. They need to wait for reinforcement before coming in. But
yeah, this Hungarian tanks, they cannot lose any more tanks now, the Germans. They seem to have lost quite a few on the Eastern Front. And by the looks of things, this is going to be hard to defend this D-Day here.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm looking at the Eastern Front, so the Soviet Union is counterattacking, especially as they should when a D-Day is firing. So we see progress and the front moving west in the Eastern Front.
Yeah, the Axis are scrambling to get a front line that will hold.
They managed to push out some tanks of Rem here. They are going to try to split up this, hope that the Allies overextend a little. They are going across the coastline with these tanks, and the Allies have not reinforced the coastline a lot. So we will see. If the Allies get encircled here, it's going to be problematic for the Axis, but they will need to play this very well, the Axis, in order to not lose out to this heavier armor that is coming in.
Stationary tanks are strong, but there are not too many of them. And you see, okay, they are encircled up here by the English Channel. They're about to lose 3 of them.
Oh, yeah, that is German tanks gone. 8 medium tanks remaining for the German Reich. Meanwhile, we have at least 8 medium tanks from the Allies already on the front lines here. And the Soviets pushing back on the Eastern Front, obviously. No big encirclements taking place as of yet, but the Baku oil fields will be back in Soviet hands at some point. And also the Bulgarian infantry around Baku is going to be hard to get out of there, to be honest.
You can see the huge gaps in the lines where the Axis troops have just left the positions in order to stop this D-Day from rolling over the entire Axis war effort.
And even if this D-Day lose, they will have made a lot of damage. So we saw that 3 German tanks. The Soviets are encircling a little bit in the east. So this is exactly what we want to see. An early D-Day, really.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but look at this. Italian Marines surrounded by the Irish, but they managed to get out. It looks like, or maybe not. No, Italians lost a few Marines there because the Vichy France is not in the war. They are neutral. So this means that these Italians here in the southwest of France are stranded. And these are the Italian Marines and Amtraks. You can see here, Badger is moving them south. He desperately wants to keep them alive.
They're trying for a big encirclement here, but this is a dangerous play from the Germans. This is very, very dangerous.
Yep.
But, I mean, they have to do something at this point.
Okay, he's going to lose more tanks. I'm going to turn off Allied battle plans here to make it a bit less cluttered.
I think he will be able to get them out, though. Possibly.
Yeah.
Might get the counter encirclement even if he pins this. This is going to be very tight.
There are so many Canadian tanks that they don't even need frontline troops. They can just... the light tanks are enough.
Yeah, the Canadian tanks got out of that little bubble. I think the Germans will be able to escape too, but nothing too much happening here. We have the Italian Amtraks are desperately trying to get out here. The Germans are scrambling to put up some sort of defense. The Soviets, though, have a very long march from Moscow back to Germany proper, so they have some leeway here, the Axis, but they need to make a decisive win when it comes to this D-Day in order to kick the Allies out here.
Yeah, this is France is basically liberated now, and there's not really a response from the Axis that I believe in. The fall of Calcutta. Oh my God! Okay.
Oh, Calcutta has fallen to the Japanese, and that might be the good news that the Allies, the Axis need.
No,
but
are they? Will they? Okay, so they've managed to push them back to the line up here. But this...
Vichy France is now in the war, so they will be able to not be encircled to the south, at least the few Italians that were left there. Belgium, rather, once again getting encircled and pushed out by the Germans. So we are looking at a German hold at this moment, but how long will it hold when the Soviets are moving back in Romania? Encirclements of 8 Romanian infantry in Stalino. They are desperately scrambling to keep some sort of cohesion on the Eastern Front with all these mobilized Soviet infantry.
Falling apart.
They are indeed falling apart. We do have the Germans actually splitting up this push a little bit. Might be
So since Vichy France joined the war, it gets much easier for Badger to reinforce. So here comes a lot of frontline troops that might be able to stabilize the situation. And he should have been able to save those Amtraks.
I'm wondering what happened to the first German medium tanks. We must have missed an encirclement for the Eastern Front, because once he had 20 fielded, that would have been good. Now
no, so Badger lost his Amtraks, so no Amtraks for the Axis. And I think if we had some stats on the total number of tanks, it would tell the story. And let's see, how many tanks do we have now from the Germans? Having a look at the army. Okay, it's 12 medium tank divisions.
Yeah, we have Cure in the chat. I absolutely not understand it. Every game I see here, the same predictable shit happens. It's so easy to have 42 with a good D-Day defense, but every time they're getting surprised here. And well, I think the thing that caught us, or probably the Axis, very much off guard, is, to be quite honest, the amount of Canadian armor.
Yeah.
I did not expect the Canadians to field 26 tank divisions at this point.
But also, to complement that, we have the comment from Commissar Kordoshki that Italy has minus impact. They lost Africa instantly. Yeah, I mean they've been focusing on navy and not much else. And I mean, he did have a bunch of infantry, but they were not in France. He just had some arriving there before the D-Day hit. But look at this, the Germans are actually...
Yeah, the Germans are actually playing their hearts out here. They have managed to, against all odds, actually stabilize this somewhat, but they need to make a decisive move, because they cannot do a hold here. Even if they stabilize the front line from like Dijon to Calais, it's not going to win them the game.
No,
it's just
but
going to stay
the Axis they're focusing all their power right now to push out this D-Day. And have a look at this southern line here. From Vichy France, there is no defense. Do they know that Vichy France is in the war? Because the Axis could just push from the south here.
They are not in the war.
Oh, okay, so they're not in the war.
I thought they were.
They're giving military access then, I guess. Okay,
I guess some shenanigans here.
Yeah, okay, so Vichy France is not in war. Scratch that.
The Soviets are steamrolling back west, of course, just as Mortal Vision concludes in the chat here, and we see encirclements of German infantry.
Especially in the south.
Especially, I mean, the German infantry equipment deficit have gotten a little bit better, though. It's not because they have produced a lot of infantry equipment, it's because they lost a lot of troops. But still, it will make the troops that remain somewhat stronger.
Okay, so now they got Vichy France into the game, and this could be decisive, because
they have problems with manpower as well, the Germans.
It's completely open here in the south. If only they had some mobile divisions to throw in there. They don't really. It's just some Italian garrison divisions, and they're not fast. But they're putting some pressure on the Allies here.
Yeah, I mean, John Bro here is saying that it's a trade-off, because when you have that many dockyards, you don't get enough military equipment. Now everyone is in the hole for infantry equipment. He took Gibraltar, and he managed to beat up the United Kingdom fleet, right? But I mean...
Yeah, but he must have gotten beaten after that, because he was repairing in Brest, so his fleet wasn't able to stop any invasions from coming in. So the Brits must have done something right, I guess. But a bit aggressive to go up to the English Channel with the fleet, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess it is. But I mean, at that point, he really had to do it. But we do see, I mean, the Germans are containing this somewhat. They're just containing it, though.
Here comes another move from LOLSES Canadian light tanks. They're encircling some Italians, including some Marine divisions here, which are the quality troops of Badger.
The Spanish seem to be managing to break them out, though, potentially. We'll see. They lost 1 Marine, they lost 2 Marines.
Yeah, they're going.
Yeah, they are definitely going, and they would have gotten broken out in a day or so, but yeah, this is...
And the Vichy France gap that was here in the south has now been filled by the Allies. So now it is instead a liability for the Axis, as the Irish and the South Africans are here. So yeah, the D-Day is not being thrown out anytime soon.
Meanwhile, the Soviets are back in Ukraine. They're back across the Dnieper. No major encirclements happening as of now, but they are steadily clawing their way back. As we said before, the Axis dominated so hard, so they have quite a long walk, the Soviets. But still, though, it is not. We see the Italian Navy going around doing work here. Polish Marines have landed in the Netherlands, coming from the top here. German tanks going up there to try to dislodge them. I think they will be successful, but that means they will not be at the front.
Yeah, there are some more naval invasions being planned. So the Australians, they are. We see the Poles here landing in the Netherlands, and we see the Australians planning towards Schleswig over here. And there was another naval invasion just now, but I didn't see if it was going anywhere. But so they are opening even more places for attack. And so this was Mossberg landing with the Marines. It seems like he went back.
Look at this encirclements up here. We have Finnish and Italian troops being in trouble along the coast here. They're going to try to get some counter-encirclement, but it's unsure if they will succeed. They might get one light tank or two from the Dominion of Canada, possibly.
They actually medium tanks?
Yeah, I mean, we have one German medium tanks in trouble here, and they reached the coast here. We have 2 German medium tanks falling. We have 3 German medium tanks potentially.
So many Canadian tanks.
Yeah, Germany is now down to 6 medium tanks in the field, and they are training none. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union has now 24 medium tank divisions steamrolling in from the east, and
that's like the Finnish army in Calais. And did they just die, or did they move out into the ocean? Let's have a look.
This is looking increasingly grim for the Axis. We were we're impartial here, but we were kind of hoping a bit for an Axis victory here, because we have seen so many Allied victories. And this was very close. We'll see, it's obviously not over yet, but the Axis were really dominating the Eastern Front. But this D-Day was very not necessarily well executed, but the Canadian having so much armor was a surprise to everyone involved.
Yeah, so the Australians just landed up in Schleswig, but fortunately the Finns managed to survive and evacuate, so they have 11 divisions there close by, but they are beelining it for Berlin here. Look at those.
Indeed, they are. Japan is making some slow work in India. They've pushed past the Burma line and are now around like Bangladesh, but it's like...
No, Roche moved back long ago, so nothing going to happen here. There will be no salvation for the Euro axis coming from Asia. Java is even holding. No incredible miracle moves coming from the east. They have to get out of this hole themselves. And looks like Vichy France is about to be capitulated.
The German fallback line seems to be holding somewhat decently on the Eastern Front at least. So we have seen more disastrous Axis ends, but by the looks of things now, they are not really turning this around. I guess they could form the Volkssturm at some point, but then they need 10 surrender progress, which they do not have at this point.
Yeah, having a look at this fallback line, it seems like they are preparing for defeat. In the Baltics, they are back almost where they started, and down in the south, the Romanians are even giving up some of their precious territory here, giving up Odessa.
Big encirclement here again of some Italian troops.
Oh, wow, yeah. Yeah, let's have a look at the losses. Let's see, Italy has lost 1 million men, Germany 1 million men. How many of the Soviets lost? 2.5. That's not too bad for the Soviets, I guess. Yeah. Let's have a look. So what did these Italian dogs do? They got Gibraltar and lost the game. Yeah. Sin in Disguise and John Bro, a good...
Yeah, basically, I mean, the Italian Navy was kind of unbeatable at sea. They're still ruling the seas, but it's not the seas that you want to rule at this point.
Urban Banner says, and we are sure Albanian paratroopers are not about to attack. Yeah, I think we could be quite sure. They're part of the Italian empire right now. And what is the Badger doing? He's probably preparing...
does the Badger have anything up its sleeve at this point? He has infantry divisions still, but...
He's lost all his good infantry divisions, though. He still has 4 Marines, and he's heading back to Italy. It's like he's leaving.
He has now lost 4 heavy ships as well because he's getting naval bombarded when he operates in the channel.
Yeah, is he still back in the channel?
Because, I mean, the air is still heavily in favor of the Allies because they focused on the air game, so it's very hard to operate around the coast.
So he's up in Wilhelmshaven, but as you can see, they are very, very damaged, these ships, so they won't be a factor. Looks like the Australians got thrown out by the Finns, but the Allies are now once again pushing, and they
are trying for a little encirclement here, the Germans. See if they manage to close it. In that case, they got some medium tanks, a little silver lining for the Axis if they manage to close this. I think the Allies actually overextended a little bit into the Maginot here, which might cost them at least 4 or so divisions. And encirclement for the the Axis.
Not too bad. What is it? Seven? 8?
If they manage to close this pocket, which is by no means a guarantee, then it's a small silver lining in this D-Day for the Axis. But it's open once again.
Yeah, it's open once again, and it's about to turn into a counter encirclement. And this is the last frontline troops that they have. There's nothing more.
Yeah, we'll see. They managed to close the encirclement once again, so the counter encirclement became a counter encirclement. Now the tanks in Bitburg are out of supply.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Possibly seven Canadian armor divisions getting encircled here and killed, which would be obviously huge for the Axis. Not enough to win them the game by any means, but at least some beatback that they would sorely need it.
They got saved.
Germany is now only fielding 1 medium tank division.
Oh, yeah, that's really bad. That's a game basically.
Yeah, and this is looking sad.
They're
indeed.
not getting any more.
Speaking of ending the game, I should probably start packing my things to go to my meeting at some point.
And good timing because Boppus wants to take a bigger role, and
Thank you very much for
pack
today.
down your stuff and we can say goodbye afterwards.
Indeed.
Yeah, so good timing here from Victor. It looks like the game is about to be decided here. What do you say, Boppus?
This caught me by surprise, and I would say that Badger might be the one who decided this game, because if he went out into the channel earlier and built Supremacy and built some AA cruisers or AA destroyers to make sure that their air superiority didn't count as much, this D-Day would never fire.
But he was there with his navy. Like we checked it just before the D-Day landings. His navy was damaged. It was in Brest repairing, so he tried.
He should have won with that many dockyards. Something went wrong with the plan.
Yeah, I don't know if it was naval bombers or what it was, but he was in Brest with his navy and it was damaged.
Yeah.
That's when the D-Day fired.
It might have been naval bombers, but if he had made, as he did last game, built AA destroyers, he would be fine in the channel. So those dockyards could have been decisive. Sadly, they were not, and now we see another Allied victory about to happen. I would say I can't really see the Axis actually pulling something from this.
No, since Victor just left, I think it's up to me to call it. I'm calling it for the Allies here. I think that the Allies will take this victory. But it was a really good game, I have to say.
Yeah,
I really like this game.
Positive for the Allies, the Axis. After Barbarossa happened, I was pretty sure that this is gonna be more Axis-sided than this.
Yeah, Barbarossa looked really promising. I was like, oh no, it's gonna be a really quick steamroll of the Soviets. But this was a great D-Day by the Allies, and the real MVP here is the ungodly amounts of armor divisions that the Canadians had in 1942.
Yeah. An unsung hero award also for the US for probably supplying huge bunch.
It's if you have a look at Canada, they do have 150 military factories, but that amount of tank divisions is suspicious, and we suspect US involvement.
Do we have any progress in Asia? Anything happening there that could turn this around?
They actually managed to penetrate the line.
Yeah.
But that probably won't be enough.
No, too little, too late.
Yeah. they would have to take India, and then they need India, Singapore, and what else?
Yeah.
They need 3 out of 4, Australia or Pearl Harbor, and they're
Yeah.
not getting Australia or Pearl Harbor. So yeah,
they're not.
nothing coming.
No, they
Nothing
might go
coming from
for
this.
Egypt and South Africa, so that could be a silver lining, but the allies are too far into Europe right now.
Yeah. This is looking very, very grim for the Axis. But I hope you guys at home think this stream was white peace. Okay.
Who accepts the white peace?
Romania. So Romania is not in the war anymore.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Probably the right move from Romania to do a separate peace.
Yeah.
They could see which way the winds were blowing. Good move there by Lawrence. There is still fighting going on. Looks like the Mongolians are back on the map. Let's see here, Morten's Mongolians. They have 4 divisions again. They lost 4 divisions earlier, and we were about to say goodbye, but now he's back, and they are off fighting Hungarians. And the Hungarians are fighting the Romanians.
Yeah, but I see another encirclement of tanks there. Yeah. This will end quickly. I'm not sure it's following the rules, though, switching sides like Romania is doing.
Is he... He's in the Allied side now. Yeah, he's on the Allies.
I wouldn't say it matters that much, but...
No, I don't know if we've ever seen that, but that must be some game mechanic, right?
Might be. Never seen it before.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
Really weird. Anyways, we should do the last raffle, Bopus, while we watch the Allies dismantling. Okay, so...
Hello, and I hope
leaving.
that Peter's mic will be able to pick me up. I have to get moving to some city council appointments, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm very glad to be with you again. Like and subscribe, and also become a paying Patreon. And I will see you in the next one.
Yeah, really nice to have you with me today. Take care, Victor, and good luck winning the election.
I will.
All right.
So
we're going to do a last raffle for Enemy at the Gates, the latest DLC.
For our 20 newest Patreons. So
yeah, as you can see, the chance of winning has gone up substantially. Okay, we just lost Francis.
Number
there will be
11.
No try again army from Francis. He has no troops in the field. And what does Germany have left? Okay, so number 11. Who is that? Probably someone watching right now.
Michael Kravchik is winner of...
Michael Kravchik?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, John D. Bro. It's Thunder at the Gates.
Thunder
at our gates.
I always say the wrong thing. Let's spin it again.
DLCs. Michael Kravchik, did you say?
Yeah. And we have number 5, and that is... Little Tiger.
Little Tiger. Oh, we were seeing him in chat. Congratulations, Little Tiger. Nice. Okay. And if you want more content like this one, oh, look at this. Berlin is about to fall, being held by Seth's brave Spanish Rangers as the hordes of Allied armor are moving in. And these Canadians, they're just swarming with these light tanks.
Yeah. Should we do... When the peace deal comes, should we do the last 4 raffles then? So if you join as a free Patreon, or why not a paying Patreon, if you like what we do, you will be a part of the raffle, and we have 4 more DLCs to hand out.
We've handed out 6, right?
Yeah, and we have 10.
Okay. Yeah. So at the end of the stream, we will do even more raffles. So please become a free Patreon at patreon.com/Hygge Gaming, and you can win Thunder at our gates. So don't leave just yet. The game may seem decided, but one thing that is not decided is our raffle. You see now Berlin is being surrounded. They are speaking Spanish in the Führer bunker. There are 30 Volkssturm divisions now. They will be able to hold for sure.
For a while at least. Oh,
what about Badger? Any last hurrah from Badger? No.
The hurrahs are done.
he went in with a roar, and he's going out with a whimper. We should probably get a player in for an interview or some after action talk. Maybe we usually only get Pontus in here when he's losing. Pontus, of course, is the main controller of the Soviets. He played Germany last game and lost quite decisively. This time he gets to be on the winning side. We'd love to have him. And also, it would be love to see, as Saxoliv is saying, the smug will be cleared. To have Badger in here again with everything but a smug face on his lips. We see here Berlin is about to fall, but they're still holding out. I'm going to check it out. So yeah, we still have some raffles coming where you can win the latest DLC from Paradox, the latest Hearts of Iron DLC. We are Hygge Gaming, and you're watching the last moments of this grand game, where the Netherlands, it looks like, will get the big occupation zone of Germany. Warsaw has fallen, the Soviets are coming from the east, but it will be the Allies who are first to Berlin. They did a quick D-Day in the beginning of 1942, where there were a lot of Canadian tanks for some reason, probably lots of Lend-Lease from the US.
Yeah, it was amazing to see how well that D-Day worked. Usually when I play the Soviet Union, people tell me you can't expect a D-Day early 42. I always said that that's possible, and it was absolutely possible. And this was a really strong D-Day. It shouldn't been this strong, but a good amount of my crew also winning, taking the upper hands, clearing out the German tanks. So very well played for the Ally side. Didn't really see this coming.
I remember it was when I said this is usually where the Axis get a bit too overconfident on the Eastern Front. You're running full steam ahead, and indeed they were overconfident. There was no defense at all from Germany in France. Some troops from Italy, but not a majority of their troops. They still had a lot in Italy and in the Balkans due to them losing North Africa. So I think that could be decisive as well. I mean, if you're going to use your navy as defense, then by all means use your navy as defense. But then you need to send your garrisons where they are actually going to matter. But the Badger will probably have some excuse.
Absolutely. He will explain.
And there we go, Berlin has fallen.
Yeah. Cheers for the Dutch taking the Deutsch.
Yeah, I mean, Ivan did not have a bad game, though. He had a strong game, especially in the beginning on the Eastern Front. Really nice encirclements and strong divisions, too. Like, he really doled out some punches there.
Yeah, amazing.
It's a bit curious why they haven't surrendered yet, but I guess Munich is still being held. And Hitler's birthplace, somewhere around here.
Yeah, but the surrender limit, they have, is at 9%. They also have Vienna, which is a lot of victory points.
Yeah.
So I would say they will fall soon. Japan won't change this outcome any bit. They're stuck in Burma, even though they're a little bit in the northern Burma right now. So I would say this is it. But really fun game. Things happening all the time. Really exciting. This D-Day was a surprise. I think at least surprised all the three of us for being this quick, early, and successful.
Yeah, and if I was a betting man, I would not have bet money on the Allies there in the earlier parts.
Absolutely.
A real turnaround. We have some comments here in the chat. Lots of comments. Let's see. Peace Mac 6154 is saying, Michael K here. Thanks for the DLC. Love y'all folks, and we love you too. Thanks for watching. We have let's see, which countries had co-ops? Well, Germany had co-ops. The Soviets had co-ops. Japan and the USA. Yeah. Did we even present the USA? We were really bad at presenting the. We did present USA. We're bad at presenting the countries today, but
I don't even remember if we presented them.
Yeah, I think we did. and they did a Lend-Lease build more or less. So I think they deserve some of the cred there for that really strong D-Day.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else do we have here? Okay, so Kings1 is wondering how can I join the raffle? Yeah, if you go to patreon.com/Hygge Gaming, maybe you could put a few links in the chat there for the last raffle. And there comes the link. Thank you, Urban Banner. Yeah, there was no Poland player that moved to Soviets. We had two co-ops on the Soviets actually, and I think Snistan, who is also my brother, he played Soviet 3. He had to leave at the same time as Victor, but by then it was already decided.
Yeah.
And I think Mossberger played Poland. He actually got to make some moves before he went over to the Soviets. If he even went over to the Soviets, you can see here the Poles are actually liberating Poland proper. So maybe he's still playing Poland. Looks like it. Yeah, he wants to liberate his homeland. How much will the Soviets give back, though? That's the question. Yeah, we are in the last quivering moments of the Second World War. We're going to try to get a player or two in here for some after-action commentary, and we're going to do this final raffle. Let's do that raffle right now. So I will give you 1 more minute. Patreon.com/Hygge Gaming. You can sign up as a free Patreon, and you are in the raffle. Little Tiger is saying your brother stole all your hair. Yeah, exactly. I used to be the hairiest, but I'm not anymore. Yeah, it's what happens. And I can hear my other brother with a chainsaw outside. I hope you can't. But yeah, we're going to do the raffle, okay, in 30 seconds. And let's see which kind of player we get over for the after-action interview. Finland had a pretty strong game. Rämefors fought the good fight. He even has some troops left, which is more than you can say about the rest of the Axis. And Italy is now gone. He's turned into the Social Republic. Does he still have troops? Okay, still has some troops there. Are they the only ones fighting? Looks like it. Okay, so he's the faction leader now then, yeah. No? Okay, so Germany is still... No, he's surrendered.
This must
So
be
it's Italy.
one of the quickest game we had in a long time. What is it?
Yeah.
Early 43?
It didn't feel like it.
No.
Like it would be. Like it felt like it would be a longer game for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. Raffle time.
Let's
Spin
see
that
if
wheel,
there was
boppers.
23. No, it's one more person joined, so 24. And let's spin and see who it is. Number 1 is the first one. No, the last one joining in, but it's number 8. And number 8 is...
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And you can't win
7.
twice, so if you already won, we'll spin again.
So we have Petrus.
Petrus.
Petrus is
Congratulations.
the winner.
Congratulations, Petrus. I wonder if it's Peter watching from Singapore who was here earlier today. If you're in the chat, make yourself known. If not, you don't have to.
Yeah, we'll reach out to you through Patreon.
Yeah, and okay, so let's spin the wheel for the last time.
Is it the last time? I need to count.
No, wait, we have more.
Yeah.
We're just handing out gifts.
Thunder at our gates, or something with gates and thunder. We don't know.
Thunder gates, Thundercats, Thundercats gates. This is the last stand of the Axis in Venice.
CEST is a winner of Thunder at Our Gates, or something with gates and thunder, the latest DLC. CEST is...
CEST?
Not CEST.
How do you spell that?
With a Z.
Okay. Congratulations, CEST. You win Thunder at Our Gates. And spin again, Boppus.
Yeah, I'm counting 18. See if there's someone else that's joined now.
So it's Petrus Porcelianus in the chat is saying, yeah, it's me, yes. Congratulations to the win, man.
One more, number 25 now.
Okay.
So the last one joining is number 1, so 17. I'll need to count again, then we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11. Oh, it was 17. So then it's
Yeah.
Bill Core. Bill Core is a
Bill-
winner.
Bill Core, congratulations. You win 1 copy of the DLC Thunder at Our Gates, the latest from Paradox Interactive.
And
we, of course, in Hygge Gaming, we haven't bought these DLCs ourselves. These are completely sponsored by Paradox, so thank you so much to Paradox for supporting our community. It means a lot.
A huge shout out to all of those in Paradox. Both guys we interviewed, Fraser, Per, everyone. Amazing crew to just deal with.
Yeah, you and Badger had an interview with 2 of the main honchos there on Hearts of Iron recently, right?
Yeah, with the game developer and the studio lead, if I remember correctly, Niels and my memory is horrible. But
where can people find that podcast?
You find it at Hygge Gaming on YouTube, and we'll probably put it out as a podcast also. But I haven't had the time because I've been fixing with all the stuff.
But there's an interview there with some of the Hearts of Iron developers. Okay, so do we have one last spin? I lost count.
Yeah, there one last spin, number 14.
Number 14. And here we see the capitulation screen. Finally.
14 is Nuno Oliveira. That's the last winner.
Nuno Oliveira, congratulations. You win that DLC, Thunder at Our Gates. And let's see, could we get maybe Badger, maybe Pontus, maybe Stationary, someone, or maybe Lolse? See who you can get.
I've tried to get Pontus, but got no answer. So let's see if... Yeah,
Meanwhile,
Johannes is asking us, do you want an interview?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. You're going to see the smug face of the Badger all wiped out.
Let's see if he's jumping in.
Oh, congratulations to you, Nuno Nexo. Congratulations on that DLC. We'll reach out via Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Peter Novak. It was you weren't Petrus. Maybe next time. Hope you enjoyed the stream though. There we go. The game is over.
The game is over.
But it was a good game, exciting game. I think a lot better than the last time. It was really hard from the casting chair to pretend that there was still something to fight about.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. No, really exciting and fun to see everything happening. It wasn't a calm moment at all in this game.
Yeah,
I couldn't even show all the statistics I wanted to show because you guys were on fire and the game was on fire all the time. So I had to hide the statistics.
It was over in 42 as well. I mean, okay, it's 43 now, but it was well over by the end of 42.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We'll see. Badger said he was coming for an interview, but I can't really see him here.
He should be coming. Oh, look at this. A few of the naval battles. Maybe this was the one we missed.
Yeah, he wants to show that.
Yeah, he's going to say how many British ships he sunk and how his strategy was the best strategy all along, and it was just bad luck that he lost. And we'll see. You'll see a lot of copium from the Badger, I think.
Yeah. But it's really hard to get hold of these players right now. Should I just pull them into our...
Can you?
I think I can do that. No.
Here we go.
Here he comes. And I just need to make sure that we have the interview set up correctly. There it is. And transition.
And, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, slightly less smug.
I'm having candy. So it's okay. It's like crying and eating at the same time.
Yeah. So you managed to sink some British ships.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a bit annoying that I mean the whole thing came to its head at the outset of Danziger War. They when they did like the naval invasion in mainland Italy, what happened was that they roamed my harbors, and then they pushed out my entire fleet from refitting. So it got and I didn't know how that mechanic actually worked, and I wasn't aware on which harbor I thought my fleet was refitting in the home harbor, which it wasn't, which was like Venice, but it was refitting in one of those shitty small harbors on the east coast.
So
And
that
then-
means those early naval invasions, they were really decisive.
Yeah, that was the. I mean, I think that was game winning, to be honest, because what happened was that my entire battle cruiser line of 16 battle cruisers, that was about to be ready in early December, and they pushed the entire fleet out in November, and it just canceled the entire refit.
Oh.
So what happened was that my fleet came undone, the entire like 16 battle cruisers. So I had to restart the whole thing. That's why I paused the game, because I thought it was like broken or bugged. But then someone said like, no, they probably got pushed out of the harbor. And then and they just take the closest harbor when they refit. So
Okay.
yeah, I wasn't aware, and so I had to refit.
Does that mean there was a Navy mechanic that you didn't know anything about?
Yeah, that's true. So it's a new guide coming up on that one. No. So basically, I had to redo the whole refitting from scratch, which put because I had an advantage when they were done in December. I would have been. I mean, my fleet would have been much better than the UK fleet or Mediterranean, and that put me behind schedule for 1.5 years.
Oh.
Roughly. So then I had to. My second fleet was ready then a year too late. So two things happened. So that meant that I was not starting. I mean, I still won the Mediterranean, so that wasn't the worst part. But what happened was that.
Sorry, I just wanted to say we have a lot of comments for you here in the chats.
All right.
Coping and seething. He just can't what he's seeing. The teacher is scolding, and now he's molding and coping so hard. Probably wrong melody there, but there you go. And then we have a question. Badger, got any good Navy tips from this experience? And another person is saying he got stuck in a dock. And one is saying, about to say, time for a new Navy guide.
Yeah, no, so I mean, the bad part. I mean, there were two things that they did very, very well. If I'm just flipping it to their perspective, the fact that they pushed that out of the harbor meant that we couldn't do the North Africa campaign when we wanted to early, because they then I couldn't fight for until like a year and a couple of months later, so that delayed everything. And then the second line of battle cruisers, like the good ones that I was planning for, they came a year later as a result, which meant, and then they D-Day'd 2 months before they were out. So everything came to it was exactly that time frame. They fucked me twice, basically.
Yeah, because I thought you were going to be able to block that D-Day, and that would have changed the entire game if you were able to control it.
Yeah, no, I would have been. If I would have had a double stack in the channel, I could have stopped them, easy.
Yeah.
But I couldn't, because they did it just before I had double stack. So the D-Day'd, and then when they D-Day'd, I tried to take a fight before the second fleet was ready. And then I got a punch, and then there wasn't the time enough to get all the screens out and get everything ready to have a double stack ready. So it was just GG.
Sin in Disguise is writing, but even if the refits would have been done in time, what were these ships supposed to do?
So what they were supposed to do was to have 2 fleets ready, and when I took Gibraltar. So if I would have 2 major fleets ready when I took Gibraltar, then I would have put a snare around the head of the UK islands and strangled him. That was the plan.
Okay.
And I think that would have been successful.
Thomas is saying, is he Danish? So much copium. And Urban Banner is saying, you guys are really grilling Badger hard. Jeez.
I really want to say
it's all right.
From the expert seat here, seeing you building dockyards up to like 140, 150, leading before both not Italy, but the UK, but also US and Japan. You were the absolutely strongest Navy player or dockyard player in the game. And I'm quite sad to see that it didn't translate into blocking of that D-Day.
Yeah, I mean, the result was that I had 80 dockyards less. As a result, right? So I had the dockyards, I had minus 80, basically, as a result. So yeah, that was the result. So it was sad. And at the time, I mean, if they would have D-Dayed 6 months later, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah.
Then I would have been able to fight them. So, and I didn't have anything in raiding because all my dockers were just blocked by those production lines, right? So I wasn't able to start producing raiding either. So I was just like in between jobs, one might say.
I just want to get one point across. Next time I play Soviet Union and you're like the UK or something like that, when I scream for D-Day in early 42, I don't want to hear anything about it's too early, we can't do it. Because now I've seen that D-Days can be launched early 42 when the Soviet Union needs them.
Yeah, especially if you have, what was it, 28 light tank divisions from Canada?
Oh, yeah.
We thought we were hallucinating. We were like, what is that? Can that be? No, he must have changed the icon. No, he had 28, probably all from the built in the US of A, but still, that was really what decided the invasions there, I think. Yeah, apparently it's supposed to be sung coping and seething. He just can't accept what he's saying. Okay.
But we also have the Soviet Union, someone that doesn't need to cope as much, waiting to actually be.
Okay, thank you so much for a good game, Badger. And we, as always, we love to see when you think outside of the box and do crazy strats. You know you are the fan favorites, and that's why they roast you so badly.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go. I just want to end off saying that now I go on vacation with blue balls for 2 months. So that would be horrifying. So yeah, thank you. Good stream. I hope. See you guys.
We hope so too. Okay, so we're going to get the main controller of the Soviets in here. And we should be seeing a smug face if he turns on his camera. Will we see your camera? Pontus, can you hear us?
Now I can hear you.
Here we go. It's completely dark. He's sitting in the darkness, masterminding his victory. There we go.
Yes. I'm so happy to see you with a happy face.
Yeah, it's a happy face in that Soviet beard. We've been seeing you lose a lot lately, Pontus. It's so nice to see you on the winning side. And yeah, how was your game?
It felt quite good most of the time. Early Barb was like half a year into Barb. It felt a bit chaotic, but it always do. So we got quite a few troops encircled, and yeah, it was a bit chaotic everywhere. But I was quite happy with the naval invasion in Bulgaria. I think we and also Romania. So I think we reset quite a lot of their military factories. I presume, and we got most of it out as well.
What do you mean? Because they were building and you stopped them building?
Well, if you take over a state that has military factories, the military factories reset.
Yeah.
So then you have to
you lose all production efficiency.
Right.
To the base. Yeah.
Yeah, that can be worth some Australian lives, I suppose.
Yeah, and a few Soviet horsemen, but
yeah. But you managed to evacuate most of the Marines, though, I saw.
Yes. Yeah, we managed to stabilize with a couple of the focuses. We got a lot of infantry spawned in. And then we also got 40 new medium tanks out. And after that, both with a D-Day and a massive help from mainly US with land leases, but also from like convoys from Australia and fuel land lease from like both Poland and US. Yeah, we got massive help from the allies, and after that it was more or less a piece of work. We had so much resources, so much equipment. It's like, what do we do with everything?
Yeah, I think that the US will get an unsung hero award because. Yeah, as we were saying earlier, Canada invaded with 28 tank divisions, and I think a lot of them were made in the USA. But apparently, they managed to send some equipment your way as well.
Yes.
So yeah, good macro game by Ian and Kalle there. Is there anything else you would like to say before we let you go? We have people in the chat here saying that is a deserved smile, big smug, deserved. And, yeah, definitely. You held your head cool under pressure there on the Eastern Front.
It was a fun game. I got what I wanted out of the build order, and it was quite fun to play with the motorized rocket artillery.
But you must have been really stressed in the beginning of Barbarossa. It didn't look like this was going your way.
It was it was very stressed the first 6 months. Not for me, like so much, because I was taking the Finnish front and nothing much happened there.
Everything is fine.
Yeah.
So then we sent a lot of the light tanks and the motorized that I had up there down south, and I was helping along with some micro. But it was a solid play from all the Soviets.
Nice. And did you have Snistan with you until almost the end then?
Yeah, he left early when when Romania joined the good side of the Soviets.
Okay, yeah. So he didn't jump ship while you were behind. He stayed until he turned the ship around, so to speak.
He did.
That's great.
So yeah, it was a fun game.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, congratulations to the win, Pontus. Well deserved, as has already been said. And we'll see you next game. Have a good summer.
Well played.
You too. Bye.
Cheers. Yeah. Oh, it looks like we're in the same place. I'm gonna put my arm around you. It's a bit. Pat you on the head. You've done a great job. You've done a great. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it felt really solid today with all the technical stuff. It feels really comfortable to have Boppus in the driving seat. Although next time I think we'll have the Badger instead, because you deserve to be playing sometime soon. We have some copium from Jonte, who was playing the co-chair on Japan. Think about us. He talks about blue balls, but think about us. We were winning the entire game, and they fell in 42. Yeah, you were basically breaking through Raj a bit because the Allies were going all in on Europe. Well fought, anyways. Well fought. And we got. Oh, you have no sound, Boppus. You're muted. Boppus was saying he loved us so much and we were really great. That was basically it, right?
Yeah, and a shout out again to Paradox for being amazing.
Yeah, big shout out to Paradox for being great and making such a great game, entertaining people even after 10 years. It should be an anniversary this year, right?
It was an anniversary for like a month ago. That's why we made the interview, like two weeks ago. So the interview was part of the 10-year anniversary.
Yeah. Here is Fraser from Paradox saying, please remind Boppus to check his Discord DM before you end. So there's something in your DMs before we end.
Yeah, I need to take away the stream key so I don't accidentally stream on all Paradox channels.
That's a good idea. Well, and good to have you with us, Fraser. You're the MVP from Paradox as well. And thank you so much to everyone who has watched the stream today. Thank you so much for everyone who's joined Patreon, even if it's just on the free level. Your support really means a lot. As you can see, we are still a very small channel, so every small bit of support really counts. And I hope you enjoy the stream, and we will see you again in perhaps 2 months. We will have a bit of a summer vacation, and I hope you will join us then. Check us out on YouTube and on Patreon. And yeah, thank you so much for today.
See you guys next time.
See you guys next time.
Bye.
And right now, you can save up to £0 per person. That's £0 off for a family of 4.